bonjour, bienvenue, and other such greetings in various other languages. It's been a day. Um, can you just let us know whether this microphone is working correctly or not? Because apparently it was a bit quiet earlier on Rams's. So I don't know if it's doing what it ought to or not. I'm a bit perturbed about it all. Is it all good? Cool, lovely, thank you. Thank you. So I don't know where everybody is. Well, obviously you lot are here, obviously, but I mean, people in seems to be just me at the moment. On my lonesome, as it were. So yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah, it'll be dark in about an hour. If God help us. I don't know. Start that drudgery of getting dark really early, getting light really late, cold, wet, grey. Just need to put an outboard motor on the country and just sort of like send it south. That'll be a good idea. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's my hey, look at me, I'm such a cool hippie dude. Obviously not. But, yes, it is quite a hippie. Very sort of like, yeah, man, It's actually for the owners, I've stolen it. Very comfortable. The only thing I can't get on, of course, is the buttonholes are on the wrong, well, not the wrong side, the opposite side to what I'm used to. So it takes forever to take it off at night. Do you reckon? Yeah, okay. To be honest with you, I think I'm one of those people who probably get away with wearing a bin bag. Just as long as it covers the relevant portions, we're all cool. What mic? It's a SM7 thing. Sure, SM7. I think it was Robbie put me onto using it because the thing I had before was not good. I suppose I think you could describe it as. There's a review. It's not. It wasn't good. I replaced it with this one, which apparently is far better, far superior. And considering how much it cost, it fucking wants to be a lot better, to be honest. So yeah, somebody else said that, but it certainly seems to be. Am I using a 57? So what's that? Oh, yeah, okay. I am thinking of an expression pedal. Yeah, it's an SM57. Do beg your pardon. It's like I know anyway. It's the same with synthesizers. People say, "Oh, can you fix my, Juno 106?" Okay, cool. All right, it's a 106. We know that much. So, yeah, all right. Thanks for that, Inky. Yeah. You sure about that? Because I'm not entirely sure about whether the camera actually has a mic built into it. Let me have a look. Let me see what the settings are saying. How about that? Now, how about that? Is that better? Or not? What? Sorry, I can't hear you over this. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, it was set to thingy. There's a microphone built into the monitor. I forgot about that. Which is a bit weird. But there you go. And it's for some reason it jumped to that for no apparent reason whatsoever. Oh no, I know why. It's because I switched over to a Chrome browser from the Firefox one. No link. I put a link in. That's weird. Let me just have a hooker's butch a minute. All right, let's have a look. And I'll set it up. Hopefully. Right. Pardon for the echo for a moment here. There we go. Oh, it's pinned. Oh, fucking thing. It pinned the wrong thing. Okay. My bad. Let me figure this out for you. Go in. Go in. Done. All right. Oh, fucking thing's in the way, isn't it? Okay, now I can should be able to pin it now. Pin. Paste pinned message. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I appeared to have pinned the L.
Yeah, that's all I could see.
I'll tell you for why. Because I set up the show on the iPad.
Right.
And what I do is you click on the invite and you copy the link. Then you go to YouTube to the now set up show. You go in, go into the chat and put in the link. And then you got the little 3 dots that you click on and you put pin, right? Well, you can't do that because there's a fucking love heart there that you can't get rid of. So I type an L in, so it lifts it above the love heart, and then you can select. So what I've done is I've accidentally caught the L and pinned that to the top of the screen instead of the link.
Whoops.
I don't know.
Oh, fuck, what a day, man.
Mm-hmm.
My mate's Hackintosh went fucking balls up about a fortnight ago.
Okay.
And I haven't built or reinstalled a Hackintosh in about 15 years. Fuck.
To be honest with you, it's a name I haven't heard for 15 years.
Oh, it's driving me fucking insane. Because I just can't for the life of me work it out. So it's just going to have to wait.
But need computer time, perhaps?
Well, no, I don't think so, because it's a relatively decent computer. It's me. My brain just isn't functioning at the minute, and I just can't work it out. I'm waiting for that moment where everything will go. Oh yeah. Sometimes that can take fucking weeks.
Yeah. Well, I got a couple of keyboards in the workshop actually, where it's year 2, and we're still waiting for that to fucking happen. So.
Oh,
so don't make any plans. Yeah. So no, I did something incredibly stupid earlier. We were doing the bottom of the garden here, and I was trying to get rid of all the weeds and the mud and stuff that's built up. It's a little alleyway that's at the bottom of the garden, and I tripped over the pressure washer hose and went head first in some fucking stinging nettles, right?
Oh fuck!
And I've gone, that stings, right? And I go, it's okay, stinging nettles. I mean, fucking hell, yeah, stinging nettles. The whole side of this arm is still numb, and it's like 6 hours ago.
Can you hear this fucking?
Yeah,
Sorry.
right. And I'm going. Why is it still hurting 6 hours later? Have I developed an allergy to this bloody thing or something? I type it into Google, right, and I go, oh yeah, falling stinging nettles, lost feeling down the side of the arm, blah 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 blah, where I got stung and everything. And I scroll through some various pages and bits and pieces, and basically it said it's because you're fucking old, mate. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, apparently if you get older, stinging nettle stings last longer.
Yes.
Oh, that's good to know.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Hey, do you like his shirt? You seen his shirt? Look at his shirt.
Oh, that's really 70s.
He's got his sunglasses on.
She loves
Mate,
70s
Yeah.
stuff.
Shialula.
Love it.
Yeah. You got to tell Fiona to check her Facebook messages.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh yeah.
I got a great.
This will tell you how close my family are. Okay. Apparently, I've just seen a Facebook post on somebody else's page informing me that my nephew got married today.
All right. Okay.
Like my family.
It's like my family, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but I bought him up. I wouldn't mind,
Oh.
but I bought. It's his bloody arse I was wiping shit off and putting new nappies on. You know what I mean? It's like, what? He couldn't even be bothered to tell me he was getting married. Okay.
Families, they like it the fucking world over, mate. Don't worry about it. It's families like that.
Yeah, you can pick your friends, but yeah. So there you go.
Which is why you guys on the PSN are so fucking valuable to me, because you know what I mean. You lot, not one of you has ever gone, he's a cunt, he's this, he's that, he's the other. No judgments, no fuck all.
Well, not to your
families.
face.
Oh, well, not to my face, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, you wait until you turn around.
What a wanker.
Yeah. Fucking wanker. Yeah. No, yeah, I know what you mean, mate. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I know. There's an added jeopardy to blood relation somehow. It's I don't know.
Well, people seem to think it requires loyalty, and it means fuck all. Means fuck all. No. Yeah, no, they're all friends. I was talking. Who was I talking to? Somebody earlier, and they were saying, I can't even remember how it fucking started. And I was saying, the nice thing about all the guys on PSN is, look, I'm fully aware of where I am in the pecking order. Kent and Rob and Ty and all that lot. If they're Premier League footballers, I'm scudding around in the 3rd Division Hampshire League, something like that. But nobody fucking looks at me any differently. And that's what I love about this, is there's no fucking...
Whoa. In terms of what?
In terms of knowledge, ability, things like all that sort of stuff. I'm fully aware that I'm in comparison to some people, I'm not a musician
no, it's bollocks, mate. No,
but,
no, it's not like that at all.
She's back there going,
mate, you're talking to the guy, right, who had to put Brooks's W30 together 5 times, right, in front of him.
Still ended up with 2 screws over.
And still ended up with 2 screws missing. You know what I mean? And fixed the wrong part, and put the backlight in upside down and soldered it in place upside down. I'm going, fuck me, it's still not working. Well, it would be if we held the keyboard up the other way around. But I was never any good at working on stuff while the owner's there watching.
Yeah.
So
there's always an element of pressure, isn't there, when somebody's like that?
Well, what it was is I was being more careful than normal, and when you're more careful, you fuck up.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going with your inner flow, and you're second guessing yourself.
Yeah. Well, not only that, there's a distraction because you're generally talking to the owners as well.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I
me
mean, Brooksley was chatting away like 90 to the dozen. That's when he wasn't being sexually assaulted by dogs.
Oh,
And the
fuck.
thing is,
The ending. Go on.
but he's allergic to them.
Is
Yeah. And he's asked by about 4 or 5 o'clock, his antihistamine was wearing out.
Shit.
And he stayed for dinner. He had risotto. Now Fiona's risotto is famous, right? It's it's famous for not killing people, but it's also good for getting into bank vaults. But it's really, really delicious. You know, I can't remember what the name of the Italian cheese she puts in it and all this stuff. Anyway, and yeah, he was loving that. But in the meantime, I think he was just getting bigger and swelling up. You know, because the dogs were like, oh, fuck, man, they loved him. They were all over him.
I was like that at Synth Festival.
But you know, it's like, especially Nelly. I mean, Nelly just wants to be everybody's, hairy coat. It's like, on ya, you know.
Well, see, that was the thing. That's what made me chuckle when I was up at yours. Is the fact that Siri was trying to fucking climb inside you.
Yeah.
Just laying up your back and
Well, the way she'll go to sleep around my collar, or around my neck rather, because that's why we call it dog collar, because you literally wear her like a collar. And she just curls up and goes to sleep and then snores. You're trying to watch a film or something like that, and all you got is.
My staffy used to be like that. My staffy used to snore, bastards. Yeah, bless. Yeah, funnily enough, you talk about Andrew being allergic. Litman was it a week ago?
Friday, yeah.
Friday.
Yeah.
Found out she's allergic to dogs as well.
And dust.
Really?
And dust. So, but I mean, she gets up in the morning, sneezing like a machine gun all the time. She gets some antihistamines down her, and then she's all right. But yeah, they've just tested her, and she's allergic to dogs. So we got to be really careful.
Is she able to have the antihistamines that you can get over the counter, as opposed to, a nasty, powerful one?
We're going to get it on script, but yeah, she can accommodate dogs and things like that as long as she's had some form of antihistamine, she's all right. But yeah,
it's getting more and more common. It really is.
Yeah. But there you go.
If
I had to point a stick at anything, I'd say additives in food.
Yep.
Oh, without a doubt. You've only got to look at the the illnesses that have become more prevalent in the last 40, 50 years, and it's the changing shit that they're putting in them.
Example.
The boy, what was it? He grew up with allergies and fucking intolerances and all sorts.
It was food. It was wheat, gluten, egg, dairy, and nuts.
Wheat, gluten, egg, dairy, and nuts.
And then he outgrew that, and then he's celiac.
He's celiac now. Fucking hell. How long's he been diagnosed? 4 years, isn't it?
It's about that,
about 4 years. His growth was stunted.
Yeah.
He's 50. So we had him. We got him up to Bristol, and they stuck a camera down his neck. And the moment he got a celiac diagnosis, and we put him on the right diet, he took off, and he's like 6'2" now.
Wow.
It's massive. He's 15 years old, 6'2", and it's all down to having the correct diet. It's insane how much the difference it's made.
You're right, dickhead.
Just telling Kent about you and your allergies, darling. Yeah. Because Guy went to see him yesterday, and he's allergic to dogs as well.
I'm allergic to life.
You're allergic to life. That's nice.
Cheers. Allergic to dogs?
Bless.
Because TV will be off.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like Fiona. She's allergic to hard work.
Oh dear.
Honestly, God, when we started doing that path down there yesterday, right? And we're pulling up weeds, and there's the mud must be I don't know, 2 or 3 inches deep, and it's all compacted, and it's full of acorns, loads of them. And started on this, and after about 10 minutes or so, I'm there with the rake, and I'm trying to break up all this mud and everything on the path. And I turn around to ask her a question. She's nowhere to be seen. So, and I go, all right, where is she? So I've gone into the garden. Oh, no dogs in the garden either, which is a bad sign. I go into the kitchen. She's in there drinking a cup of tea. I went, I thought you were, yeah, I'm just going to have a cup of tea first.
Supervisor in
What?
the kitchen.
You were down there. You had a cup of tea before you went down. Yeah, no, I'll be down in a minute. Yeah. 25 minutes later. I've done about 8 foot of the path, and she turns up. Right, what do you want me to do? Fucking the rest of it,
The rest
really.
of it.
Yeah. So we did half
Oh.
of it, and I was absolutely, mate, I was shattered. And I come
bet.
in, I'm absolutely covered from head to foot in mud. And I go, oh shit, PSN starts in about 20 minutes. Bit of a shower, get changed real quick.
Oh, I had to laugh at the end of PSN last night when the credits had rolled and you all came back up on the screen.
Yeah. He goes, Andrew goes to me, he goes, yeah, you'll have to end the broadcast, don't you? I went, oh yeah, probably do, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Because
that
it's
was
weird,
funny.
because he was kind of running the show, but he didn't have any of the privileges. Whatever you call it. So I think that's one thing that Robbie will have to fix when he gets back from the France. And yeah, I mean, it went a lot better than I thought it was going to, and it went an awful lot better than Andrew thought it was going to.
It was a really good show. It was, you know,
he'd been shitting himself all week.
Oh fucking hell!
About
No,
it. I thought it went brilliantly, actually.
Yeah.
It did get a bit bum squeaky at one point because it's like 20 seconds to go and the show's going to start, and we still haven't got David.
Oh.
So I phone him. There's no answer. I'm like,
oh shit.
Okay, well look, we can't. Let's not be late, right? And just go. No, we can't be. Let's not be late. We've done all this prep. Can't be late. I'm like, okay. So he goes, right, we're off then, and he hits the intro, and off we go. And so it plays through the intro, and then he goes, hello and welcome to PSN, blah 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 blah, and then goes, oh wait a minute, we're not online. I mean, oh no, we're not. So I thought, hang on a minute, I've got to start the stream. You get the video ready. I start the stream. So I start the stream and I go, right, and action. He's got right. So as the music played, we're putting in the chart, and we heard this track before. Yeah, it sounds familiar. You sort of like shit DJ or something.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, so it played it again, and then sort of like it was actually online that time. So it's like, oh god, if they knew what was going on behind here.
He's brought something different, hasn't he, Longhurst? Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
It's you got a nice, diverse set of opinions.
Yeah,
on the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah. See, I've always considered that personally that my opinions are actually quite worthless. They're there more for fill the holes and be entertaining where possible.
No.
And that's kind of it. Because half this stuff you go, especially when they're doing the news, right? And they're going, oh, you've got this new piece of kit come out. And then Robbie will say to me, so what do you think of it? I mean, no, this is the first time I've fucking seen it. And I'll go, oh, yeah, no, it looks all right, blah, 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 first impressions and all the rest of it, without really knowing anything about it.
Gotcha.
Sometimes I get to be able to do the, check it all out beforehand. And which is fine. And then I can give a response to it. But ideally, it's when things come along where it falls into my purview and I'll be able to talk about it. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's like when I went on Rans this afternoon, because they're saying about they didn't really know
whether that coal bowl really sounded like a coal ball or not, because there's rocking horse shit. And I've worked on two keyboard versions, and and I said, so I went on and said, yeah, look, it's like rich, creamy, Rev 2 Prophet 5 kind of filter. It's big, but it's warm and round and encompass, like large breasts, basically. If you had to put a filter into breast size, they are Chesty Morgan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the coal bowl is sort of Chesty Morgan.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of thing where like the MS-20 they suggested. I said, well, yeah, that's more. They're small little pert ones, but they will poke your eye out if you turn them up too much, and that's kind of the thing. So, and it's always have something you can use as a common frame of reference, and breasts is always a good place to start. That's where I start, I must admit. So, it just works. So, yeah. But like you say, Andrew brings in something else because of his musical and video background.
Yeah, but you bring the deep technical knowledge. That's what you bring.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes the technical knowledge just isn't needed.
It's still the opinion is still valued. Valued.
Yeah, but there again, it's just an opinion. At the same time, I don't wouldn't want people to take on board something that I said and run with it.
Yeah, but backed up by many years of experience and having had hands-on on so many different machines. There aren't many people in the world who've had access to the kind and scope of machines that you have.
Yeah.
And therefore that alone is the opinion people listen to, purely because of your experience. That's why,
Yeah.
When you talk about,
I was always aware though of certain opinions would be tainted because when people talk about JP8s, for instance, right? Now you love the JP8, right?
Yep.
And if the money suddenly fell in your hands, you just go and buy one, right? Now, in the grand,
not after his last week.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, right? JP8s are massively overpriced at the moment. They as a synthesizer, they are not worth that. But as a synthesizer in terms of what's the words, sound prominence, the Jupiter 8 hasn't got it, right? You can listen to a record and you would be really hard pushed to know whether there was a Jupiter 8 on it or not, as opposed to a Mini Moog or a CS80 or a PPG Wave 2.3 or whatever. Yeah.
Prophet 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the reason, and it seems, I mean, this is 40 years on, so it's all right. It won't offend anybody. Back in the day, the reason why the Jupiter 8 made such a big impression on everybody is that there'd be people who had their OBXs and their Prophet 5s, right? And when it came to touring, they didn't want to take them. They needed something that was going to be reliable. And so something that had a reliable auto tune would always fire up, easy to load in the patches and everything like that. Ideal. So they leave the Prophet 5s and the the OBs and what have you at home and tour with the Jupiter 8s, even though that keyboard is not on the singles that they're playing on stage at all anywhere. But because that's where people got to see them, they assumed, oh wow, this Jupiter 8 must be fantastic. It's everywhere. It's on everything. But it actually wasn't.
There's the top of the pops argument as well, where they just say, oh fuck it, use that mine with.
Well, yeah, but you see, like half the bands used to go on top of the pops. I mean, Tiny was telling me about this. half the bands that go on Top of the Pops, the people at the BBC would phone Tiny and say, we need a Fairlight, we need an E2, we need a Jupiter 8, we need 2 minis, we need this, that, and the other. And he would deliver all this stuff, and it would get put up on the stage for the various bands to play. They wouldn't come with their own gear, but they would use the stuff they were planning on touring with once the single has, made its impression, and or were the instruments that were used on that particular single. But very rarely did the band ever bring their own gear with them. And yeah, so I mean, he made a fortune, didn't it? But this is the thing. So you'd have these people use Top of the Pops as literally like a sales brochure. So there's a band on that you really like, and they're playing a key, and you go, "What the hell is that?" And it says like ARP on the back or something, and you go, "Oh wow!" So okay, it's an ARP. So on Saturday, me and my mate will nip up to Rod Argent's or Chase Music or wherever it is up in town, and have a go on one of these and see. But and 9 times out of 10, you would get there and you'd play it, and you go, "This doesn't sound anything like what I heard on the TV." Going, well, what? Yes, actually, there's the audio out. Don't remember seeing that plugged in when it was on the telly, and all that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, up to a point they would. So, but you'd see things like once you became more knowledgeable about this, because there wasn't a lot of press around. The early sort of like 78, 79, and the whole synth thing was really beginning to start to make an impression. And actually getting into, everyday music, because it was always sort of like arty-farty and in the distance before that. And, you'd see bands that are playing chords on ARP Odysseys, And you go, wow, the ARP Odyssey's polyphonic. Wow. And you look in the back of the mag and go, wow, it's only 899 quid. And it's polyphonic. Let's go and look. Might be able to get some HP on it. And you go, and it's duophonic at best, And they go, but we saw people playing chords. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah. Maybe they're miming. And it was
the drummers. It was the drummers that fucking made me realise, because I never really paid attention. It was the drummers that I always used to watch when you could work out when they were miming because of the way they'd hit the cymbals. They'd fucking miss them.
Yeah, yeah, because the actual studio mics would pick that up, and had to be really careful how they played the drums. Otherwise, they'd be hearing it over the top of it. Yeah. There's lots of that, mate. Lots of that.
Fucking funny looking back at it now, though. Yeah.
But what always used to make me laugh is all the people who'd be dancing in the background, completely disinterested in the music, and they're just going.
We're on telly.
And then the camera comes on, it's all.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah. So I've been to a couple.
Have you?
Yeah. I've been to a couple of Top of the Pops, and the words cattle market spring to mind.
Yes,
the assistant director really needed was the cattle prod. Go right over there. Go over there. Now stand over. Now you dance over there, right? You go, oh, okay. But it'd be there was one which it was harp and violin. The band weren't there, but it was harp and violin, and it had birds twittering in the background. I think it was about number 38 in the chart at the time. And they played this single, and everybody in their studios going, "Oh, how do you?"
Oh fuck!
So and they go, and the guy goes, "No, it's all right. They're playing a video to this." Okay. So, fuck me, mate. It was ridiculous. Oh, my youth. Oh dear, the things we got up to. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's say
we are. I mean, for instance, me and 2 of my friends, we were actually responsible for a Citroen 2CV ending up in the Thames.
Oh,
It was.
you know-
It wasn't our 2CV.
you come on, how was this a drunken fucking maneuver?
We were a little worn, little worse for wear, one would say.
Slightly
And it was
inebriated.
open. We were all sitting in it, and then somebody let the handbrake off, and it started rolling, and we just jumped out. We go, I thought you were going to stay in it. Well, I thought you were going to stay in it. Just watch this thing going down the road, and it just went sposh, and it just rolled off and into the Thames.
Mind you could break into them fucking things with a teaspoon, couldn't you?
Oh, good God! Do you know what harsh language used to make the glass break on them? You don't know. But it went in the water, and it stayed there for ages and ages. And we thought,
Synchrotron
is it
just
ever
said
gonna
it probably floated.
yeah. It floated for ages. We thought we better go. We better go catch a train now.
Oh,
We just
God.
drowned somebody's car. Let's go. So, God, the shit we used to get into, mate. It's unbelievable.
Yes. Some things are best left back then, aren't they?
Have you ever been invited to a party, and then when you get there, you realise you were definitely not the people that should have got invited?
Oh yes, many times.
Yeah,
many times.
we were all dressed up. At the time we were very much into our Duran.
Yeah.
Right. I had the Nick Rhodes hairstyle at the time, if I remember rightly, something similar to that, and 2 or 3 of my other mates were, and so it's all, brightly coloured, pastel shaded suits and all that sort of thing, right?
Mhm.
And we should have known there was something wrong when we arrived at the address we were given. It was a derelict house, and we thought, all right. And there's lots of music blaring out, and none of it is Duran. In fact, it's about as far away from Duran as you could possibly get. And we stayed for a while. We had a drink anyway while we were there, but I've never seen so much leather in all my life, and studs and orange spiky hair and stuff like that. And
Oh fucking hell!
Yeah, mate, we were just sort of like so out of place. It was unbelievable. But then we had a drink, and we were getting some looks, and we go, time to go, I think, mate. Yeah, it's time to go. So we all lumped back into your mate's Mark III Escort and disappeared. Because I think everybody else come on either bikes or bats. It's like the bats parked in the car park sort of thing. And dragons. It was like, yeah, I mean, it was chains and leather and Christ knows what else. I mean, the girls were very, very tasty. I didn't like legs went up that high. So yeah, it was a party. We would have liked to have stayed, but we didn't. But anyway, we did hear later on that eventually it was busted. Several meat wagons turned up and arrested most of the people in the house for hard narcotics, amongst other things. So
looking like Nick Rhodes saved you from getting nicked. There you go.
we'd gone by the time they turned up. So,
that's what I mean. It saved you from getting lifted. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could have stayed if we didn't look like complete prats. So, it looked like a nun turning up at an orgy kind of thing.
Oh.
Sort of like, oh, this can't be right. So, oh, I don't know. Actually, I wonder how I got through puberty alive. To me.
Oh fuck! Your analogies.
Kent analogies.
Oh, yeah.
Kent's analogies. Oh fucking! I'll have to spend years going back over your videos just picking them out.
Oh, I used to do all sorts of stuff. I did. What was the one I did? Something I said a couple of days ago. Oh, it's Fiona. She was saying, what do you fancy for a quick lunch? I said, I don't know. I said, what can we do? And she says, look in the fridge and stuff like that. And she turns around and she goes, toad in the hole. I went, Oh, that's that's the chapter from Watership Down I didn't read. Yeah, it's stupid shit like you know what I mean?
I told my mum the story of the hairbrush last week.
Oh my, excuse me a minute. My camera's having a psychotic episode. Let me just put it into a standard mode. There we go. Yeah, the hairbrush.
Told my mum, yeah, and she went, "How the fuck has that man survived that long with her?"
Yeah. I know. Yeah, that was quite a lump. That was quite a lump.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, how
Hello,
far
dear.
away from you when she pinged you?
Hello.
Oh, 12, 13 feet.
Oh, it's a good fucking shot then.
Oh, yeah. And it had a good degree of momentum behind it. Made me see double.
And I'll tell you what, I bet you.
Now?
Eh?
I said, what have I missed? What's Fiona wanged at you now?
Oh, no, this apparently is the last time.
I was just in Kent. I told my mum, and she just said, "How the fuck has he survived this long?" Comments like that. That was it. She just laughed. I'll tell her.
Oh, I've done much worse.
Oh, I know. You've told me stories of them.
Much stuff I couldn't even repeat on
Andy
here.
is quiet. He's not said anything yet. So, is the mic quiet?
It is quite quiet.
What's going on with this thing? I can't give it an awful lot more gain. I'm gonna have to get one of those cloud box things that you've got.
Yeah, they're really good.
Cloud lifter.
Oh,
Yeah.
cloud lifter.
Anyway, have you stopped swelling now, Andy?
Have I stopped what?
Swelling.
Stopped swelling.
He's not referring
The
to any
dogs.
specific part of your
Dog.
body,
Oh,
by
I
the
see.
way.
Oh no, it doesn't do that. It just makes my eyes go and sneeze. I don't blow up like a balloon. It's not. It's no anaphylaxis. Just
It was meant to be a double entendre, but there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, how are you?
Not very good at double entendres today, clearly. Although I do know what those hieroglyphs on your T-shirt are.
Go on.
Well, the top one is Smenkari. The one next to it is Ramesses II. The one after that is yeah, Tutmos of the Third.
Damn clever, them people at Roland.
You see that? Playing with my nipples and all sorts she is.
Oh dear.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Lovely-
no, I
lovely
won't do any
four-up
more
algorithms.
feet jokes with Fiona.
Yeah, probably.
I have promised. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Hello, everybody in the chat. Hi, Andy in the chat. Hi, Simon. Hi, Culture of Ghosts.
Swollen.
Half God,
Somebody
half
just
beast.
swollen belly. Oh, good God.
Swollen bellend. Well.
Oh, you've had a good day then, haven't you?
No, that was after the op. It was very sensitive. Andy's too. Oh, fuck. Can you turn me up at your end, Ken? Because I can't make this any louder, really. Here.
I don't know. How would you do that?
Am I on the right mic?
It's not fine
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
That's way up into the. Well, when I do that, I've got to shout at you all. Oh.
All right,
I do find that those pod mics can be quite quiet though.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Because that's what when I'm at home, that's what I'm on.
It is a dynamic rather than a condenser. So
yeah.
I don't want to have to go and spend £100 on a little box just that makes this thing louder. It's irritating. Because they're quite pricey, those cloud lifters.
Yeah, but they're worth it. No.
Eat the mic, point it near. But, I mean, I'm not kidding. Right? Say point it near your mouth. I'm actually licking it. Right?
There you go. Like that.
No, it's touching me, Gob. I don't think I can be bothered. Oh, right, okay. I'll have it right near. So when I'll say no more. How's that? Have you got auto gain set on the? Have I got auto gain set on the stream?
Oh, and your StreamYard settings.
Settings. Audio. Reduce mic background noise. Is that automatically adjust my. Hang on a minute. Right, how's that?
Yeah, okay.
How's
That's,
how's that? How's that? How's that?
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Oh right,
That's
okay,
lovely.
lovely.
Oh, there you go.
1 millimeter from man. I've been banging my teeth on it and everything.
I know what I've
Has
got
it
to do
done
to
the
get
job,
home and
mate?
set mine.
Say again, Matt. Sorry.
I said I know what I've got to do when I get home and sit and use mine.
Yeah.
Oh,
so-
what
yeah,
are you showing me now?
What?
She's showing. Oh, for fuck's sake! She's showing me weird shit.
Oh. I'm more intrigued
Yeah.
now than was before.
It was somebody doing pottery, and they were, how can I put it? Shaping the neck of a vase.
Oh, phallically pottery
You got
type
it.
thing. Okay.
Yeah, just like that, love. Yeah.
Yeah. Phallic pottery.
Bless.
It's a thing.
Mm. Yes.
Ham wallet.
Bob Harris.
Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear.
So when you back to school, then, Andy?
Oh, did you have to mention that word?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monday.
Monday. Oh, they're not back
Monday.
till Wednesday down here.
There'd be what? Sorry.
They're not back till Wednesday down here.
Well, our kids aren't back until Wednesday.
Right.
We're in Monday, Tuesday for one of those lovely training days. And I will be being trained by sitting on my arse while people talk at me ad nauseam about statistics in which I have zero interest.
Question:
will I be
How
able
long?
to-
How long have you been a teacher?
Forever.
What training do you actually need?
Oh, all the time. I mean, some
Really?
training is actually good because there's new bits of technology. There's new things that come in. I mean, for example, we have to do safeguarding training every year. So part of it will also be the safeguarding, and you have to sign to say you've done it. You've got to fill in a little test at the end to show that you've gone through it all. It's a ball ache, but I suppose it's one of those modern necessary evils.
Yeah.
And sometimes there are things which you think, oh, I'd like to know more about that. For example, we had a session about using ChatGPT to generate teaching materials. How effective is it? How much time can it save you, or does it just cause you more time because you've got to then go and correct things or edit things? And actually, it was remarkable. I was really quite taken with what it can do. So there are things like that. But it will be. I mean, tomorrow we'll be going through all the exam statistics and talking about this, that, and the other, and I'll just sit there feeling crap.
Yeah.
You know, I hate it. I absolutely loathe it. I'd much rather go and spend the 2 hours that will take, you know, copying kids' names out into my mark book. That'd be much easier, much more fun.
Because your school was built in, what was it, 2006?
Yeah, we're not closed because of dicky
Yeah.
concrete.
There's none of that aerated dog shite in that particular building at all.
Yeah.
Fucking paper mache schools now, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
Cresshead's also mentioned ChatGPT for kids doing homework. It's a thing. That's another thing that we've had to take on board. I mean, all right. I mean, when you're talking, 11, 12-year-olds, that sort of thing, it doesn't really matter. But when you're talking sixth formers and those sort of exams, you've got to have a sort of weather eye out for whether this is plagiarised or not. And it's going to be a big issue in the next couple of years, because you have to know your student, and is your student capable of generating that sort of language, either in a foreign language if you're teaching languages like I do, or even in English. You can tell from the way something is written whether that student has written it.
Hmm.
You really can.
Yeah.
So
in the same way, you can tell a spam email that's come from China.
yeah. There's the tone register, vocabulary, all that sort of thing comes into it. It's been, I mean, that the stuff on ChatGPT was actually really quite fascinating, and the spotting plagiarism. I mean, you might think, well, you can. the sort of the things that occur and how students try to slide it in without you noticing and that sort of thing. And then, of course, there are whole bundles of them, of course, who know that that's just cheating themselves, really.
Yeah.
But it was useful. So yeah, after all this time, there are still things where in inverted commas, training is useful and often enjoyable. And then there are times when it's just tedious and boring. This isn't really training; it's just feedback, which I don't want.
Hmm.
So,
Rather be at home.
quite. I could have stayed at home for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
Phone it in, mate.
No, not on the first day of term.
Yeah. Well,
Unless I really am dying a horrible death on Monday morning, no, I'll be going in. I mean,
Go and
otherwise, I
visit
should-
and don't take any antihistamines. That's the way.
I don't get it. I really don't, mate. There's fucking houses everywhere. I mean, you look in any direction, there's fucking houses. They can't be that hard to find.
but we need one with a studio. We need 3 bedrooms. We need a downstairs loo.
Yeah.
We need a garage.
Uh-huh. We can have this one then. Have this place.
well, there won't be any garages down there because they're all garages, aren't they?
Oh, sorry, yes, it's a garage in the
I've always called it a garage.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
Garage. It's always been a
External
garage. isn't it?
storage. That's what they are down here.
Say that again, Matt.
I said they're external storage rooms down here.
Yeah.
Not fucking. I've never seen a car parked in one down here yet.
Well, it's the same up here. Nobody.
Most garages that were built can't take modern cars, can they?
No,
Unless you
they
drive a
can't.
little sewing machine like I do.
Well,
Actually,
admittedly, I mean, our garage was built in, 1967, and you cannot get an S-Type in it. I know, I've tried.
Yeah.
You can't close the door afterwards.
I mean, actually, the house we put the last offering on, which has been rejected, had a really nice, good-sized garage. So we would have been able to get our car in there if we ever bothered. But it's for the motorbike as much as anything,
Oh,
and maybe a studio in the future if we can.
boys and their toys, Ian.
I know. Yeah.
Talking of cars, actually, we took the Chrysler up for its pre-MOT today. And apparently,
Pre-MOT?
yeah, it's safer. You do a pre-MOT,
Yeah.
and wanted to go around it, and then they advise you on stuff and all that. And basically, Fiona says, basically, it's sort of like the guy's going, sort of like, cost ya. Right. And she goes, no, it's all right. My boyfriend, stroke husband, stroke life partner will correct it for us. So we had a look and see what it needed. It was like, well, 4 tyres. Well, we knew that. We might as well get wheels with it while we're at it, because she's curbed the shit out of all of them now.
Oh.
So, I mean, honestly, these wheels used to be a lot wider than they are now. And they're like bicycle wheels now.
They're bloody not. I saw those wheels and I was thinking, God, how much does a tyre for that cost?
What, on the Chrysler?
Yeah. Oh, the Chrysler. Sorry, I'm
Oh, the
thinking,
Chrysler, yeah.
Mustang.
No, the Mustang it costs the same price as another Mustang.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little story. Do you remember a couple of weeks back there was a woman in a Range Rover had an accident and killed 2 kids in London?
Yeah.
In a park.
I don't
School,
know the
front
ins
of
and outs.
school.
School.
It was
Oh,
a
okay.
School playground.
As a direct result of that,
Yeah.
2 people went and attacked the Land Rover garage my son works at, and in less than 10 minutes slashed 160 tyres in retaliation for that happening.
What?
They've put this out. It was it was a Range Rover. These fucking cars ought to be banned. We're going to go and
Yeah.
attack them. 160 tyres in less than 10 minutes.
How
And it's-
ridiculous that is.
They can't
doesn't
ban
solve
Range
anything,
Rovers.
does
What a car thief's going to steal? You know, they're the easiest car on the planet to break into.
Do you know
I've
what
heard.
the final bill for tyres was?
Oh, come on.
Oh, God.
48. 48
Yeah.
grand for tyres alone.
Yeah.
You could buy a house for that.
Where?
Wales.
Zimbabwe.
In Wales.
Oh, in Wales. Yeah, but who wants to live in Wales?
Parts of Durham. County Durham, that is.
County Durham probably
Yeah,
as well.
Parts
yeah.
of South Yorkshire, you might be able to pick up a small terraced house for that.
Because of that accident.
Constantly
I
being
went and did
sexually
that.
assaulted by sheep.
It's pretty stupid. It achieves nothing. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know
it is-
anybody
it is
drives
kind
Range
of
Rovers anywhere,
Warped
but
thinking, isn't it? Really?
yeah, it's lunatic.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm inclined to
There you
have a
go.
lot of sympathy to say those cars shouldn't be on the road, but that's just me. You know, it's not going to stop people buying them.
No,
The only way to stop people buying them is to stop selling them, and that's not going to happen, is it?
of course it's not. Of course it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Burnley cars.
Yeah.
Mm.
yeah.
Oh well.
There you go.
Here we are again. Anyway, let's talk about this challenge that you two have got.
Oh,
Maybe 3. Maybe Matt should be involved.
Fuck off. Have you heard my music?
No, but that,
No,
I think
that's
it's about,
the problem.
as we said at Ramsey's show, it's about time that we did.
Yeah.
So why don't all those involved, when we put it out as an album?
Ooh. Oh,
Because
see,
the reason it wouldn't sell is I'd be on there.
Hey,
Matt, stop it.
behave yourself, you.
You could actually call it this one.
I reckon.
Because that's just
I reckon.
She's just. We could
I reckon
actually
he's a
call
quiet
it.
genius, mate, and he just plays it down all the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what would be a nice thing to do? Is somewhere in it, or to have a theme running through it, is to use the piano melody that Dom did on his last email.
Yeah. Now you're talking.
Do, 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 do. Slow it down. Use that somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you make
know-
that your challenge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ha, ha.
Okay, all right, I'll have a go.
Good. So there's
There
3
you go.
for the album. How long,
Gauntlet
Yeah.
thrown.
how
Now-
long are the pieces going to be?
Well,
Now,
actually,
be aware, good and kindly folk, that David Arnold is aware of the pub now.
Is he coming in?
When he gets time,
Good.
he says he wants to come in. He said it sounds like
Good.
a good laugh. He said the last time he was in a pub, he had to be more worried about getting out of it alive, because that's what pubs in Luton are like back then.
oh, yeah.
So he will be
Well,
aware.
Robson.
So
Well,
David
Inky's
Arnold.
in for it. Inky's up for it.
Think try
And then, if you like,
Arnold.
we can do a compilation album and give it
yeah.
to charity if you want. Give it
I
to Dom's charity.
Orb, you're in the chat, Steve, IIX Orb. I was sort of chatting to him last night as well, or was it this morning? I forget. Through Facebook, and
Was the sun up?
he's sort of interested in it. So I mean, I think it's a good idea. Why not? I mean, to do an orchestral
Yeah.
challenge, release it as an album. One of the ProSynth Network shows, the Christmas ProSynth Network show, could be a good place to
Yeah.
launch. Say it. We'd have to. Oh God, we'd have to get it ready, wouldn't we? Oh goodness me! What are we doing?
Get Robbie
Right.
involved.
Robbie
Get
could
Robbie to
do
do a
it.
track.
Yeah, Robbie.
You
Yeah,
could do the FM
absolutely.
orchestra.
The only reason I'm not putting myself forward for a track is with moving. I've probably got
That's no
enough on my
excuse.
plate. It is. It isn't.
No, I got to work.
Spongles album.
Same thing.
The Spongles.
Same thing, mate.
The Spongles.
Yeah,
It's got to be called the
You
Spongles.
said
hasn't
you've
it,
got to
really?
look for houses. You can just look out your window, all right,
Keith's in.
and you will
Keith's
see
in.
houses. Okay, online,
Okay.
it's all right.
I am looking online all the time. I get
Yeah.
emails from Rightmove saying, "We've just found you a house in Castle Carey. We've just found you a house in Bradford-on-Avon."
You'll not be able to afford Bradford on Avon.
Well, actually, I haven't seen any decent houses in Bradford-on-Avon. If I'm
Oh,
honest,
God, 'cause
not
it's
in our
proper-
price bracket.
Yeah, it's proper top of the notch.
It's a bit
Cotswolds,
pricey.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's nice. It looks like a nice place.
It's tall
It
and
is, it's
wooden
lovely.
terrace.
We saw this house we went to Castle Carey to see this house, and we like the town. The town's lovely. It's not as there's not as much going on as Frome, and that's why we quite like Frome, because it's all a bit arty and all that stuff. But this house in Castle Carey had an amazing garden, absolutely brilliant garden. In the garden was the guy was using it as a workshop, but it's a purpose-built. You could argue a studio. Just need to do some some sound stuff.
Yeah,
So the garden looks lovely. The house is really small, and it's got a lift. No stairs, just a lift.
Oh, that's
So
great until it goes wrong.
the estate agent's showing us round. I go up in the lift. Actually, the lift is supposed to be for 2 people. Me and Jane, who are not the heaviest people in the world, we get in the lift. It won't go with 2 of us in it. So I go up in the lift. Jane follows me. We have a look round, and it is too small because it's only 2 bedroom. And the second bedroom, which we thought was going to be another double, is really only a single. So it's like a converted cottage. It's really quite small.
Do you know what? It'd be really depressing to move into a house with a lift.
Oh well, I mean,
Because you know what you know what that's saying, don't you?
yeah, no, yeah. It gets better though. I get back in the lift to come down, and the estate agent says, "Make sure you keep your finger on the green button." So I put my finger on the green button. It goes down 6 inches, stops. So I take my finger off and put my finger back on. Nothing happens. I put my finger to go back up. Nothing happens. I try to open the door and it's below the floor level. I'm stuck there, and I'm thinking, this isn't selling it, is it really? And eventually, I managed to get the bloody things to go up so it would go down. But honestly,
No, you live in a house like that, you wouldn't be able to have egg mayonnaise sandwiches anymore.
no.
No.
But the garden was amazing, absolutely amazing. I know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's always something.
There is always
It's either
something.
the house is brilliant, or its
in
location
fact,
shit, or its location is brilliant. The house is okay, but the garden's horrible, and there's nowhere to park the car. And
the house we've put an offering on, it's a compromise. The rooms are slightly too small, but we can make that work. You know, it's in a really nice area of Frome, a private road with only 4 of the houses. It's a semi-detached. It looks amazing. Built in 2000. It's whether like I say, we're playing the game of we're waiting. And Monday I will put another offer in.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, what sort of price bracket are you working in?
Between 300,000 and 330,000.
Yeah.
We've sold this, happy to say, for 250,000. But there again, that's the going rate in this area. You know, houses don't really go for much more than that. Like I say, first person that came around bought it. We knew that we'd have to pay more, and we've got savings to accommodate that. But we can't really go much above. Well, we've done the sums. 330 is tops actually. Yeah. And then we're going to have to borrow a little bit of money from some family members to do that.
Because you really don't want to go down a small mortgage route, do you?
No, it can take you 10 grand to actually do all the solicitors and the moving costs and land registry and all that sort of bollocks. You know, that can cost you anything up to 10 grand. So we've got to factor that in as well. You know.
Well, we know you haven't found anywhere yet because the 700's still on the wall.
Yeah, well, that's not
if that was back in its box, we go, oh, hello.
Yeah,
something's going on.
Box for it. I need to. That's one of the few synths that hasn't got a box or a case. Ooh. So,
and it's one of the synths
I'm
that
putting
really
out the
needs
back
one.
seat of the car, mate. When we go down.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not going to be boxed.
Well, if you do move to Frome, Keith can recommend a good tattooist if you need your left buttock decorating.
No, thank you. I have no tattoos now, and I have no intention of getting any tattoos. But I am looking forward to go to there's a night. They have a night there, an electronic night, and it's
there's an EMOM. Yeah,
it's not an EMOM. It's something else. It's break beats or something.
Is that right?
Gaz.
There is an electronic
Gaz played
night.
it, but it's sort of like an EMOM. But you can't just rock up and play. They have, I think, 3 or 4 acts on, and
Right.
So I'll be looking to go to that and then play it.
Anyway, isn't there?
Sorry.
What about other? I was going to say that. What about other places in sort of Wiltshire area and
we did. We looked
Chippenham
we looked at Chippenham, and Chippenham's all right. I mean, we're quite at the centre of Chippenham town. There's an awful lot of bloody roundabouts at Chippenham. We haven't completely dismissed Chippenham, but we've been there 3 times so far. But
Devices.
We didn't like Devices, actually. We did look at Devices.
Funny you say that. I didn't like Devices either.
No.
Sorry. I had a nice Deviser.
We didn't like Trowbridge either. We looked at that. We didn't really want to live in the city, so...
Marlborough, Calne. those places.
Melbourne's
I
too
don't-
expensive. It's
Is it?
really, really expensive. Yeah.
That's the posh school, you see, isn't it? That does
Yeah.
that.
Well, anywhere within 100 miles of the NatWest building is completely off the books, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because down here is just fucking stupid.
Oh, it's bonkers, you know.
We've all moved seats. It's like musical chairs, this.
It is. Yes, I feel dizzy all of a sudden.
I feel very stagnant all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, yeah. You are the omphalos.
What about Hebden Bridge? Says as your head.
Oh,
not
far enough
Hebden
south.
Bridge.
Not far enough. You'd be going further north if you went to Hebden Bridge.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, part of the reason, obviously, is because of family in Exeter, family in Southampton, family in London. Poor old Jen's mum had a fall last week.
Oh God.
She fell. I mean, she's 86. She fell
Yeah.
all the way down their stairs. How the hell she didn't break something? I don't know.
Oh,
She was carried
all
off to
right.
hospital. She's back at home, and because we were only an hour and a half away, when we were looking at houses, we drove down and had lunch with them just to, I mean, she's up and she's about, and she's bruised, but
Yeah.
that's part of the thing is that Jane's parents are getting older.
Stony Bridge.
It's nice. It'd be nice for her to just go down and just do what she needs to do for them.
Well, here's an idea for you then, Ian. Move to Edinburgh, open a B&B.
Yeah.
That's where the money
know-
is, my man.
I know the perfect B&B. It's sort of stuck in the 1950s,
Yeah.
but it'd be a cash cow. I'd be able to buy Edinburgh, and I'd be able to have a second home in Frome. That would do it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty
You're doing
sweet.
it arse over tit.
Yeah. Because have you watched the video where the bagpipes start?
I haven't got to see the.
No, we're doing a
I haven't
review.
looked at them yet because
Yeah.
isn't the YouTube one comes out on Monday?
No, they're all out apart from the one on Monday is the audiophile radio show. So it's audio versions of some of the stuff we see with bits of music. Funny enough, Andy and Grace are on again.
Oh,
There you go. But we're doing this
Shameless
review,
promotion.
and we knew that every night the mine host had his guitar out in his kilt, showing scenes of not scenes of Scotland, not Edinburgh, to the clientele of the B&B, and then suddenly halfway through our video, all you hear is the drones of a bloody. And Jen's saying, "Actually, no, we can still continue." I said, "No, we can't. We'll have to wait till it finishes." Talk about bloody loud.
yeah.
And I hate bagpipes. Sorry, do. That's why I couldn't live in Edinburgh.
Yes.
Oh dear.
I love Edinburgh as a city. I mean, I think it's a great city, but I couldn't cope with the bagpipes.
Mm. Yeah. Well, it always was like trying to get a good note out of a soggy swan. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an acquired taste, shall we say. Now, is it the Ulian pipes, the Northumbrian pipes?
Yeah.
They're different. They're all right, actually.
Yeah, Northumbrian pipes. There are bagpipes all over the world. It's
Yeah.
we think of it as a Scottish instrument, but actually they're not. They are all over the place.
Yeah.
Even Germany. Even
Yeah.
Germany has them. Though you don't see them much, thank heavens.
Each to their own, I guess.
Yeah.
We've got synthesizers. They've got wind
They probably
instruments.
shot most of them in the late 30s.
The German word for I'm not going to rise, but the German word for bagpipes is great. It's one of my favourite German words. It's Dudelsack.
That's it. Yeah. We should do a
Doodle
Doodle
sack.
Sack album.
Doodle.
A Dudelsack.
Get your doodle sack out, go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right then.
It's great. It's just one of those words you can have a good.
It's a great word, yeah.
I
the
love-
album cover can be doodle sacks falling on London.
Bloody hell. Original synth.
Oh, come on.
Second-hand bagpipes for sale,
There's
£5,000.
more to Germany than that 9 years of history.
Yeah, but would that be version 1 or version 2?
Yeah, but at least we forget. I like to keep reminding people.
We were talking about, when was I talking about doodle bugs with? It was with Neil. Neil and I were talking about doodle bugs and V1s, V2. Anyway, I forget. The brain.
It was the V2s that were very, very destructive.
Yeah.
And I think, was it the V2s you didn't hear in
Yeah.
the same kind of way that you could with the
Well, they were
V1s?
supersonic, weren't they? So they would have landed before you'd hear them coming.
Yeah, because one landed on the fire station in Epsom and took the side of my nan's house out. The windows never ever closed properly again. So even in the 60s, you couldn't open the windows or close them. They went halfway and then they wouldn't go back down again. Where the whole house was bowed.
Was
So,
bent,
yeah.
Sorry. The Red Hot Chili Pipers.
It's a great name for a band. I've heard them actually. Yeah.
Actually, there is, isn't there?
There is, yeah. There is.
Yeah, there is a Red Hot Chili Pipers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful.
Hmm.
That is true. Hans used bagpipes for June, but they weren't. They weren't masked, but they weren't dominant to the extent that.
I think the
solo
word you're looking
bagpipes
for
are.
is heavily processed.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah. Played in a bin.
Maybe
Full of
bagpipes should
water.
always be played in a bin.
Yeah. Full of petrol.
In a sinking 2CV.
Yes.
Gary Piper and the Union over into.
The owner might be listening, you know. Oh,
Oh, no, was it?
it was that little fucker that did it. the one in the bloody Zimbabwe shirt. Get him. I did something this evening, at some point today. I don't know. Should I say? Yeah, I'll say it. Fuck it. I played for the very first time, to my knowledge, on here with BBC Orchestra's harp and the virtuoso thingy, the Philharmonic violin on the Rolly, right? And I played them together, and I found myself playing the thing to Schindler's List.
Oh yeah.
Never played it before, and played it badly the first time, then played it a lot better the second time, and when I got to the end of it, it made me cry. I've never had a piece of music do that before.
Oh, I have.
Or at least while I'm playing it.
Not what. Yeah. Not what. Yeah.
I mean, if you listen,
I've
to
had other
stuff like
people's
that.
music make me cry, but never my own.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've done music that's made just everybody cry, to be honest, but for the wrong reasons. But I don't know. It was sort of like a bit of a wow moment, but also a sort of like a bit. I don't know. It's almost a sort of. It's a bit masturbatory, isn't it? If you're playing it yourself and it makes you cry, it's sort of like
Well,
you've done it to yourself, sort of thing.
Self-indulgence. But no,
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's much better than masturbatory. I remember that in future. Self-indulgent. Yeah, that offends far less people.
Like
No.
it's ever Matt here before.
Yeah, make a note. Stop saying masturbatory and say self-indulgent.
It wasn't tears in your eyes.
I saw some bird the other night in the field being self-indulgent. Oh dear. No, sorry, no. Yeah, and it was just sort of a bit of a wow moment. That's never happened before. But I put a lot of that down to the Philharmonic's solo violin. It's very, very good. So it produced all
got that
the right
emotion.
Yeah.
You can
all
get the
right
emotion by the
actions and
articulation.
sounds to it. Yeah. Masturbate then cry. Oh God, you're talking about my life here. I think that's on my
Now
CV.
stop it, Matthew Evans. Just behave yourself, you. Stop putting yourself down.
Oh, yeah. Stop that.
There's no
Change
such
the
thing.
whole
But,
lot.
There's no
You
such
know-
thing as bad music. You know that.
you know,
It's
you
just
can
music that
talk
you don't
yourself.
like.
You can talk yourself into being a bad musician. You can do it.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Yeah.
There are many who have done it before you. So
Well,
stop it.
Yes, all right. I'm told. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tugs, what's left of Fallout?
If you're playing notes and nobody in the room is throwing up, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's
Okay.
really. But if you play notes and it makes everybody in the room throw up, that's also good because it's a response.
It's
Everything is good, right?
It's
Everything
when-
is good.
It's when nobody responds to what you do.
Yeah. If it's met with nah, that's
So
killer.
it's okay if it's for people to think it's brilliant. It's really okay for people to think it's terrible, but at least you are getting a response.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you're met with indifference,
Mm.
ugh, horrible.
And I mean, the advice that David Arnold was giving last night was really, really sound, wasn't it? I mean, try and do things that nobody else has done. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've always found him to be one of those guys that he's a brilliant composer. He's very good at what he does.
Mm.
But there's no barrier stroke awkwardness with him that you do get with a lot of other quite successful composers. You know,
I mean, I went to a seminar. David won't remember. It was years ago because he came up to Newcastle and gave this seminar to the Northern Media Composers, which I am. It's sort of all fallen apart now, but I was a member of. And he was really, really brilliant. And he chatted to us for 2 hours. He told us how I got into the business and how difficult it is to get into film composing.
yeah,
And how many film soundtracks he'd done before he did. Is it Young Americans his first major? It's the one with Bjork, the Bjork song on it, isn't it? I think that was his.
I don't know.
pass.
Yeah, because he'd worked with the director on lots of like small films, short films, and then the director got the gig to do this film, and of course he called David straight away.
Yeah. Because it's funny because when he came here with a load of bits and bobs and everything like that, and I said, "Oh, are you gonna? What are you gonna do with the 80? Going to use it?" He said, "Yeah." He says, "I'm going to use it on. I'm actually working on a film score at the moment." I went, "Oh, okay." I said, "You done any other stuff, before?" And he went, "Yeah." I go, "Anything I might have heard?" He says, "Have you seen the film Stargate?" And I'm going, "Oh,
Yeah.
fucking hell."
Yeah. The first film he did was The Young Americans. Yeah, It's a good soundtrack actually. It's a really good soundtrack.
But I remember really, really liking the score to Stargate when
Yeah,
the
I
film
remember
came
it.
out. I really, really liked it. And I can't have you bastard. Oh man, I love that. I love that one. And what he did when he took over the Bond stuff,
Yeah.
where he sought out the original guitarist from the 60s films, and he needed to get that brass to do all that overblown stuff
Yeah, he was talking about
and
that.
make it 60s
Yeah,
again.
certainly.
Yeah. It's funny because he played us the demos of one of the Bond tracks where he mocked it all up himself, and we're all sat there thinking, actually, why did you then go and record it with an orchestra and everything? Because it sounds brilliant, but that's what film composers do.
Yeah. Yes, you're dead right, Matt. You see, that's your motivation.
Yeah.
That's your motivation, mate. There always has to be some glimmer of motivation behind it.
Yeah.
If you're because sometimes you can have somebody who's pushing you, and that doesn't always work. But if the person pushing you is inside you pushing, super.
Yeah. Your motivation.
And don't worry about posting stuff up. I've posted tracks up where I've listened to them a couple of weeks later and gone, oh my god, it's still got all the mistakes in it,
Yeah.
and it's not mixed, and oh my god, and it's not that good, and all the rest of it. And then people are going, oh, this is really good. I like this, because they don't know how you
people hear
think
it with different
you
ears.
thought it was supposed to sound like. They don't know that. So what they hear,
People
they
always hear it
Yeah.
with different ears than
Yeah.
Well,
you
like I
yourself,
say, the one that you did, the whatever you call it, fish bicycle to Croydon, the one you did on the Rolly and the Hydra, where you literally just filled your hand.
Oh, the fish bicycle one, yeah.
Not so-
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, she fell in love with that. She seriously, when we get married, she wants that. Seriously,
I'm
she
trying to.
loves
Yeah,
that
but
music.
is it one of my own tracks?
I think so. Because I remember you saying after I'd said that before that you say every time you play it, it changes.
Yeah, that's just because I'm shit at playing. Well, let me have a look. Maybe, did I put it up on Facebook or where was it?
I think it went up on YouTube.
It's fish bicycle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shall we go and look?
Fish bicycle to Croydon. Oh, it's come up. There you go.
Yeah.
There we go. Fish bicycle. Do I know that track? I'm trying to remember. Hang on. Okay. I'm just
You know what? I'll rip the audio from the video and fucking use that because.
Well, look, I'm wondering if this will actually, would you believe it, work? Because now I'm using Chrome.
it.
Yeah, now I'm using Chrome.
Share
It
it.
might actually work. Boom.
Babs has just stood up in the chat. She's the one that made the shirt.
Oh,
Oh, look at this.
yours is one of the. Yes, you mentioned that the 4-up t-shirts.
Yeah, it's one of Babs's. Babs's.
Yay,
Right.
Babs.
So we see if it works.
Go on.
for it.
Okay.
It's good.
I don't quite remember all of that, to be honest.
Well,
Love that.
I bet, Kent, I've done that, but you need to, you end up having to relearn it. Because I've done that before now, but that's great.
But it can't. I suppose you could say, yeah, all right, I composed it, but it's kind of based on every other track that sounds like that, if you know what I mean. That chord progression has a certain predictability to it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
But then it's probably a chord progression that I really liked that I heard on something else, and then just did something else over the top of it, kind of thing.
But I've done that.
Yeah. But even listening to that though, I can hear where I'm going. Oh, fuck, that was the wrong note. Oh,
yeah, but I mean that's just because if you think of it, it's a sketch demo, isn't it? Realistically,
yeah.
I mean, so you then just need to make it, go back, relearn it, take out the notes that you think need to be changed, and and then finish it off and get it out there.
Yeah. That's funny. I think I completely forgot about that.
I mean, I've done all that stuff about taking a chord sequence and reversing it.
Yeah.
Chord sequence you like, and then play it all backwards, all that sort of stuff. When you're looking for inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing I use all the time are these. No, not the synth trumps, but the old Brian Eno cards.
Yeah.
This one is, don't be afraid of things because they're easy to do. Use them all the time.
Yeah. It's weird. It can't be that long ago, can it? Because
It'll be
Rise
dated.
2.
Be dated on your YouTube.
Will it? Oh,
yeah, when you uploaded it.
Let's have a look here.
It's funny. I only put demos up on SoundCloud, and my most downloaded track, which it's been downloaded about 102 times, because it's all just is not anything that's ever been. It's never been put on an album.
Ah.
It literally is just. I don't even know how long it is actually. Oh.
There we go.
2.5 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, gentlemen.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Mon ami.
Bonsoir pour nous.
Bonsoir pour vous, oui.
Yeah.
Oui. Je ne sais pas.
Yeah.
Quelle heure est-il au Canada?
Ah, mais oui.
Il est 16 heures.
If you search Sazzle non-stop, you got non-stop 6-op as well, have you, later? Right, I got the 4-op one because that's what Matt's wearing. So
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. Almost.
6-op.
Good God.
6-op t-shirts. Yeah, non-stop 6-op. We got that one as well. We'll post the link for that. Doing big adverts for you, Babs.
Yeah, go for it.
They're really, really nice shirts. Get them done.
You're 20 PS short. Oh, 20. I'm 2 ops short. 20.
I'll take more water with it, Andy.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, Manny.
You need these. You need these.
Yeah. Need something to like.
20p, what?
Hello, bud.
20 PS, 20 fair.
Oh, mate.
Hi, Henrik.
Hiya, Henry.
We're all going to have to leave in an hour, aren't we, to go to yours? Sorry, Ken, but there's another party at Henrik's. Party at Henrik's at 10 o'clock.
Oh.
Now I can hear you. I heard you double.
A few breaks. Thank you, Manny. We appreciate that assessment. That's clearly a considered professional opinion.
Yeah, he's got a leak somewhere.
I had a lot of audio trouble here on loop. Now it's gone. So now I can hear what you say.
Yeah, you're all right now. Oh, cool.
Good evening.
I just said we're going to have to abandon ship in an hour, Henrik, to come to your party.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Yeah,
I'm
cool.
also a bit nervous because I've never tried to do something that solo before. So,
Hey, there you go.
Ooh.
yeah.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Well, I'm
mate.
not going to play, but I have made videos on the tracks from the album, so that's what I'm going to present.
Is it the full album?
Yeah.
Okay. So I downloaded it this morning. Bought it this morning,
Yeah,
but I've not
I
had
saw
a
it.
chance to listen yet. So I will have a listen.
I hope you enjoy it.
I'm sure I will.
Oh, cool.
So, but I've made some videos and I will play one video at a time, not all in one rap, but one at a time, and perhaps make a short comment on it. If I have anything to say on each track, I don't know.
Got a link. I'll try. We can try and find the link again. Just give us a tickety boo.
Masturbate first helps. With
Shall
nerves.
I?
Well, yeah, that's good. Actually, it's good advice. I'd go with that.
But not on camera.
No, on camera. Yeah,
Got it, Henrik. It's okay. I'll stick it
That's
in. So.
that's the OnlyFans page.
yeah.
Oh, just be careful putting the right link in. Okay.
Yeah.
But how are you doing? It's a long time since I've talked to most of you.
Doing good. Doing good.
Yeah. Still in one piece.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know much about Jeffrey or Jeffy.
Jeffy? Yeah, because it's the new Johnny, but as per Ken last week. No, I first time we talk, Henrik. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Matt, I know. He's the guy who's posting all the time on Facebook.
Always.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Have a presence. That's what it's like.
So,
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, though, Matt. I'd completely forgotten about it.
Oh no, like I say, I heard it and I liked it. It made my mum cry. She was like, "Oh," and she went, "Oh, we're getting married. We're playing that."
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Imagine if I'd played it nicely.
Oh, listen to you.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
listen to you.
No, mate, there were mistakes in that, weren't they? Let's face it.
Yeah, but
But it's a
There were
scratch demo.
errors. Yeah. No, I know it's good. No, I shouldn't be doing that because I'm trying to build up Matt here. There's no point. Oh God, everything I do is awful. I'm not going down that road. Can't do the do as I say, not as I do. Bloody number on you. That wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be good.
yeah, well, you were talking earlier about chord progressions are expected and things like that.
Mm.
And I'm stuck in the same place, right? Because I play something and I go, yeah, but that's a known chord progression. And then you try something else and it's shit.
Yeah.
Because
In your opinion.
No. I mean, I listen to it and I'm being very, I write something, I
I know what you
try
mean.
weird things, and it doesn't resolve. That's the thing, right?
Right, okay.
That's why
Yeah.
these chord progressions work, because they
They
resolve.
resolve, yeah.
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 Sometimes though, it's not a bad idea to have something that doesn't always resolve.
That's true, but at one
I've
point it
used that.
should. Right?
Sorry?
I mean, at some point it should resolve. Because I mean, you can have like
Not always, not
64
always.
bars of unresolved
Oh,
chords,
no, I see what you mean.
and
yeah,
then it gets you lose the listener because
Yeah,
you
yeah,
need
yeah.
to go back to a place of comfort.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Hi, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
Andy,
Oi.
Hi, Andy.
I think yeah. Sometimes when you think, oh right, let's try a different chord, and it might seem jarring
yeah,
to the progression, and it will because you're following a progression.
Mm.
So your path is already laid out for you, as it were. So I imagine, when you listen to people like Tomita, for instance, you'll find something to take you away from what you're listening to,
Yeah.
and then take you on a different journey all of a sudden. And
right.
you do that cleverly, and then you've got this new set of chords you can put. And so resolving that is where you can come back to that original melody again later.
Exactly.
Sort of thing. So there's 1,001 different ways of doing it. It's just finding the right one. But
Hey guys, sorry, I forgot to unmute. If it doesn't resolve, it's called jazz. So
Yeah.
No, but jazz,
exactly.
even jazz resolves.
I'm just joking. That's an old joke.
Yeah,
It is an old joke. It's
A
good
lot of
though.
it doesn't though. It's hanging there, like whoa, it's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, but no, that's right. But yeah, but like I understand what you're saying, and I agree absolutely that you can. But I think it's melody driven, right? Because the melody will bring the mood, really the primary emotion, and then you want to switch to you brought the listener to some kind of emotion, and you want to take them somewhere else.
Yeah.
And at the
Well,
end, you have
sometimes
the
a key
big
change
orgasm.
will do that for you, right? You
Yeah.
do. Vangelis will do it. You do a key change,
Yeah.
and it gives them the opportunity to then take it in a completely different direction from there. You know, there's a thousand ways of doing it. But what I've found is, because I'm the same, if you're in the, shall we call it the easy listening mode, where the chords are supposed to fit together very smoothly and not give anybody any rough rides or any bumps, right? And you want to put a different kind of chord in there to be more, you know, quirky, to be different, you could probably go through 200 chords before you find one that even remotely is going to fit.
Yeah.
So don't look for one that fits. Find a reason to make it work by coming up with one of those tricks of a key change, a change of speed, bring in something, bring in another instrument, to distract and lead you into a different path. Any of those sort of things.
Yeah.
Which you hear 100 times, but because you hear it on a, you know, you're listening to a Vangelis album or whatever, and you're used to it, and you're not really seeing the trick that was going on.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Sometimes you just do first or second inversion, and you've made a nice change. It's still the same damn chord. It's just, you know.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm using inversions to take you to a different scale. Yeah, I do that.
I mean, I love the chords that when you listen to the track and you listen to the chords that you know, it's like with what I've been working on, the second chord in this. When I listen to the original track, I can't work out what that second chord is, or at least how it's structured.
Yeah,
it's a very, very odd chord, and I listened to it. I looped the bit of the track, so it just played over and over and over again, and I kept trying to find all the notes in this chord, and I'm still fucking struggling. So in the end, I just went, do you know what? It's something like that. That'll do. Move on, because I'm not going to find it.
Yeah.
There's an app that'll help identify chords. You know, I'm just looking for it now.
There are a bunch of apps actually.
Yeah, and
I probably like 15 on my phone alone. So
what's really annoying?
This is on desktop though.
What's really annoying is I could probably find the sheet music for this particular track, but I can't read music, so I can't learn what the chord is from that either.
Well, you can decipher it.
You'd think, wouldn't you?
I mean, that's what I do. I have sheet music. I can't read and play at the same time, but I'll write the notes on a piece of paper. Okay, this.
Even I'm not quite sure what's going on when they show bits of music and they're going, I don't get it.
Okay,
so,
well.
But yeah, I mean, I told Andy about this, didn't I? What was the track called? Got my memory today. John Barry. All the Time in the World.
That's right.
Yeah,
No,
but
we weren't
not
talking about that.
not the music where what's his most sings on it. The orchestral bit that appears in the film with no lyrics on it. And I was trying to recreate that on here, and it was like. But this is when I realised I really lost the knack of being able to play to a metronome because it's been so long.
Yeah.
And I called up the editor, and it was like, "Holy shit! It's like Jackson Pollock painting. None of these things are anywhere near where they should be." And so I kept playing it to the metronome, and do you know what? It must have taken about 45 minutes, hour, before I was getting back where I could listen to the metronome and play at the same time. But still be hearing the metronome, because it's almost like as soon as I concentrate on what I'm playing, I stop hearing the metronome.
Yeah.
And I had to get that old skill back again, because it's been so long since I've properly sat down and tried to do some music.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that too.
Yeah.
I've just worked out what that app is. It's Decoder by it's Z-Plane Decoder.
Is it available on the pad of I?
I don't know about a pad of I have it on this Mac. Trying to remember which it is.
Hang on. Have a look.
Oh dear.
It's 50 quid, 46 quid.
Oh, but
it's
there's
not
free ones.
It's not perfect, but
right.
You can pick small sections of it to actually identify, so if you're just looking for a melody, it will help you find the melody. If you're looking for the chords, it will do the same. Because I'm really crap at learning songs from records. I was always really rubbish at that. So when I played in covers bands, they'll just tell you what key it's going to be played in. So I have to learn the original first, and then change, and then transpose to the key that they want to play it in. So that's what I bought it for.
Yeah, but there's free ones. So I think the one is called Chordify, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm looking at that one as we speak.
Chordify, it is free, isn't it?
Yeah, it is free.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's one called Suggester on iOS that's fun because it'll actually help suggest chords for you based on stuff you've already started.
Oh, okay.
So it leads you down a path, which is nice.
Yeah, or not, depending.
Well, I mean, it might be the path to ruin, but it'll be the path.
Yeah. All right, I'll try that one actually.
Then the free Chordify, because you have a pay option, but the free one, there's a certain number of minutes that you can put in. But I mean, if you're just looking for one chord, you just strip that part, 15 seconds, whatever it is, it'll spit it out for you.
Yeah,
but the nice thing about these apps is they're audio and visual. So if you're more of a sheet music person, you can do it that way. If you're more of I need to hear something that sounds good, they have it that way.
Yeah,
you have options. You're not just stuck doing one damn method.
In fact, there's Suggester 2 now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they keep updating it.
And next to it is Ukulele for iPad.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's a whole new area for you, Kent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Be busking with your iPad.
When I'm
You're lucky
cleaning
my
windows.
ukulele is next door.
Good man.
I'll leave it
Mine
there.
is here. Mine's right here, apparently. Yeah. And I love the way it has a picture of a woman playing a real ukulele. Yeah. That's just cheating.
See, that's why you cannot play it.
Nah, well, I've never been very good with stringed instruments anyway. I can't even knit.
That's not true because you can play piano.
Oh, no.
Very good, Andy.
Yeah, but you play the string for a distance.
Well, technically, it's percussion, isn't it?
It's a percussive string instrument, exactly.
Yeah, at least the strings don't go anywhere.
So now you got to try hammered dulcimer.
I love the sound of a dulcimer.
Yeah.
I love a dulcimer.
Earlier.
I do fake hammer dulcimer with my little harpy things. And you know what a valija is? I did some SoundCloud stuff with it. The valija is a Madagascar harp made out of a bamboo tube with bicycle cables for strings going across it. They didn't have technology over there in these poor areas. So they came up with these kind of cables for strings. Now they add real strings to it, the modern ones.
Right.
But it's this circular thing you hold in your hands, and you have to hold it a certain way so you don't mute all your strings. And it's this portable harp thing. You just, hold in your hands and pluck it. And I finally found one in France because they're impossible to buy anywhere else. I should have bought one when I was in Madagascar because the music was all over the place for that thing. Anyway,
I have worked a lot with strings, but also intaggers and that's a small joke. If you a programmer's joke.
Strings, the dollar sign,
Yeah, dulcimer and hang drum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just picked up one of those cheap.
Yeah.
How much do you pay for it, Andy?
I talked them down at Guitar Center because it was like a floor model. So what was it? was not much. It was like a couple $100 or whatever. It was like
Really?
$200 or whatever.
That's
Yeah,
really
because
cheap.
they usually start around 1,500 for a good one,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
easily like 3,000-4,000 for a really really nice one. But this was like a scratch and dent, and you know, I
Yeah,
have
you
it on
can
one
say
of my demos. I did a sound thingy with it.
I saw that,
One of my
Matt.
Yeah,
streams.
saw that.
Yeah, saw that.
But
True.
what I was going
but-
to say about the Valihia or any of the Harpy things, I figured with a metal pen, you can actually bounce it and do a hammer dulcimer effect with any of those little Harpy things, any of the zithers. You can get a nice little hammer dulcimer trick out of it with just a pen. But it has to have some weight to it.
Of course, like there's a 3-bar fire on in here. Hang on, I'm going to turn the 80 off.
I'm going to say it was for the 80, innit?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. It's great in the winter, but bloody hell.
I've asked to do the Hull EMOM, Andy.
Oh, have you? Okay, wicked.
Yeah.
Oh, let me.
Well, I gotta leave. Prepare the stream.
Go and get it set up. We'll join you in.
I'll have to watch it later, Henry. Have a good one.
Thanks. And Andy, Phono, if you want to join, you're welcome.
Well, I was going to pop out, just jump out. Are you going to? No, it's your thing. You do your bit.
Yeah, but
and I'm quite.
I will have David on too. So you're welcome if you want to. I will not make it open. I will only have a few guests.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Ken, you're supposed to smoke it, not bloody breathe.
No,
the
do you
whole
know what it
thing in.
is? I've got down to the dust and I breathed the dust in.
Oh, bad. Well, all right, Henrik, I'll jump in.
cheapskate.
Not sure how long I'll stay awake, but
I'll send you. Shall I send a link on Discord? I can't remember. I have you on Facebook too, don't I?
I think so. Yeah, Facebook's probably easier.
Okay, I'll do that. Great. Yep. Then I will leave. So have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, have a good
night,
have a
Henrik.
good party,
Henrik.
Henry.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good one, mate.
See you later, matey.
Thanks. Bye.
Ta-da.
Don't hide your vegetable. What?
Sound advice.
Yeah, never hide your vegetables.
Get it out whenever you can. Yep.
Oh, yes.
So Kent, after a big hearty cough like that, you're supposed to say, "I've coughed up more interesting things than you."
JX might think I was talking about him.
No.
Don't get me started. I'm a bleeding cough.
Oh, yes. A lovely string sound that is. Well, it looks like Mr. Arnold's fallen asleep. Oh. It wasn't confirmed anyway.
Are you supposed to come in?
He's just
Well,
let us down.
he said if he could, if he could,
no,
he
he's
would.
let us down. He's let us down.
So,
Maybe it's something you said earlier. I missed the earlier part of the show, so.
oh, it can't be that bad. I don't think we said anything really bad, did we?
No, not at all.
No, don't think so. Not in the usual sense. I did give away that I'd drowned a car, I suppose. That's about it.
Mm.
Oh, God. Yeah, so I successfully shared a video. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Getting good at this now.
It's almost professional.
It's only taken 2 years, but
Get yourself a little cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was quite funny that Andrew was actually working from a script last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like bullet points,
Yeah.
and it kind
That's not bad. I mean,
it
you
worked.
need-
No, it worked.
But he
It worked.
Look, we're not getting any
Yeah.
younger, so you gotta have some help.
No, he did
Yeah.
a good job. He did a good
Yeah.
job.
He'd really been worried about it. He really
Yeah.
got stressed out about it. I said, seriously, dude, there's no lynch parties waiting for you or anything. Well, yeah, depends how it goes, but it's all right. It works. Don't worry about it.
The bullet points are smart because you can just go on and on about a certain thing, and if you're totally out of gas, you go to your list and you keep going without being all scripted, phony, robotic.
Yeah.
When's Rob
Well,
back?
I suppose next week.
All right.
I'm supposed to be back Monday or something like that. Because I imagine the kids have to go back to school.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So be back for that. And but yeah. So, you know what we should do? What we should do is
do it.
Finish the pub at 10 and then all go over to JX3D's page.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I won't be here because I'm going to have to go in a few minutes because
okay.
I'm going to do an Ian. But if you're going
to
stay over there, or are you going to come back after his party?
I don't know. How long's the party going on for?
Don't know. How long? Length of an album, I guess.
Actually, the only person who could probably tell us is pissed off.
Yeah,
I thought he said he's just going to do one video. Is he going to just do one?
Is it just one
song?
video?
I don't know. No. I don't know. Andrew, attend. Attend.
Yes,
attend.
I'm attending.
All right, good one. How long is JX's party going on for? Do you know?
No idea.
Okay.
Well, you're bloody useless then, aren't you?
You're supposed to be the most knowledgeable one about it here.
Yeah. You're the one that's invited.
Yeah.
We just saw it happen.
What I thought we could do is we could close the pub at 10. We'll all go over to JX's party.
It'd be like a normal pub then, closing at 10, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Not
but then
Sunday.
we can. Then afterwards we can have a lockdown and come back.
Yay! I'll come back for the lockdown.
Yeah,
come back for the lockdown. Yeah, it's an album. When he's got an album, it's what 8 tracks on the album, I think. So, I think he's just said 40 minutes question mark. I would have thought that's probably.
But the question mark makes it inconclusive.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that is true.
Attend a wedding. What wedding?
He was there a minute ago. I suppose he's not in the chat now, is he?
Well, I guess it would be around an hour.
Yeah.
Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll all go over and support Eddie, and then Henrik. What did I say? Did I say Eddie?
Yeah, I thought you said Ellen. But,
Ellen. Yeah, let's go and support Ellen.
I think he said Edric.
He needs the support. I've heard.
Yorick, alas. Poor
Alas, poor Yorick.
Yeah.
Alas, poor
Beats
Yorick.
did miss
A man of infinite jest.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but where's the link?
Pandora Peaks, a woman of infinite chest.
Right, 1 second. I'll get the link. I'll give you the link to Henrik's any second. I'm doing it. I'm on it.
Get in there, boy.
Get it in there. Get it in. There we go. Voila. It's in the chat now, Jeffy.
Magnifique.
In the chat? Oh, yeah, I need to look at the chat then.
Yeah, pop out chat. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a tablet, so it's not the same thing. You know?
Oh, God.
Right.
Isn't there anything non-sexual?
Well,
No.
I'll pin it out, take the tablet. My God.
Oh, here's a chat. Okay.
Yeah, you really don't have to take that tablet. Fucking hell.
Pill a day keeps the doctor away.
Stops you rolling out of bed.
Depends which pill you're taking.
Oh, the blue one,
yeah, if you're
obviously.
taking ecstasy, then that's a whole other matter. So
Yeah.
It stops you rolling out.
Hang on.
This ceiling needs
Oh,
painting.
dear. Why am I
Right
so
move
slow?
alert. Right move found me a house in Castle Carey.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah.
Come on, give us the
problem with
lowdown.
living in Castle Carey is what happens once a year is that everybody going to Glastonbury turns up at that railway station.
I can cope with that.
It's a 2-bedroom end terrace house.
I thought you needed
So
3
it's
anyway.
Only 3, yeah. It looks nice though. Okay.
What? Look at Kent's peacock. Am I missing something?
What's a female?
Is that a song title? Like a Kent's
It's
Peacock?
appeared before you said you'd posted it. Ain't
Kent's
internet
Peacock.
strange? Oh, that's because you're behind us.
He's behind.
No,
Maybe half God believes in magic.
We're on
YouTube
StreamYard,
is
so
about
we're watching
25,
20
20 to 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, it is
Really?
behind. There is a delay. Yeah,
Massive
there is
delay.
always a delay. Yeah.
Did you not know that,
Wow.
Kent?
Oh, in that case, I could say something and then deny it in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I never said
We
that.
are in the future.
Yeah. Yes,
Sadly.
we are the future. God help us all.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Mr. Twat and everybody.
Yes.
And happy birthday
Yes,
to my eldest son, who is in Australia at the moment. So it's morning there, or it's middle of the night, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, happy
Yeah,
birthday,
but
man.
It's
Yeah,
his,
well, happy
it's his
birthday
birthday
anyway.
It's his birthday now. Yeah, but not here.
Oh, yeah.
Will be soon.
Wow.
But where he is,
Right.
it's his birthday.
Yeah, it was like it.
And all
like we're saying
David
it-
over here, look.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Yes.
Rescue.
Don't touch me. I'm contemplating.
We've had him 5 weeks as a rescue.
Oh,
is he?
lovely.
Lovely,
Yeah,
lovely,
he's
lovely
really settled in
cat.
then.
Great colour.
Oh, 2 minutes out of the cat carrier, and he was asleep on the sofa.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, he's a
Got
really
his
chilled,
priorities sorted.
properly chilled little guy. He's lovely. Yeah.
Goodbye, that Lady A. Oh, not calling Lady A. Babs, sorry, I got to stand in the naughty corner. $32 for Proteus 1. Nice.
What?
Lady Aptitude was just saying she's bought some emu modules in some kind of a sale. She's got a
Oh,
Proteus 1 for $32.
bloody hellfire.
Sounds cheap.
Yeah. It's good.
That's good, isn't it? We need to do next find a JP8 for that. And you got a bargain,
Yeah.
mate.
Then you have, yeah.
Thrift store
Oh, yeah.
auction site. Wow.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet it can be risky as well, yeah.
You're still spitting out tobacco dust, Kent.
Yeah. More like chewing tobacco. Yeah. No, I don't recommend it. So have you thought about what sort of thing you want to do, Andy? Sort of like a piano concerto-y type thing, or what?
No.
Aha. I see.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, no, I don't know. I think it'll be
New classical. Go for new classical.
Well, you can play anything you like and any rhythm you
Yeah.
like on any instrument you
Yeah.
want. No.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
curious to hear that piano concerto. You were 13 when you wrote that.
Yeah.
That'd be very interesting to hear.
Ooh.
No, it would be.
I'm not even sure. Honestly, Jeffy, I'm not even sure I could play it myself now. My piano skills are nothing like as good as I was even back then.
Just punch it in a piano roll and have the computer play it.
Yeah.
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 Or use the OCR software, the music OCR software.
Is that
Scans
what
it for you.
Reads it and plays it. I know the sort of the basic. I've not even thought about it really properly for such a long time. But it's it's there. The score, the whole thing. Slightly bonkers, isn't it, when you take a step back and think about it? Really.
Well,
bonkers.
yeah.
What,
Yeah.
music in general, you mean?
No, as a 13-year-old, I sat down and with a Parker 25 pen,
And wrote it out.
and manuscript paper and scored the lot.
Fantastic. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's. I mean, it's really something. That is
It is the
something.
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, as a piece of music, it'll be dreadful, really. But I just think for the I look at it now. I'm 54 years old, soon to be 55, and I look at it and go, God, how did I do? Was there really so little to do in the evenings that I spent it doing that? That was actually fun. No, I was probably weird even as a kid, you know. The kids are out playing football and I'm sitting at home composing a piano concerto.
Back then, it was either playing sports or playing Atari or something. So.
Yeah.
It does, Keith. Shall I go and get the manuscripts? Shall I go and get the manuscript? I'll go and get it.
Oh God, he's getting all serious now.
Uh-huh.
If he gets his manuscripts out, mate.
For now.
Well,
We're in-
might be.
We're in for a
close
treat.
to-
We're in for a
we
treat.
might- yeah, we're close to hearing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of opening the pot of paint. Reaching for a brush.
Live at the pub, Andy.
Okay, hum it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Concerto in G minor for piano and orchestra by Andrew Brooks. I even gave it an opus number. How fucking pretentious is that? It's not even been published. Written spelt wrongly between March and July 1982. It says right.
0.1? Is it the...
See, big.
Oh yeah, no shit, huh?
And then piano chords going. You know, it's proper pastiche of Grieg and Schumann.
Can you play it?
Play a few bars.
And then lovely. Look, it's even followed by nice arpeggios on the piano going. I like Grieg and Schumann. You know, it's not particularly original. And then there's a theme somewhere.
You're following a progression.
Yeah.
In the
You
theme.
can't tell me it's going to be dreadful because you've got to practice the advice you give.
Then orchestra starts playing bits and then it goes on and on ad fucking nauseam. That's the third time today I've used that phrase. I'm going to use it more often.
It's a great phrase.
No. Then by this stage, I'd actually learned that you don't have to keep writing out, you know, repeated semiquavers. You can just write a thing and just put two little lines to it. You know what I mean? It goes in my ears. What page number are we on? Page 61. Oh, Lord above, page 61. We're not even at the end. We haven't got to the third movement yet. Oh yeah, third movement. Oh my Lordy above. Let's look. I wonder what the last page looks like.
Third movement. I don't normally get that far after a strong current.
Yeah, exactly. Last page, lots and lots of bars and a big chord at the end, and then double bars to finish it off.
Excellent.
It has to be put in audio form.
Get it
or
recorded,
format.
man.
Yeah.
God, no way. It can stay
Yes, but
like that.
how would the 55-year-old Andrew take the 13-year-old Andrew's composition and then rework it, as it were?
Oh, I see what you're doing there, Kent.
Yeah,
we're
doing a lifetime of experience.
A lifetime of experience
that you bring to it that you couldn't possibly have had when you were 13.
No, you would just put it. You would just play it on a Euro rack and just have a mono.
You see what happened there? He thought about it, and it seemed actually like a really good idea and quite a plausible thing to go and do. And he went, "No, that means writing something. Nah. I mean, it's getting off me arse doing something. Nah." Shit,
well, if nothing else, it's a starting point, isn't it?
Exactly so.
Well, that's it.
Who knows what may come out of it?
You can make something else and do a mashup with it.
Yeah.
Classical mashup.
Take the melody. If the melody's good, if you like the melody,
I can remember the first sort of descending chords and arpeggios, and after that I can't remember a thing really. So I'd have to go and dig out and see what the themes were that I was, what the tune was, if it had a bloody tune at all. Play a bit for fuck's sake, no Inky.
You tell him, Lisa. Right, it's time to go do an Ian. So I'll be back for a lock-in if there is a lock-in. If not, I'll see you guys later.
Right, you take care. We'll see you,
Ian.
Yeah,
See you
cheers.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Take care, babe.
Bye.
And then there were 5. So yeah, well, it's something, a straw to clutch, as it were.
There's a contentious AI app which reads music you don't like, then plays it back when you're not there. What? Right, okay.
Fair dues.
Oddity 2000 sounds good. Oh.
So one of my friends a long time ago, his dad was in a barbershop quartet, and he didn't know how to read music, so he used a music program and would literally place the notes, mouse over note by note by note from paper. He didn't have a scanning option at the time, so he did it from paper to the computer software to make the music they could sing the barbershop quartets over. So you could do it manually, but it's a chore. So, but the OCR stuff should work if your note stuff is pretty decent looking. So.
It's probably fairly legible.
The biggest problem is it often gets the note tempos wrong, the key signatures and stuff, and then it just doesn't sound right. But it usually gets the notes right, the placement.
Yeah. That could be interesting. I know, I'm certainly intrigued.
Even the happy accent, if it scans it wrong, you never know what you get.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't know if it sounded right or wrong, though, Andy. That's the problem. They don't want it
Let
to
the computer be the judge. Just do it and see what happens.
Oh, there we are. Yes.
Skynet composer.
Yeah.
Program it into a CX5M. That wouldn't be any trouble. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
4 up my arse. A CX5M. Yeah, I mean, I remember that bit of software.
My first sequencer.
Crazy.
Mine was an MC200. Was it?
Mine was an MMT8, was it? Alesis MMT8? Yeah.
Yeah, they're so well
yeah.
regarded. That was, which company is it that sort of reissued it or made a version?
Yeah.
New version of it?
I saw that.
Can't remember who it is now, but yeah, there's a MC300. Yeah, it says Wagyu.
Mm-hmm.
There was what was the MC500? That was the beige one, wasn't it? With the
it's the big bugger
on it.
Yeah,
MC500.
I think the 200 looked the same, but it was a smaller machine. God, I don't think we could afford a 500. There were quite a few pennies.
500 Mark II. Yeah. Andy breaks the fourth. What's the fourth wall? Remind me what the fourth wall is.
The camera, the TV screen. It's the fourth wall.
Yeah.
Oh, so does that mean you've broken it, not me?
I think they're
sorry, just looking at Will Joseph's comments. Hi, Will, by the way.
Commodore 64. My God, yeah, I remember those days.
Wow. Well, the CX5 was a bitch to. I mean, I had one after the MMT8. Was a bitch to use because you had to have a PhD in physics to make it work correctly. I was so happy when I finally had a Atari 1080. Was it 10?
Yeah, 1040 ST.
1040 STF here. Yeah.
STFM. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had that. Sorry, 1040 STFM.
Yeah, Jeff, you know I've gone to the trackers.
Trackers?
Yeah.
No. What?
No.
Is that a software? What is it?
It was, it's the original using making mod files where it's packaged sound bits and the.
It was definitely sort of Commodore 64 and Amiga, wasn't it?
Yeah, mostly. And then later on, they started doing the Mac and PC and stuff. So
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even saw a tracker until. I mean, I knew the music from it, but I didn't know how they made it. And I started seeing the Mac and PC versions. I go, that's kind of clever. And then I saw the old Amiga stuff, Octamed and things, where they went crazy with that stuff.
Because I didn't really get into any of this stuff until much, much later because we were so poor. Couldn't afford fucking anything. So I had to catch up. I think I got into computers when people were sort of like getting, what would it be? You know, people are buying Dragon 32s and Commodore 64s and stuff like that. And I didn't have a computer. We couldn't afford it. Just could not afford it. It's just too much.
But mod files were a clever way to get around, because, you know, MIDI is always different depending on which hardware you use. But copying mod files between all the different computers, it brings the samples with them. So it's like MIDI with samples together. So it always sounds the same on every computer for the most part, which is clever. Yeah.
I still think that being that poor back then is the reason I'm so shit with money now. I'm dreadful with it. If it's in the bank, it's going to waste. That's literally, I'm like that. So, and now we've turned around that Noah's got to have these regular monthly injections. So that's, I think it's 600 quid. A year. No, 600 quid for the injections a year. But then there's the anti-inflammatory injections that he's got to have as well, which is about that again. So so it's going to be about 1,200 quid a year. They said they can't operate on it. It's too far gone. So
it's not cheap when they get sick, is it?
No. So, I mean, you know, Noah's just been this enigma anyway. It turns out he's a lot older than the rescue centre said he was. They put him down as being about 3 years old, which would mean he'd be about 5 or 6 now, but he's not. Even the vet reckons he's probably 10, 11, you know, because he's now started going through old age. So he's going all white around the muzzle. His hearing is going and everything like that. So it's like, and they said, no, he said that injury is very, very old. He's snapped his crucius or something, both ends. They can't put it back.
Cruciate ligament?
Yeah. So he snapped it both ends.
Nasty.
Yeah, can't put it back. He's got swelling. He's on these painkillers at the moment, but they said he really needs to go onto these injections monthly, and the anti-inflammatories monthly as well. Okay.
Oh, the camera agrees with you.
Yeah, this camera, every now and again, this camera has a psychotic episode, doesn't it?
Rolling its eye.
Relax, camera. Yeah. Oh,
that's the equivalent of the camera rolling its eyes. Is that?
Yeah.
This story again? Jeez.
Yeah. God, I'm not getting an update. Jesus Christ. Yeah, can't afford a new camera. So that's a new expense that's popped up. So, take it in stride, don't you?
Yeah.
Just means
that's going to be expensive.
Well, just booked more work in now.
My dad had some hip surgery done to his dog.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's for his wife, so his wife leaves him alone. Whoa, now it's really freaking out.
Whoa, hang on. Let me turn a light on, see if it settles down.
And that surgery was quite expensive.
Yeah, it is very expensive.
Well, I remember my staffy had cancer twice, and each operation was $3,500.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, no, it can be very, very pricey. But I mean, we've had all this before with the guys before.
Yeah, because Max was quite poorly, wasn't he?
Yeah, Max had bone cancer.
Oh.
And that was a long and grueling little bit of a go. To the point of I mean, we bought this massive swimming pool with a big filter and a heater and everything like that, so that we could give him hydrotherapy every day. every day I was in that pool,
Mhm.
with this dog and letting him float in the water and stuff like that. He loved it because you can just give him a big cuddle and you just lay on his back and go to sleep in the water. He thought it was brilliant. So, but Mouse had cancer. Tilly got cancer. Daisy didn't. Funny enough, Daisy didn't get cancer, and the others just died of extreme old age. But it was all in the very short space of time. And then you had Mum at the beginning of it, and Fiona's parents at the end of it. So I'd never seen so many ambulances outside the front of this fucking house. Honestly, it was all the time. It's ridiculous. So, but that's all done and dusted now. Moving on.
Not to be morbid, but do you guys have pet cemeteries over there?
Yeah, I would imagine. So, yeah, I'd imagine
Okay.
it is. Yeah,
they're all over the place here. It's just.
Yeah.
And speaking of cancer, I'm cancer free now, so yeah.
Good man.
As of this past Thursday, so
the worst thing you need is to have to pay for cancer. I mean,
yeah,
because it can be expensive. I'm told. Yeah,
but it was just skin cancer. It's barely barely more dangerous than COVID.
Yeah. You say just. Yeah,
well, it's just when it's...
No, I understand what you mean. I know what you mean because there's others that are not.
There's a psychological aspect to it as well, isn't there?
It's the word cancer that sucks. Yeah,
I mean, melanoma has killed people, so you got to be careful, right? So.
but you have to take care of it. So
yeah.
My missus 2 years ago had a bit of a stomachache. Went to the doctors and I said, "We'll get you a scan." They scanned her bladder, nothing. And she was pissing about with the woman doing the scan and said, "Just check my kidneys are there," because my sister's only got one. And she scanned her right kidney and the tumour was 3 times the length of the kidney. They found it by mistake. So they took that out and she's all clear, but we're coming up on 2 years. But it could have been...
Shit, man.
That was scary shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's why I'm saying it's just skin cancer. It's nothing.
But even like I say, that I've witnessed it. There's a psychological aspect to it as well. And fucking hell, man, good for you. I'm so pleased for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you'll have to, endure me for. Fuck.
Definitely.
What's really freaky is you get those giant benign tumors like the size of a softball out of your gut, and it's like, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's like it was in there for a hell of a long time, and it's such a weird phenomenon. So.
Yeah, there was. I kind of work in medical a lot. I read a lot of medical stuff and for work, and there was this lady. She had a 10-kilo cyst in her stomach. Now, she was not exactly a small woman, I mean, we would see it on Kent, but I mean, it must have been like bigger than a head, and she just, never noticed, and she went in for surgery for something, and then there we go, you just lost 10 kilos.
I mean, being big can hide quite a lot. There was a lady I used to work with. At one time, she's really cool. I used to talk to her all the time about random stuff. And then one day she was gone. I go, "Hey, where'd she go?" She goes, "Oh, she's on maternity leave." I go, "Oh, I didn't know she was pregnant."
Well, it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Because she didn't talk about that. It's just that never came up.
Yeah.
Poor old Babs. One of her cats got cancer.
Oh
no.
Sorry to hear that, sweetheart. Yeah,
that sucks.
I know it's mate. It's the one thing you don't want to hear.
Yep.
Is it feline leukemia or is it some other kind of cancer? I wonder.
Yeah, but you go to the vet and you sort of like kind of hopeful, and they, so is it just something a soothing ointment will get rid of whatever it is, sort of thing, and then they turn around and tell you that.
Because back in the early 90s, my mom was going through all that leukemia shit, and at one point she was grabbing at straws just trying to figure anything out, because it's a death sentence for the most part. And she was even taking a feline leukemia proto drug from the back east just because they were trying anything at that point. Who knows if it actually helped or at least gave her some more time, but it obviously didn't cure it. But
Yeah.
sometimes that stuff crosses over to people. You can actually use it on the human side of things.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's just one of these things. You see, because we were talking about like with Noah, that maybe he could have some sort of like a little bracket on his leg, so he can't move his knee, but he can still use his leg from hip down sort of thing. But it's now locked, as it were. And the vet goes, he said, yeah, but the problem with that is you don't know what position the leg is in when you strap it up, because he can't tell you how much pain he's in.
Right. Yeah, and they have a lot of pain threshold.
Yeah, and then you could have it locked in a painful position. Then he's walking on it all day. Okay, it's like, Jesus Christ, can somebody please give us a fucking break somewhere? But it's not. So the best we can do for him is these anti-inflammatory and these painkillers. But these injections are pricey.
So his leg is one of those like halo armatures?
Yeah.
Pinned and stuck around the outside of the leg?
Yeah, that's what they're thinking. But then they go, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to. There's nowhere to go with this, apparently. It happened too long ago, and the bones have been rubbing together for quite some time, apparently. And of course, he's been running around like a complete idiot, wagging his tail, happy as Larry, giving no indication there's anything wrong at all. So even when he's gone to the vet before, and he said, he's had his checkups and stuff like that, he's given no indication that there's anything wrong. But now he has, because I think recently he's slipped or something like that, and he's actually properly hurt himself.
Oh no!
And then he couldn't walk, but he's been walking better, and now he's walking around on it. Well, you saw him, didn't you, on Thursday? He was hopping about all over the place, wasn't he?
And the previous Saturday, he wasn't moving at all, was he?
No,
the Saturday wasn't moving. Thursday he was moving about.
Yeah, he was all over the bloody shop again. Yeah,
so sad.
So
I'm going to duck out here. I'm going to join Henrik's stream. So
all right,
I will be back in later. So
fuck the.
See you in a
I
bit,
don't have the
folks.
link.
I just realised where's the link now?
Do you want to post the link again?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, if you could,
Right,
mate.
there you go. It's in the YouTube chat for Kent's
Got it.
stream. Yeah.
Excellent.
Right, folks. See you all in a bit.
All right.
Yeah.
In a bit.
All right then. So
Real quick about that leg armature thing. There was a guy I worked with for a while. He had like a really bad motorcycle accident, and his leg was messed up and was a different length and stuff.
Yeah.
So they had this kind of radical surgery where they actually sliced his tibia and fibula.
Yeah.
And stretched him out, but had him in contact so they continued to try and heal.
Right.
But you can't let them stay too close. They'll start to heal and solidify. You want it. It's like teasing taffy. And he's in this armature, and he would turn screws every day to pull his leg out. And it was completely nuts.
Oh, God's sake.
He did that. He had that on for like weeks and months. It's just awful.
I had a friend once who had a whippet, and there was something majorly wrong with one of his legs. He snapped it or fucking twisted it or something. And they took the leg off, and the speed that he adjusted to having lost the leg was incredible, and he was just as quick without the fucking front leg.
Yeah.
Terrifying how quickly they adjust.
Yeah. You see, the problem with Noah is he's got that deformed front leg.
Yeah.
In the opposite corner. Right. It's like, oh, for crying out loud. Because if he didn't have that, he wouldn't be having much trouble with this. He could have one. I mean, a lot of little dogs walk with one leg up anyway, don't they?
He's adjusted for that, and it's
Yeah, so he was he used to limp on this one, but he'd use the other three to compensate for that.
Yeah.
Now this one,
a friend had a cat with a massive foreleg because he only had 3 legs.
Yeah.
And it just got this massive like Schwarzenegger like foreleg.
Yeah,
so when he would fight with the neighborhood cats, he'd beat the crap out of them.
Yeah, it does. They compensate beautifully.
Yeah, they do.
They really do.
He still climbed fences and all that stuff. So
yeah. But my old Jack Russell, I can't remember any time he actually used all 4 legs. He was always on 3. His back leg was always permanently up here, and he was running around like a complete lunatic everywhere. He goes, don't need to use it, so I don't.
Just stick Noah's bed on the Roomba if he needs to move about.
I tell you what, he couldn't give a monkey's about that thing. The others leap out of the way of it, and it's hitting him in the head where he's lying down. He's literally just going, oh, fuck off. And then go, oh, I'll go round you then. He don't give a shit, really don't. But he hates being left in the room on his own. Well, while he couldn't walk, you know, all I do is go into the kitchen, make a cup of coffee, and he's, yeah, I'm coming back. Of course, he can't hear me now. So he can't even hear me calling him to tell him I'm coming back. And it goes on and on until I come back in. As soon as I pop round the corner, he goes, oh, you're back. Okay. Lay back down again. Little git. So, but no, we'll get there. We'll get there. They tell me that these injections will mean that he will be comfortable. And I think at the end of the day, that's the best we can hope for.
Yeah.
Isn't it, really? So,
yeah.
So we're going to shoot off in a minute. Oh, look.
3 minutes 44 to go.
He's returned from the France.
Vive la France!
Vive la France, mate.
Bonjour, le Robster.
Did you know?
Everything in France goes, oh, look, it's le cow. Oh, look, it's le sheep. Oh, look, le traffic light. No, it's not really.
Almost.
Oh,
you know, we're all fucking off in about 4 minutes.
Oh, you are fucking joking.
No, we're going off to watch JX party and then come back. Fuck's sake.
That's what you get for turning up late.
So, what did you think of yesterday's show?
Let's leave that to another time, shall we?
Oh,
it was good.
I wouldn't read those reviews if I were you.
No, everything was cool. It was good.
Yeah.
My back.
What
I
was
literally 12 hours door to door today. Oh,
really?
Mm.
Jesus Christ.
No, it was good. It was a good trip though. But,
You had a good time?
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, it was. It was
busy.
Well, we drove there on the Saturday, and we said, right, Sunday, we'll just chill. We'll go and do some shopping, and we'll just chill. And about 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, power cut. Now, bearing in mind, we are literally in the middle of fucking nowhere. Which is one of the reasons. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why we chose it, because it was just like in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. So I messaged the landlady, or and she said, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It's it seems there's a fault, and they're looking for it, and it didn't come back until Monday. Well, about 24 hours later."
Oh wow!
So Sunday night, I had to sleep without my CPAP device, which meant on Monday I was like a fucking. Yeah. So anyway, we went to the coast on the Monday, and then the power came back, and then on the Tuesday, the water went off. But it came back fairly quickly, and then was it on the Wednesday or the Thursday the power went off again? But luckily it was only a short thing, and it wasn't anybody's fault other than the workmen stroke engineers, whatever. It was just one of those things, but it didn't impact them. We did some lovely things.
Show's been on for 2.5 hours. The reason Robbie's late is because he's been doing his TripAdvisor review.
It's funny because as I'm sat in the car waiting to get on the shuttle, I get a message saying, your host has left you a review. To view this review, please leave your review. I'm not typing that now, so
yeah.
Anyway, apparently you've got to fuck off. So
yeah, well, I suppose everybody else can. I mean, we can hang about, can't we?
No. Don't let me keep it.
Well,
the rabbits love fuck off. We have to love fuck off.
Yeah.
So.
Fuck off. Just surprising how much comes back to you after O-level French.
We'll be back in about 1 hour.
Okay, well, have fun.
You're going to wait here?
Yeah, I'll wait here with my Le Vin, which I bought stupid amounts back. And yeah,
Did
fuck
you stir it with
So-
your cocker then?
Wow.
Happens when he
Bunk
leaves
up in
it
the
in there.
transit.
Yes, when you dip your cock in a glass of wine. Yeah.
Why spoil a good glass of wine?
With his little fleshlight, yes.
Does that make it wine and cheese?
Oh,
Oh, Matt. No.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
good. It's good.
oh. We shouldn't be allowed out at night.
No, we shouldn't.
Oh, we're not. Oh, wait. I just remembered.
Anyway,
I
le fuck
forgot.
off.
The fuck off.
Easy for you to say.
Here he is.
Oh, starting now, guys. We should head over
Jesus. Yeah, right. Well, I'll leave you to that one. Enjoy it.
there. Oh.
But it's
Coming back on
solidarity.
after
It was solidarity for our
came in, didn't
fellow
he?
tubers, man.
Solidarność.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave is there, Andy's there, so let's go.
Enjoy.
This is Dave and Cleo.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Wow, this is great.
That sounds like David. Oh, shit. Here we go. Be back soon. Oh, I can't get to where's the link?
And just like that, it's back.
And we're back. Ah, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, good stuff. I think it's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice he'll let me put that on the live streams. It'll go well with the telescope. Goodness.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. That was good stuff, man. I wasn't quite sure what to expect. I'll be honest with you.
I knew it was going to be a sci-fi thing because he likes the sci-fi themes a lot.
Mm. Yeah, but I wasn't quite sure what the music was going to be like, but pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, there's a good variation in there.
Yeah,
some
absolutely.
Hopeful,
yeah,
some sad, some dark, some fast-moving.
Yeah, absolutely. No, good stuff, mate.
So one of the nice things you can do when you take your time with it, because he said one of those is like a year old or something.
Oh, okay.
So then you can curate it and you can make sure stuff fits together, and that's a smart idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Instead of just rushing it out. Well, this is good enough these kind of work together. No, he actually sat and figured it out which ones work together, and so it's thematic. You know.
Nah, good stuff. Good stuff. So what have you been up to? Anything good?
Trying to catch up on sleep, but still only got about 5 hours. So
yeah,
between two naps, I got 5 hours of sleep. So.
Yeah, I've been having bad nights and all.
Well, I did a thing last night, reviewing the images I had processed from the night before with the terrible scene, and then some Astro app stuff on iOS again. So Wagyu was there.
Self-induced and insomnia.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not because I didn't want to go to sleep. I did want to go to sleep, but I was just having too much fun. And just like this stuff, it goes on for hours sometimes. I could just go on and on about that stuff, and just diarrhea of the mouth. But it's fun, and people seem to enjoy it. So that's
it's a fascinating subject anyway.
The stuff you can do with your phone now is just unreal. If you saw the one, there's an app called Exoplanet. It's all about the extrasolar planets they found, which is like thousands right now, right?
Yeah.
Around the stars. And I thought it was just a cool app because it kind of shows you where they are in the solar system and all that kind of stuff. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, they added functionality to the app. If you zoom out and you add the Hubble Deep Field and the other kind of discoveries into the upload, you can scroll out and get all the local galaxies and all their configurations and how they relate to us. So you can zoom out like was it like it's like 300 megaparsecs or something like that. Go way the hell out to like the known universe, the cosmic background radiation. You can zoom all the way out to that sphere and all the way back down into our solar system. Mm-hmm. So it's like the ultimate app that covers the universe as we know it.
Wow.
And it's 3D, so it shows where Andromeda and other local galaxies are next to ours, even though it's over 2 million light years away. It's local.
Yeah, but it's like that thing. It's like that thing in there. They were saying about there was a general consensus amongst people that the planets in our solar system were all on the same plane, because that's how the graphical images of them always show them to be all on the same plane instead of some up, some down, some and all that in relation to where the sun is at the center of the solar system. And a lot of people were really surprised that some planets are orbiting like really, really high up compared to where we are.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's like Pluto has a weird orbit. It's like 30 degrees eccentric to the plane of the solar system. So another reason why and because of its size and location, another reason they gave it the dwarf planet thing, because it was like a captured massive, not asteroid per se, but it's just a minor. It's lumped in with the minor planets, even though it's not a typical bumpy asteroid.
Yeah.
But it's
poor old Pluto.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's all his fault. He's the one that fought for the dwarf planet.
Yeah.
There's
because they turned Pluto into the nerdy kid that nobody wants to talk to. He's out on he's left out there on his own.
And plus, he's God of the underworld, so he's already been shit on, right? and so now it can't even be a real planet.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
I love that they named the moon after the boatman, Charon.
Yeah.
That you put your 2 coins on the eyes and stuff. So it's very appropriate.
Mm.
But yeah, it got demoted. There's a great cartoon. It was in the newspaper, one of those political cartoons, a single pane, where it says, "You've been demoted to the kids' table," and shows little Pluto sitting at the tiny table with the.
Poor old Pluto.
Yes. It's not fair.
So, is still any closer to discovering whether there is or there isn't this Planet X out there?
They keep talking about it, but I was following it for a long time, probably 20 years ago, and I just haven't kept up with it because it's just another one of those things where, you know, as advanced as our stuff is with our probes and our
Yeah.
sensors and everything, we still, I mean, they're still trying to figure out what the hell dark matter is. You know, there's just a bunch of other stuff out there that's a mystery. They pretty much, I think, and again, I may be way off on this because again, I don't keep up with everything, but I think the discovery of the Higgs boson kind of ruined the whole string theory thing.
Mm.
But I have to double check on that. That was one of the things that was kind of like, okay, if we have this, then the structure of matter and the structure of the universe is not really going to be compatible with string theory. So, but again, I'm a little bit out of the loop.
Yeah.
So.
No, I was reading somewhere that they said they had detected some sort of gravity well out there just outside. Well, not just outside, but quite a way outside.
Yeah.
But there may be this looming mass that is actually part of our solar system that we can't seem to find, but probably made from the same stuff that runs this camera.
It doesn't like you today, does it?
No, it's all over the shit. It just suddenly go, whoa, the ceiling's very interesting.
It's like part cat.
Yeah. All right, lads, how you doing?
What's
I
up?
think you can take that banner down now, Kent, actually.
Yeah, I think I can, can't I? I just don't know where it is in the thingy. Hang on. I've got to find it. Oh, man, where is it? God, I can't find it now. Must be around here somewhere. Let's see. Right, hang on. It should be in blue, shouldn't it? Because it's been selected. Oh, hang on. Just hit on the hide current comment at the top of the screen.
Oh, look at that.
Dick.
How do I change that now? Oh.
And sick of the chair. Oh.
So that's better. I feel like I've been sitting in this chair all day now.
Yeah, well,
which I sort of have.
Yeah.
Which, hang on a minute. I think that's the end of that one. I think that one. Is that right? Yes, that's the right one. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I got 3 pop-out chats open. Pub 1, Henrik's, and Pub 2.
Yeah. Oh. Well, technically, it's still Pub 1.
Did you not?
Yeah, it didn't stop running.
It was running the whole time.
There's nobody there.
Yeah, there was nobody running.
I thought I was going to jump in and find Robbie just sitting there waiting for with his glass of wine.
Is he still in France or is he back home now?
No, he's back home.
Is he back home? Right.
Yeah. So he come on about 2 minutes before we were all shooting over to watch Eric, which was really good, by the way.
Yeah, very lovely music. Enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lesson for us all.
Don't know what the hell he was worried about.
Yeah, well.
That was good.
You listening, Matt? See, there you go. We all do it. Just get it out there. People will love it.
Anything's better than staring at a wet wall. Yeah. So it doesn't matter. Just get it out there, boy.
You are. Oh, right. I've got some things to do, haven't I? Well, one of the main points of this challenge is for me to work out the computer side of things on here.
Oh,
and this computer is powerful enough to be able to run it quite happily. So, yeah.
Hmm.
No, you have to add complexity. Go back to your Atari ST and do it from there.
Atari ST, and I'll borrow Babs's Proteus One then.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was the Rock and Pop one, wasn't it? Was it the Proteus?
It's Proteus 1 is Proteus 2
is the orchestral.
Is the orchestral. Proteus 3 is the internet, the world one.
Well, yeah, that's right. Of course, I'm planning to use that camera of yours, isn't it? I'm planning to go Ableton, I think. So there are more than one reasons why it seems to make sense, even if initially I've struggled with Cubase on this computer before and other computers, and I've had others. I've had what do you call it? Cakewalk. I've got on the computer. I've got on here, but I just think I'm going to go that path. I think so. And there's a nice educational discount as well. So I'll just have to prove that I am who I am and I work where I work. So doing what I say I do.
Huh.
So you don't get an educational discount if you work in the school kitchen, for example. What is that camera? Every time you move
I'm wondering if it's working off the reflection of my glasses.
Have I thought about Bitwig? I've never thought about Bitwig, Simon. I've seen people using it, and no, I haven't looked at it. That's not no as in a reject. It's just no, I haven't thought about it. So
I think I've got Bitwig come with the Rise.
All right, yeah.
As it bundle.
Bitwig's got funky and modular features. Yeah, I know, but I'm not sure I necessarily want funky modular features from the door. I've got funky modular features.
Yeah,
there,
you appear to have
a
few bits there already.
I know, yeah. Cakewalk is free, and I do have it on here, but I don't know.
What do you think you would be most comfortable working with?
Do you know, again, it was that experience at my dad's of getting Ableton up and running really quickly, and the configuration of it seemed easy, whereas I've always found the configuration of things like Cubase was just a bleeding nightmare. I just couldn't get it to do what I was expecting it to do easily. I found it always a battle, and the version of Cubase that I've got will not install on this computer. It's gone. Mind you, it's a fairly old one now. It's Cubase 8, I think. Cubase 8 Elements. So it was a fairly stripped down one, but I mean, still more than enough than I would need. I don't know. Studio One has crossed my mind as being a possible one, but
yeah, I can see you plumping for Ableton, really.
Neil's just saying, "Ooh, you'll get a good discount when I move to Apple." I'll get a discount from Apple when I move to Mac when it's time. Yeah, that's a good point. I need to remember that. Yeah. Studio One felt like baby's first door for me. Yeah, possibly. Suck it and see, I think. Orchestral can be done with modulate, yeah. Of course it can. It's two birds with one stone.
Yeah, it's hard to tell that. I mean, it's all right for me. I mean, I've used Cubase since since the dawn of time. So it's not a problem. You know what I mean?
Because I struggled with Cubase 8 on this computer, I'm sort of shying away from it, and I'm thinking try something that's totally different and see how you get on. I mean, I've seen, and I know I have plenty of support with regards to Ableton, but it's a case of taking the plunge. You know, because I mean, I know you can get a Ableton Lite, but it's too limited. You know, 8 tracks would be way too limited, and Ableton, what do they call it, Intro. There's the Ableton Standard Education Edition, and it's about
50% off at the moment.
190. What do you know there, Rob?
Ableton educational discount is currently up to 50% off, which is 10% extra.
From where?
From 40%. From Ableton.
Directly from Ableton.
Or participating resellers. Or
right,
something.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I've
thank you
just been
for
told.
that. If you've just heard that, I mean, it was. I mean, if Gear for Music, it was 190 quid.
It's not bad. So what, for Suite or?
No, for Ableton Standard Education.
Okay.
So have a look at again and see what it says. Maybe available a bit cheaper now as well.
Let's have a looky here. Ableton Education.
I was just about to do that, and you're on it.
So standard education at Thomann is 122.
At Thomann, education's 122 from Thomann.
Yep.
Good.
And Suite is 259.
It's a fair chunk more.
It's basically 50% off.
Yeah, half God Half Beast has just said that Suite is the only one worth getting, but I don't know why. What
Suite comes with like everything. Plus, it also comes with Max for Live. Now, if you're not interested in Max for Live, fair enough. It's I haven't even bothered to start because I know it's just like my head's not in that space.
Right? Yeah. No, that wouldn't be for me. I don't think.
But I mean, yeah. If you look at the comparison, go to Ableton's website. You do that. They've got the columns, and basically you get a whole bunch more extra built-in plug-in instruments. Do you need them? Probably not. Go for the standard. See if you get on with it. For 122 quid, I know for a lot of people that can be a sizable chunk of cash. Still a chunk of cash.
Yeah, but it's worth a ponder.
They had the half price off for the Suite if you bought an Ovation product a while back. That was a great deal.
Yeah. Still, I mean, even half price is still quite,
Well, it's like $400 or something. It's not that bad.
For a bunch of people, $400 is a lot.
Not for a Suite though. A Suite, that's crazy.
No, but
try that with Pro Tools.
$400 for someone is a lot of money, whether it's for Ableton Suite or whether it's for dinner, for the week.
I can afford it. As in, I have enough readies to be able to do that without it hurting. I'm just not necessarily sure I need to spend more money on something that has features I don't think I'd necessarily be needing.
You know what I'd suggest
at first, and if I do find that I need it, then there are upgrade paths, aren't there, that you can have? But
you can start off with trials, surely, can't you?
Well, yeah. What I was going to say is download the demo of Live. I know I mean, like you, I thought, oh god, 8 tracks, but if it kind of, if you just start doing something simple, you think, oh god, yeah, actually, if I had more tracks, I could be doing some amazing things. Maybe it's the right thing for you. Download the Reason demo. Download the Cubase demo. Just try them, and just don't try and do full blown productions with them, but just try and say, okay, well look, I've got an idea in my head. Let's see how I can do it with this and how I can do it with that. And
the best thing about Live is the Max for Live.
Well, I was just saying, but that's a whole other kind of
thing, but that is
the
best thing about Live, certainly.
Well, I suppose the good thing is if you do download a trial version of something and you find that you've now, used everything up in trying it out, then that's the one to upgrade.
And if you download
'Cause if it's not right for you, you won't get to the end.
I think if you
So,
download the demo version of Live, are we on 10 or 11 now? Can't remember.
11.
11. You've got it for at least 30 days, if not 45 days, full version. And then I think it reverts to a demo version.
Right.
Because I had
light.
So yeah, I think Robbie's looking confused about that. But I certainly had it for I think 45 days as a full version. And then you know, I just stopped using it then. But
yeah, it's
you
very
may have to
strange,
install it and install the Live Lite version or something like that.
It is very strange that I have a certain reluctance to spend, you know, sort of £200 on a piece of software.
Perfectly
and yet,
reasonable.
You see, that's what you're saying. And yet, I'm quite happy to shell out that plus some on a module for the Eurorack. But that's not going to stop working when Windows decides to update or a company stops supporting it. It's a real... I have a thing about the physical thing. That's my own head.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I am with you on that.
So, I mean...
Yeah, but it had modules fail too, so even hardware fails when you don't want it to.
Shut up, Andrew.
But Live is expensive when you consider that things like Logic is 150 quid or whatever it is, and Reaper is $40.
Yeah.
You know, and they do the same thing. Yes, they haven't got the Max for Live stuff, but they fundamentally do the same thing. You know, and Live does seem very, very expensive when you're doing that. When you buy that.
Logic is an amazing deal, but the problem with Logic is it requires a dongle, and the dongle is a Mac.
Yeah,
you know,
true.
so
yeah.
There's, but it's amazing value for money. Well, there you go. So that just basically, you might as well just strike that off your list.
Or you just, you know, you go, so right, I'm going to jump
Reaper's,
and get a
Reaper's
Mac
great.
and have it installed when you buy it.
Reaper's great, but learning curve is a bit like this. You know, it's quite a steep learning curve.
I don't want steep learning curve. I want to be able to get
See,
on with
I actually disagree with that, Rob, because I actually, when I learnt Pro Tools first, I think.
But see, you're coming from that angle, whereas Andy isn't.
Yeah. But what
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong.
What DAW do you use now, Andy?
Don't.
You don't. Oh, right. Okay. So you. Right.
I mean,
okay,
really, I don't.
You.
I mean, I
Sorry,
have got, like I said, I've got Cakewalk installed. I've done a few bits on it, just piddling about. But generally,
Cakewalk,
when I use the modular and I want to record something, I just record just a stereo track in Audacity.
Right.
So, which is I suppose in many ways a cop out, but it works. It's simple and easy, and I don't have to think. I don't have to scratch my head. But it was the ease of configuration that in Ableton that made me go, oh, this is all right, and the fact that I'd got sounds up and running quickly. I'd recorded little tracks. I got this plugin and that working without trouble. Trying to do it on here with Cakewalk was such a lot of hassle for me, and trying to get Cubase to do it at all way back then was just unworkable for me. I couldn't manage it, so I was so taken with that on my dad's computer, which is not as highly spec'd as this one. I just thought, yeah, okay. Originally, to just get an Akai Force. Said, no, I'm not getting a bleeding Akai Force. No, sorry, no. I know Akai Force is perfect for some people. No.
What are you actually wanting from the door to do for you?
Yeah, why are we talking about this?
Yeah, sorry, Dave. Yeah, just this is so tedious. Just make a decision, Andy. Stop being a bloody wanker. Just buy one.
No, I mean, seriously, are you? Do you want to record?
What a wanker!
Recording audio, recording MIDI, and getting into the computer and composing a symphony. or something.
Well, imagine you want the
no,
good
I
string
decided, yeah.
libraries and stuff that you only get on a DAW, right? So that's probably why you want it.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, I would give Reaper, because you can use Reaper for free forever. You don't have to buy it. You just get a splash screen coming up every time. I would give Reaper a try. It's a different format to live, but I mean it's my go-to.
Yeah, I know. There is also the added detail that Grace has used Ableton for years and years and years.
Yeah,
and
but
there you go.
Yeah, but that's going to screw you up because that's what I tried to do. My buddy used it, and I thought, but I actually.
Well, ultimately, this is Kent's revenge. You got him to do modular. He's getting you to buy string libraries.
You are so right, Andy. You are so right.
You think Euro is a rabbit hole?
You need 500 string libraries scrolling by. Yeah.
And then there'll be the rather novel occurrence of Andy getting excited when Robbie reviews a new string library on PSN. I go, oh, good, more samples. Oh, another fucking plugin. Oh, another fucking plugin. Great. Has it got strings? What do the strings sound like? How's the articulation on the cellos?
Just gonna have to. Yeah. But to Rob's point, I mean, you don't have. You can just. There's a lot of them you can try for really dirt cheap. I mean, I like the way Cubase is laid out the best. Personally, it looks very intuitive to me.
Why don't you come and spend a day with me?
A door is like a pair of shoes, isn't it? Really, let's be honest.
Oh god, yeah.
I'll go into a shoe store and find a pair of shoes that will fit all of you, but you won't like them because they're different colours, and different styles, and you have to try all the ones on to find the ones that fits you the best, that fits your modus operandi, the way your brain works. I for years I was linear Cubase. That was all, and still, even to this day, I'm still very much in that headspace, and only recently starting to get out of it. But then I found Reason, and for me, when I was into Reason, people were laughing at Reason users. Oh, it's just a toy. It's not a proper
Reason's
tool.
good. If you
Reason
get it,
was amazing.
Yeah.
Because it can
I
do.
had Reason 4, and I loved it. That's a long time ago, isn't it? Reason 4, bloody hell.
Oh, bloody
Actually, Ryan makes a good point, because when it comes to like string libraries and shit like that, to be honest with you, you'd probably be able to get hold of nearly everything you need in labs.
Yeah.
It covers pretty much everything.
I can't.
Because?
No. I'm not using Spitfire. I'm not.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
He's gone. He's disassociated. He's sold his shares. He's literally
no shares. Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing to do with Spitfire.
Promise.
At all. Absolutely.
Promise.
Hand on heart.
I can reconsider.
I've heard that from inside.
Hand on heart.
Okay.
No,
Fine.
You can go to
Completely
Spitfire
understand your point.
with a clear moral conscience.
In which case, all right, that's okay. Yeah.
So labs is open to you, my friend.
If you get something like Reason and I can't say about Cubase because I haven't got Cubase, but Reason or Ableton or any of those things, they all come. Even the standard version of
with lots of
Live
stuff packed in it.
comes with lots of stuff in there.
Yeah. I realised that with my dad's freebie.
Yeah, and you won't have to go looking for stuff unless you particularly want to. If you did happen to come across an episode of PSM where we're all going, oh my god, that's the most amazing string library ever. You don't have to to go down those, because Orchestra, which is the orchestral pack that comes with Reason, is plenty good enough.
Yes.
To get you going. I mean, it's not Spitfire by a long stretch, but it's good enough. Get the ideas flowing.
Isn't it? This is like the reverse of the conversation of people. People struggling about getting into modular, and they're going, "Oh, well, I'm interested. I don't know where to start, and I don't know what to do with that." And I'm going, "Well, you get a case of some modules, don't you?" And it's like
just get a little palette case.
Just get a little palette case.
Harmless.
A little palette case, and then suddenly you've got a.
Simon's just mentioned Bitwig.
Bitwig. Yeah, we
another
talked about.
option.
Yeah, well,
It's funny,
just talked
actually,
about Bitwig. Yeah.
I
Ian.
got a version of Bitwig with an instrument, and I just couldn't get on with it. Isn't it funny? That was yeah.
Sure, I have.
Which was the one you were mentioning? Were you saying Reaper?
Reaper. Andy, come over and spend a day with me, and we'll
Yeah,
play with
we always-
Reaper. We'll play with Live, and see what you think.
Right. Yeah. Have to do
We'll
that.
just
You'll have to do that
Doesn't
before
look-
you move.
yeah, exactly
Come over
before I
and play
move.
it,
Yeah.
If it's any good to you,
An hour and a
Andy,
half to get to you from here.
I have a code here for Ableton Live 11 Lite.
Right. Go on.
If you want to try
How do
that.
it?
What else?
Can you? Is that something you can email? What else?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get
so I,
everything.
Yeah. Come on.
Send
What
it
else?
over.
Yeah.
I got
Got
I
an
got it.
interface.
I got it with my rice.
Yeah, some sort of.
Okay.
I got what else did they give me? Bitwig 8-track
Syphilis.
live. Yeah, well, sore fingers.
Do you have an interface, Andy?
I have a mixer which has an
Okay,
interface.
so you're going to
but I
use
am-
that, right? Don't
I
let.
am, well, I know I'm not. I'm planning to buy an audio interface as well.
God, you're screwed.
Shut up, man.
Dave.
Well, let's be honest. It's going to be awful. No,
No.
just start small. Get like a little. Yeah, there's plenty. I mean, actually, there's a lot of cool little. You can get a little.
Yeah, I did have
Little
a nice
Focusrite or a Steinberg. You'll be totally fine.
I had a little Steinberg, and it stopped working when it went to
Short and
Windows
stout.
10.
Here's my headline. Sorry.
Get it.
I
think
just
it's
I
the
like
Focusrite.
Manny's comments. He said, Manny's comment. Don't talk to me about a little case. I've just ordered my 5th Go case.
Well, at least
we
you-
didn't
Man
make you do
down,
it, Manny.
seriously.
We didn't
Yeah.
make you do it. See, you can like DXs and modular, Robbie. It is possible. It is possible. Manny is the living proof.
Manny is on a different level to the rest of us. So
Oh, yeah,
he doesn't
that
count. He doesn't.
Oh yes, good point, Matt. Yeah, I have a PreSonus audio interface here. You could have, Andy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm just
That-
kidding. You really should try. I mean, honestly, I'm trying to get myself pushing myself.
Do you
into
remember
the
that one,
dolls.
Kent?
There you go. You got that.
Oh, that's where it is.
The problem with this is it gets so hot.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously hot.
yeah, it does.
Yeah, and then it starts. Then I was getting Dalek voice and stuff. So
Were you?
I've not
Oh,
tried
okay.
it for a while. So I could always try this one again, but actually have it in a much more.
I mean, you're probably-
ventilated position.
You're probably going to be really excited because you've been buying modules, and now you can just get an interface and maybe a little bit of software, and you're like, "Wow, I'm done." There's-
Bollocks to that thing. I can do it all in
Well,
Bitwig. Or
like
whatever.
I said, Matt sent me a audio interface
PCB, right?
to
too.
try out when the Focusrite was being a tit,
Right.
and it turned out it wasn't the Focusrite; it was the Apple Mac thing that was
Right,
being a
right.
tit.
So it's Matt's
And-
interface. And
Yeah, so he
I'm
said
welcome to
that
it.
I should send it
Fine.
to you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you
Agreed.
go. And then go to Ian's.
And then go to Ian's, have some lessons,
yeah,
Yeah.
drive all the way down to Wiltshire, which is nice.
and then come down here and I'll sell you a Mustang.
Yeah. And go to Rob's and play with his DX7s.
Yeah,
Fat Rob, I know you're just back from your holidays.
But
You've got a full version of RX, haven't you?
yes,
Would you do me a favour at some point?
oh here we go.
I've got a project which
Reach
is
around.
There's no money in it, right?
oh, well, no,
40-year-old vinyl album that I'm doing for a mate of mine, right? Putting it out, but I need to I need to depop it, and I need to have the slight rumble in between tracks removed.
okay. I can. Yeah,
I've tried it with using the elements, and I haven't got the tools on there.
Okay. Is it urgent?
If it's not urgent, if I send you, I'll send you the whole album as one file.
Urgent.
That's the easiest way of doing it. So just
Yeah.
you know, do it when you can. I'll tell my mate
Give
to
it a
hold
go.
his horses. And cheers, mate.
Yeah.
David, you're going to have to put your room back to how it was. This is freaking me out, man.
Wow.
I want the old David.
Yeah, I don't want the old. I don't like it. I know you got to see my face now. It's weird.
It's all wrong.
It's fucked up.
We don't see Cleo as much either. It's like,
Oh,
what's
she
going
got.
on?
She was at Henrik's thing. It's cool though when she comes, you can really see her. Cleo.
Ping, ping,
Yeah.
bleeding ping. Sorry.
I just realised Ollie's in the chat, and I sent Ollie a picture this morning at about 9 a.m. of me wearing this in France. You know, I thought, you go, look, you know, Simon's on tour, he's in
How long
France.
have you been wearing it, Robbie? Bloody hell. Man.
Exactly. I
to
put
take
this
my
t-shirt
frozen
on about 7
network
o'clock
off
this morning.
afternoon.
Yeah. Hang on a
Is
minute.
it a bit
Didn't you
stinky,
leave wearing that?
Sorry?
You left wearing that, didn't you?
Are you
No,
talking to me?
no. Actually, no, it's quite fresh. Air-conditioned car, it's nice and cool. I didn't
It
sweat.
don't stick to the door. You can wear it another day.
That's it.
Yeah.
No.
It's a door test. No, it didn't stick. That's good. Another day.
If the shirt doesn't stand up on its own, you can still wear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I've just realised I've got things to download that came through. Did you get that email that I sent you, by the way?
I got that email.
Have you downloaded anything yet? No. Yes.
I did. It
Just
crashed.
curious.
I must attempt it again.
Okay.
Yeah, it crashed late as well.
Oh, that's not good.
You know, sort of like that sort of point where you go, oh, oh bollocks, I'll do it tomorrow. Because it was like a lot of it had come down, and then it.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and download mine. Yeah, we'll see.
Because I'm trying to remember, it's a chunky monkey, isn't it?
It's a two chunky monkeys.
Two chunky monkeys, even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was so tempted, but like, I mean, we were in the middle of fucking nowhere, and we had fairly decent Wi-Fi, but it was only like 6 minutes down.
And it worked.
Like it worked, yeah, absolutely. Although my boy on the last day decided to download 12 episodes of a TV series so they can watch it in the car, and we're all like, fucking hell, you stay the fucking down with. There you go.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh. Do you know what? My hand is only just starting to get feeling back now.
why?
Oh, I fell in some stinging nettles.
Ouch.
And it's only
Was this
now.
What is this when you're clearing out the alleyway?
Is this the
Yeah.
back alley?
Yeah, and it's what, a good 12 hours it's taken.
Those are amazing. Nature's hypodermic needles.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the alleyway looks totally different. I should have taken a photograph of what it looked like to start with. Holy crap.
Okay.
I've never seen
Wag-
anything
Wag-
like it.
Sorry, Wagoo's just asked what is the orchestral thing. Right, here goes Wagoo.
Go for it.
Robbie doesn't know yet unless he spent the time watching us back. That's,
I know. I
yeah,
know. I know.
yeah,
it.
so
You're in then,
you
are
know
you?
everything.
He knows everything.
So we've I was in conversation with David Arnold yesterday on
That's what
on
does.
PSN. A sort of length. I mean, it comes. There it is again. Here's the fucking piano concerto, all written out by hand in a Parker 25 pen. You all know the story now.
Should have written in pencil, pal.
Oh no, deliberately pen. So, and we've got talking about doing orchestra, and that idea, which has been burning in the back of my head for ages, and the getting the computer side of things up and running, it seems to come together as a right, Andy, get off your arse and make it happen and do it. So it was. So between Kent and I, we said, yeah, we'll do this, and we'll use, Christmas, whatever Christmas is, the Christmas PSN show. We've hijacked that show, Robbie. Hope you don't mind. As the cut-off point for getting this done and having these pieces performed. And yet there's other people saying actually they're quite into it. There's one or two people who've said that they're interested. Steve IIX Orb has said he's quite into the idea. Inky said that she might be up for trying something. So that there's been a number of people who sort of putting their head above the person, saying, yeah, this is an interesting sort of longish term challenge, and then to create a piece of music. Ian, you said, well, actually, the more we get, we might even sort of put it out as an album and try and get some money for charity or something. And
yeah, we could do that.
It's sort of this little nugget, and it's sort of slightly snowballed. But like a lot of these things, you know, I think there's mileage. How orchestral does it have to be? Oh, you know, blimey, I'm not setting the rules, mate.
Oh, there's no rules. It's just do
You
something.
started it. Come on.
Like OMD or something?
Yeah, OMD. Yeah,
Yeah.
It could be like an OMD track.
If everybody
orchestral-
mixes it, I'm happy to master it all together.
I'm actually thinking very much along the lines of a
Can you mix it as well?
Style classical.
I knew you were going to ask that.
And write it.
No.
And perhaps play it as well.
No,
And
you
record
have,
it.
you have to write it and mix it. If you can't mix it, then yeah, I'll mix it. But if most people can mix it,
I can't even make a cake, mate. Somebody
all
else
right,
will
then
mix this.
I'll do Kent's, and he'll be able to mix it himself because I'll have taught him how to do it in Reaper by then.
Or Ableton.
Or Ableton.
Or
Bitwig.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I can work in Bitwig.
Or Cubase.
Or Studio One.
Or Studio One, yeah.
Bitwig's a
Digital
real
Performer
weird
there.
name, isn't it?
Pro Tools. Yeah, fuck you up.
Oh, Pro Tools. God, yeah.
Yeah.
No, got no interest in Pro Tools.
No, I don't.
No, don't go down there.
Richard Hilton swears by it. Or swears at it. I can't remember which it is.
Swears
now.
at it.
One or the other.
I remember
or both.
trying Digital Performer. Is that still going?
Resurrect.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Is it still going?
I couldn't get on with that either.
I think the Body Electric, a Baroque Pavan would be perfect.
Yeah.
If orchestrated in the right way.
Is that like a
Absolutely.
cake?
It is.
Yeah.
That's
It's
very
much like a cake.
Matt Evans, that's perfect. A cement mixer.
Yeah, well, if I mix my track, it'll sound like it was done in a cement mixer. That's for sure.
That's definitely
Do you know
avant-garde.
what, Ken? You talk such crap sometimes.
I
It's
can't
not
mix.
true.
I don't know what I'm
Sometimes.
fucking doing. I go, that sounds about the right level. I'll put that
but
over there.
Did you not hear what David said last night? You don't
Yes.
have to know what you're doing. Just do. Just do.
Yeah.
Oh, in that,
Just
all right,
do it,
come and
yeah.
do my job.
Yeah.
Come and do my job. Actually, come
Yeah.
to think of it, yeah, you don't have to know what you're doing.
No.
No.
Hang on a minute. I spent the whole of Thursday afternoon watching you fix this W30 and you didn't know what you were doing. Thanks,
Probably.
Ken.
Yeah.
Have
That's
you only
why-
just
Well-
figured that out?
Come on.
Oh, no, it was
I
great,
soldered
honestly.
in the backlight upside
The
down.
backlight was in upside down.
It's work in
We-
progress,
we,
that.
we mended a pot that didn't need to be mended.
Yeah.
And then realised it was the wrong one and had to go and mend the other one. Well, that was. I'm saying we. I did nothing. I just sat there laughing at it all. As my
Yeah, you're not supposed to see how the sausage is made. That was your mistake.
It was,
Oh, don't say
no, it was
sausage at Kent's place.
No, it was.
Oh,
It was a privilege. It was a privilege to sit and watch Kent working, both on my Pro One and on the W30. It was great. You know.
yeah, but because Andy was there, I couldn't reach for any hammers.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, what's that over there? Ting, ting, ting.
Yeah. Oh, it appears to be broken.
You did
there.
ask for a hammer at one point. Where's my big hammer gone?
Oh, yeah, what was that for? Oh, it's for that bloody trying to get that pot back into the pot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I'll tap it.
Oh,
Between you and Andy, I mean,
Sorry, I've just
crikey,
pressed-
you'd be breaking everything.
I've just,
Oh,
shut
God,
up.
yeah.
I just I've got to do it again. I'm just showing it off because it's just brings so much joy to me right now. Just look. Look at that. Look at that backlight. Look at that backlight working on my W30. It's gorgeous and it all works and the keyboard's amazing and everything works. Oh, honestly.
Hey, Kent, what screen is that? What's it compatible with? What are the models?
Oh, it was a whole bloody range of
So
them.
I probably got to order one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I got them off I got it off eBay, and the guy said, "Oh, it fits W30, it fits this, that, and the other, and basically anything that size screen."
But it doesn't say W30. What's the equivalent? Just so I know when I look for it.
Which ones? Some of the JVs have a similar size screen. Can't remember. Quite a few of them. The S770 sampler.
Really?
I think has the same screen.
I have a 760.
That's smaller. That's just the one you want.
It's a small one. Yeah, it's a rack.
Yeah. So basically, just do the search for whatever display it is that you want to.
And I promise I'll try to put it upside down first and then put it back in the right way. So.
It was just a bit misleading, wasn't it? Because we had this lovely, smooth, shiny side, which had you could see the anode and cathode contacts going into it, like you could with the one I'd pulled out. And on the other side, it was white, wrinkly. And
wait, what are you talking about? Is this work or is this?
Oh yeah.
It was white. It was wrinkly.
Yeah.
It can't be this side. Look at it.
What are you guys up to over there?
Yeah, it can't be this side because it's all wrinkly and all the rest of it. So it must be this way. And soldered it in, and it was like, no. So I took it out, and there was a thin piece of film on the other side.
It peels. The crinkly bit peels off. I'll tell you what, though, I had no idea that a backlight looked like that. I was thinking it was going to be like a little bulb that shone across it.
Well, I haven't done too many backlights actually over the years. I just haven't done that many, and most vintage analog synths tend to not have them. So I've done one or two here and there. Normally they come with the entire display, and I just solder the whole bloody thing in.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, it was what was it, 15 quid, wasn't it, for the backlight?
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah.
So
Mental.
it was cool. That was cool.
And it works.
Yeah.
It definitely it's working. Excellent.
So, whereas I did the display for the Prophet VS, and that was just replaced the entire thing. Done.
Was W30 type of backlight starts to whine when it goes bad? Is that one of those things?
Well, interestingly, that's exactly what Andy's was doing. And I moved the capacitor away from the drive unit, and it stopped the whine.
Yeah.
It was vibrating off the cap.
Listen to this. Now listen. Listen again.
Yeah. It's weird, wasn't it? Because it was a right old racket it was making, wasn't it?
It was a very high pitched whine for some reason. Yeah, but yeah. We solved that by pure chance and.
Yeah, the K2000 used to do that.
Yeah.
Anything with an EL strip does that.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
What's an EL strip?
Electroluminescent.
Oh, so that's the thing that's what Kent put into my display.
Yeah.
Took it out. No, it was a flat thing that slotted in underneath the. Yeah. Right. Sorry for not knowing the jargon, but yeah.
Yeah, backlight will do, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because we got it all back together, didn't we? And that's when we've discovered that data wheel was it would go.
Well, no, we didn't get that.
It wouldn't go back.
The first thing was it came on, but we couldn't see any data on the screen.
Yeah.
There was no data on the screen, and you go, oh, there's something very faint there, and it's your contrast knob. So then we took it all apart, and you started messing with the contrast knob, which wasn't the contrast knob. It was the audio input.
Yeah.
On the sampling. So we took that knob out, cleaned it out, gave it a scrub, squirted WD-40 and stuff on it, put it all back together, clipped it in, squeezed the legs back together, soldered it back in. No change.
Yeah, but your audio input now works like a fucking dream.
Yeah. On, mate.
Because this was all up and the actual audio input, the actual contrast knob was actually resting on the surface. So every time we sort of moved the case, it sort of slightly moved it. and things appeared.
Mm.
Oh, we've fixed the wrong knob, Andy.
Yeah, well,
We
what
need to fix
confused them,
another
Matt,
knob.
of course, you've got to remember that this is powered up. None of the boards are in the case.
Oh yeah, the boards everywhere.
Yeah, so everything has to be out of the case because you have to take all the keyboard out to be able to get to the display and everything like that, right? So basically, you got this sort of all the innards out on the floor
Yes,
running.
Eviscerated. It was
Yeah.
eviscerated.
So I'm going, well, here's
all over
here's
the place.
That looks like one of those contrast knobs, except it was the input knob. I didn't know it had one. Fuck it.
Oh, there
It
goes
was
one of
amazing what a
Robbie's bottles
pair of
wine he's
pliers
brought
and a
back
bit of
from France.
WD-40 can do, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it did.
Yeah.
And then when it was all working, then we discovered that the data wheel was really misbehaving. It's much better now. It has an occasional jump, but it's much better.
Yeah.
So I mean, essentially, the data wheel you can actually do with the number pad as well. So it's not such a major.
Yeah, but it's an incremental. It's the segmented part in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a D70 with a dodgy data wheel. I got to fix that. It's just
bit of
sucks.
WD-40 does wonders, mate. Get all the shite out of it, and it's fine. And it really sort you out.
What are you munching on, Andy?
Oh, sorry. Crunchy salad.
Nice.
Forgot to mute.
That's good.
Tell you what we had tonight. I haven't had
Nice
it
to
in
share.
donkeys. Absolute fucking
You had
decades.
donkeys?
We
Oh, no,
had
sorry.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, and it was
Blimey.
fucking horrible.
Last time I had Kentucky Fried Chicken, it was horrible.
It doesn't taste like it did in the 80s, which is the last time I had some.
Yeah, but they don't use chicken anymore. Do they?
Didn't appear to be. I must admit, I did fancy the is it chicken popcorn? I think they call it.
Oh, that's vile.
Yeah,
I've had it.
I split one
awful.
open. And I went, wait a minute. There's no fibres in this chicken. This is
it's
reclaimed meat.
Yeah,
It's awful.
Yeah.
It's
don't-
chicken because it came from a chicken. But
At some point,
parts of
yeah.
the chicken, yeah,
or drove past a chicken.
There's
Reconstituted chicken. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a factory just down the road here, and they are one of the biggest chicken processing plants in the country, and they make processed chicken for all the big names and some of the little ones as well. And so a lot of the workforce obviously are local, and when we all left school, there was a bunch of people that just said, "Oh yeah, we're going to go and work at John Rannoch's because they pay really well, but it's the shittiest job because it's like you're on a processing line. You're getting chickens and you have to butcher these chickens and carve up bits in there, and you got to do it all within a certain time frame, and people come out with horrific injuries and all this kind of stuff. But then they were telling us about the stuff that they do. They just like literally shovel this stuff up off the floor and throw it into this hopper, and it goes, and then what comes out of it is this kind of pinkish goo, and then they press it and then fry it. And
Yeah, pink
cover
slime
it
to
in
do with meat
breadcrumbs.
too, with beef.
Yeah, so it's
Well, I didn't like the taste of any of it at all, and I said, Fiona, I said, well, I'm never having this again anyway. But I must admit, while I was eating it, I suddenly thought about these processing plants, and it just started to like really not taste good at all in the end. And I actually thought myself out of it.
Yeah. There's a great book. I can't remember the name of it now. It's that great, but they made a film out of it, and it was a docudrama.
Yeah.
It had Greg Kinnear in it, and they were testing the levels of feces in burgers.
Oh God!
And the line was there's shit in the meat, and it's what it is.
It's true. That's certainly allowed. Yeah, you have to.
But when they slaughter the cow, you're cutting the cow open and all that's inside, and of course there's shit inside a dead cow. Of course there is.
Yeah.
And it just contaminates. But that was just like oh. But then when you start finding human. Because if somebody loses a limb when cleaning out one of these machines, do you think they stop the whole process just to clean that thing? No.
Nope. That costs money.
Yeah. Have you ever smelled one of those plants? Oh my God, it's so bad.
Yeah.
I went down to North Carolina at one time for a job, and we were right by a slaughter factory apparently, and that was like a hot summer day, and I guess they started at nighttime, around 6 or 7, and I was already a little not feeling good, and I just remember getting out of the rental car, and it was like the first thing I smelled, and I was like, I went into the hotel, and I was like, what is that smell?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just the slaughter factory. And I was like,
Yeah.
so you people, like, I didn't say that. I'm like, you know, you live with that smell?
You know what the worst I need to know? You know what a spray field is? Where they spray
Tell
the waste
us.
over an area?
Mm.
There's so much fecal matter in these collection ponds. These guys actually spray them into the air and collect on the ground to dry out. But it catches in the air, and the local people are getting sick from its airborne fecal matter and bacteria.
I'm just going to eat potato chips.
And
drink
spray
beer.
field. It's really disturbing.
No.
It's big business.
And what do they put on the potatoes to help them grow?
Oh, shut up.
Oh no. Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I must admit, after tonight, vegetarianism
just buy the
is beginning to be quite attractive. I must admit.
It's so depressing, isn't it? We just fuck up everything.
Well, because there's too many people, too much stuff,
Yeah.
Everyone's cutting corners.
Yeah, we understand.
Don't have to eat that muck. Interesting. There was a comment on a Radio 4 program about it was the food program about how do you know when it's processed food, and the answer that came back from the expert was if you're not sure, have a look at the ingredients, and if there's any ingredients on the back that you don't have in your kitchen cupboard, then it's processed.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Preservatives and other stuff.
That was a really, really good way of, and I've actually, since that one comment, I've looked quite closely at the things that are on ingredients labels, and yeah, I mean, I don't eat a load of that. I eat quite well, to be honest, but
but they get you with sneaky names. You guys, like, if you can't have MSG or you don't like MSG, but you go to your package and it says hydrolyzed vegetable protein. Oh, that looks all right. That's fucking MSG.
But I don't.
Glutamic acid comes off the proteins as an amino acid and turns into MSG, and they don't tell you that because they can lie. They can get away with it.
I haven't got any hydrolyzed vegetable matter, unless that's a vegetable stock cube, which is
it's in there. It's in lots of stuff. It's just they put MSG everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I do.
It won't be long before you look on the back of your cheese pack and it says plutonium 232.
But I remember there being a lot less preservatives in French food when you go to a French supermarket.
Yeah.
Granted, it was a few years ago. I'm hopefully
that's because
still
in France
the
a
same.
préservatif is a condom.
Whoa. Did you guys have a period of irradiated food in the 80s? Like where they actually irradiate the fruit so it lasts longer on the stand?
It's
a very short window. And people got weirded out by it. Yeah.
I know there was a couple of things that they were doing in America where we heard about them here going, what? Really?
Yeah. The maniacs were trying to hear first and everyone else said no.
Yeah.
The fact that our bread lasts for 10 days or whatever it is.
It shouldn't.
Well, the McDonald's test, so they put the burger in a bell jar and six weeks later it still looks like a burger. That's not right.
Yeah, well.
No.
Should be full of bacteria and all kinds of nasty fungi and stuff. And the fries actually lasted longer. I think it was like 3 months before the fries had anything on them. And it's not refrigerated.
What sort of super potato is this?
Or the milkshake that stays cold overnight. What the hell are they putting in this thing?
Really?
Is there any potato in the fries?
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was just flour.
I think, but some of them was it rice powder or something?
They rice flour it and stuff, and I make
it
texture so it fries up crispy and stuff. And I know I like steak cut fries at a mom and pop kind of place. Not cooked in lard, just vegetable oil. It's safe. It's all right.
Yeah.
On the other hand, proper fish and chips from a proper fish and chip shop, cooked in
from Harry Ramsden's
beef tripping.
Cool. Now you're talking bloody luxury, lad.
My only problem there is they fry it in the same oil, right? So fish and fries in the same oil.
It all goes in, so it's not
And your problem
vegetarian.
is?
They don't make any pretense.
Problem is, I don't eat fucking fish.
No,
What?
well, it's a tradition, but it was the West Country, the Black Country Museum near Dudley. There's a fish and chip shop there called Hobbs, and it is fantastic. It's amazing fish and chips, and the chips that are cooked in beef dripping.
Yeah,
exactly. That's old
just,
school.
It's just different, and it may well be an artery clogger, but I have that so rarely. I don't think it matters.
If it's a treat, it's not going to kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
But at least McDonald's uses a separate fryer for their fries. They don't
They do.
cook the other shit with it.
No, they do.
true.
They're all separate. On that grease-ridden note, I'm going to disappear. So I bid you all a fond farewell, and I'll perhaps end up bending people's ears. Ian, we'll chat and talk about
about that,
because it will
welcome
be
to
it will
come
be
round
useful.
and we'll have the day.
Although my
block a
fingers-
day out when you're free.
My
you know,
finger will
when
be
you're not-
me twitching over the buy button on various things now. But especially with Robbie's news about the cheaper download for things, the educational one. So anyway, bye chatties, bye everyone. I feel like I've spent the entire day sitting in this bloody chair, so I'm looking forward to lying down in bed.
getting good value from it. That's what that is.
Yeah. Anyway, take care all. We'll see you at the next one.
See ya.
See ya.
Take care, darling.
Cheers, matey.
Oh,
Bye.
bye.
Press the button, Robbie.
What a wanker.
Excellent.
So did you have a good haul, Rob?
Yeah, I did. It was good. It was only a week. Well, I mean, I've been off for 2 weeks, but I only went away for one. And
I saw you posting a few bits and pieces. So.
yeah, I mean, I was still sort of keeping in touch here and there, but I found this place. It was like in the middle of Brittany, like in the middle of nowhere. There wasn't anything around. It was just this. Well, the place we stayed wasn't even in the village that it was attached to. It was just like which when my daughter found it, she was, it's not near any shops or anything. No, it's not near any shops. It's just lovely and quiet, but the weather was a little subdued. It wasn't.
Yeah, I know. Cause I've got a friend who's got a chateau. Sounds wrong, really grand, but it's he bought a chateau.
Everyone's got a chateau in France.
Yeah, exactly. But it has got a swimming pool, and he rang me on my birthday, and it was a really nice day. He said, but generally at the moment, the weather over there wasn't great. It was sort of cloudy and not as for August. It was early August, but not as warm as it should be.
Exactly.
And we've got an open invitation to go over, and I mean, we'd hoped to go this year, but it's not happened. But hopefully next year we'll go over for a few days and just spend some time with him and his wife.
Well, one of the things that attracted me about this place was it had its own private outdoor pool.
Brilliant.
And it was a proper pool with decking and chairs and proper system going and everything. But when we got there, because we did it through Airbnb, but it was through a company called Novasol, who are a management firm, and so it was all got a bit complicated. But basically, this woman owns this place. She only lives in the next farmhouse or something. And she came down. She's brilliant. She showed us around. And we got to the pool, and she's sort of like, "Well, it's a bit cold." And we're like, "Yeah, but we're British. We just want to get in the pool." And then Jackie gets in the pool. She's like, "Fuck, it's really cold." But once you're in for a little while, it was okay.
Exactly.
But, today would have been an ideal day because it got quite warm over there. But it was lovely. It was really isolated and beautiful. I mean, I've never been that far down into Britain. Went to Normandy, and we stayed in Normandy, and never been to Brittany before. And it's proper rolling countryside. And every now and again, it surprises you with rocky outcrops or big skies, and then it's lovely, really, really lovely. But we went to a place called Concarneau, which is like a walled city or a walled town.
Yeah.
on the west coast of Brittany, or sort of the southwest coast. So it's you drive into it, and it's just like most sort of modern seaside towns. But then you see this wall thing, and you park up, and you go and walk in, and it's full of shops and or shop, sort of artisan typey things. It's all very nice, and you can walk around the top of it and you see out to sea. And we did that, and we went to Lorient to do some shopping. Basically my daughter go around all the clothes shops and stuff. And what else did we do? Can't remember. It's only a few days ago. But yeah, we sort of did.
You just chilled.
Yeah, we went to this brilliant place. My missus found it. It's called La Forge de Sal, and it's an old. There was a lot of iron smelting and stuff, and in the forest they used to chop the trees, or chop a bunch of trees down and replant them, but make charcoal, and the charcoal would superheat the furnaces so they could melt, smelt iron ore and all this, and then they use that, and it'd been for hundreds of years, but it was a big, like, in the middle of this thing is the big stately home. The owners would live there, and then there to the side of that there would be some lovely houses for the management, shall we say, and then you'd have the workers' cottages, but the workers were pretty well looked after by those standards. But this whole place had kind of been preserved, and you could walk around and look into all the places, and it was a proper open, like, it wasn't a working museum, but it was a big open sort of museum that had been preserved as to what it was, and you could go into the old furnace, and so that was very cool.
Why is it late at night that drunk men like to sit on the bonnet of my Mustang and have their photograph taken?
Oh, for fuck's
Really?
sake.
Oh God!
Oh, you can do without that, man.
Every fucking weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awful.
You need to cover it up.
Do you
mate.
live near a pub?
Yeah, he's on one.
Sorry, mate.
I know
You can't walk in any direction without hitting one.
You should put little tax on it.
Yeah.
So you could charge them, or you could make them wash your car.
They're heading home.
Just
aren't
put a
they?
sign
They're
on
heading
it
home.
saying "Photos with Mustang, £20 a shot, ring doorbell."
Yeah.
And when they hear the dogs, they'll probably fuck off.
Yeah. Bloody hell. Yeah, it happens at least once a weekend.
You have to start a modular fund, Kent. That's how you can start it with car photos.
Well, he's got his Behringer coming, right?
Oh,
He has the space to fill up at the bottom.
Oh,
So
that's
in
right.
November.
It does come with that extra.
Yeah, it's just been delayed another 2 months, apparently.
Man.
So start with the Eurorack modules now.
Well, it was supposed to be 2 weeks from now, and now it's
Yeah.
any time between 7 and 9 weeks now.
It could come back up though. You never know what that's.
Yeah.
And then you complain, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have one here." I don't know. Like, I have.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, you know what I got? This is cool. This guy was selling it. I really needed this a lot. This is pretty cool. Little Dreadbox Typhon.
Oh, nice.
iPhone's cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Great effects on it.
Yeah, I didn't know much about it. Yeah, it's cool, man. It's it's got the Sign Vibes effects section. And then it's got
I mean, it's mono, but it's good sounding mono. So
it's got 2 VCOs, but but it's got the stereo effect, so
yeah,
it sound, it's cool. Yeah, some dude was getting rid of it, so pretty cheap. So.
that's a good one to get. It's a little menu divey, but it's nice.
This is where we stayed. Look.
Oh, that is quite nice, actually, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And you don't get an idea of the size of the. I mean, the garden's huge. I mean, it goes all the way around this side and all the way around the other side, and then it sleeps. It's got like 3 bedrooms, and it can sleep 8 people max. And there was only the 4 of us, so had a pool table indoors.
So fun.
Table tennis table outdoors. Yeah, it was really cool.
Technically, you didn't need the internet then. You didn't need power.
Can I help you?
Not that much anyway.
Yeah, let me help you.
Yeah, thoroughly recommend that place.
Looks nice. And they had good weather there, yeah.
Well, say it was mostly good. It was mild, you know. It wasn't really hot. It was just mild, and it could have been, you know, if it was a bit warmer, we could have spent more time sort of like just chilling by the pool, you know, jumping in and out. But it was a little bit too cold. You know, the water was a bit too cold for what you wanted to. But no, I'm not complaining. You know, you can't do anything about the weather, and the fact that so we had a power cut on. So we got there on the Saturday. We had the power cut Sunday afternoon. Didn't come back until sort of Monday lunchtime, and then the water went off the following day, and then the electric went off again, but only for a couple of hours. But it was completely. It was nothing to do with the property. It was nothing to do. It was just like bad luck, bad timing. They had a fault on the line, and it was an underground cable, so they had to find it. That's why it took almost a day to find the bloody thing. So, but it didn't spoil anything, apart from the fact that I got an absolutely fucking awful night's sleep on Sunday night because my CPAP wouldn't work. So.
Goose.
Yeah,
I saw that in the chat.
And a lovely trip in both directions. The motor behaved impeccably, which was really cool. 1,340 miles there and back, and with a bit in between as well. So.
It's about what I did last week, going up and down the country.
Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you start that sentence off though, Robbie, with a hobbit's tale?
Yeah.
Jackie took me out for a walk. Sound like a dog, don't they?
Yeah,
leash
around your neck.
Yeah.
No, we're taking you out for a walk. Okay.
Yeah. So the village that was, where this place was attached to was like about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away. But it's kind of up and downy. And she said, "Come on, let's go for a walk. There's a bar in the village, so when we get there, we can have a drink." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm sold." So we walk there. It's one of those things, there's lots of false corners. When you turn the corner, you think, oh no, we're not there yet. And eventually we get there, and this is on the Monday or the Tuesday, I can't remember which now. And we get there, and there's this little bar, and it's, I shit you not, I'll let me find the photo. I know if Ollie's in the chat, he'll tell me what this means. But because there was a lot of bars that started with this word. Let me find it. I can't show you. I sent it to someone and said, honestly, I travel halfway around the world and I still can't fucking escape you. It wasn't called Kent, so don't worry. Where is it? Add picture. But I thought this was so appropriate. The only problem is it wasn't open.
No.
Ty, mad? Yes, and
yes, and.
But I don't T apostrophe. I think it's a lot of the time it's put T apostrophe Y. I don't know.
Yeah.
So we got there and I look, they do Cronenberg and everything. Fucking closed. And there was these young girls, sort of like, I don't know, 13, 14. There's about 4 or 5 of them, and they were talking English. They were like proper English, and we're like, "Is this open?" They said, "No, it's not. My mum's working there, but it ain't open at the moment." I'm like, "Is there any other bars around it?" Why we're asking young teenage girls if there are other bars around it?
Well, if anybody's going to know, they will.
Well, I suppose,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But there weren't none within walking distance anyway.
Yeah.
So she got me all the way sort of like 2 miles out. I need a drink. So I had to walk all the way back, and I was like, luckily there was some in the fridge when we got back. So, but yeah, as soon as I took a picture, I sent that to Ty. I said, "Fucking honestly, I drive fucking hundreds of miles away from you. Everywhere I fucking look, Ty. Yeah,
yeah, and it's close.
and it's mad. But I had some lovely sausage, proper, you know, that sausage.
Saucisse, yes.
I bought one with figs. Oh, that was nice the next day. I had one with I had a chorizo, or how you want to pronounce chorizo or whatever. I had one of those. That was quite nice. But the one with the chili, she looked at me. She says, you know, she I can't remember what she said in French, but it meant, you know, it's very hot. And I'm like, yeah, it'd be all right.
Yeah.
And I had some of it on. Actually, I had some yesterday for lunch, and it was like, wow, yeah, a couple of beers, that'll wash that away. And then last night, just before we were like, you know, we were sort of like sitting down watching a bit of TV, and that was the other thing, TV, all in French, of course apart from BBC News, right? So it's just like you can't watch a program that you don't really fully understand the language, because it just gets on your nerves. So we just put BBC News on. That's right, Cleo. So we put the news on in the background, and I'm sort of like, I need something to nibble on. So I cut the rest of this chili sausage up. And I was, it's lovely, and I had a couple of beers with it. It was really, really nice.
Cleo.
Oh, but man, this morning when I woke up, ow, sting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't wash that with beer.
No, well, I don't know. I've never tried. Because that's the trick, isn't it? If you have a really hot curry, that's why you should always have a beer and never have water, because the alcohol, what actually is burning your mouth is not so much the actual spices or the chilies, it's the oil, because that sticks to your palate and your mouth. Yeah. So you need something to break the oil down. That's why you should always have a big pint.
That's why you have on Indian food, the cucumber. The yogurt helps with the spice.
Yeah. You gotta have or a massive fucking pint of Tiger, and that always helps.
Or some white spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think the worst one ever, I think, is Fiona had 2 egg mayonnaise crusty rolls, and about 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, she let one go, and I had to leave the room and go into the kitchen and make a cup of tea, wait for it to clear. Holy shit, man! It was unbelievable.
What are the French known for gastronomically? Name me a few things that they're known for. You know, a few ingredients.
Snails.
Escargot, yeah.
Escargot,
horse.
Yeah. What else? What do they garnish these things with? A lot.
More horse.
What do they?
More
around their necks, they wear around their necks when they go. Garlic, right? Can you find garlic bread in France?
What?
I like garlic.
No.
Probably don't think they should go together.
What, garlic and bread. So Jackie just fancied getting a bit of garlic bread to go with some pasta, right? And normally you just over here you either buy a baguette that's got garlic butter in it or something something similar. Nothing. And the only thing we found was this. It was bread and it was sliced in half, but it had chunks. I mean, diced garlic. Big, chunky. So, one of these, and you're warding off vampires for the next month. It was.
Yeah, I'm partial to garlic. I do like garlic.
Oh yeah, Italian. I mean, it's good. You love it, but
really,
when it's just.
Then again, I'm a vampire, so.
Tell you what, we did have a few nights ago that Fiona come up with. It's baked beans, and you put mint sauce in it. In the baked beans. Lovely.
Mint sauce and baked beans.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be. I go, oh, this isn't going to be nice. It was bloody lovely. Don't overdo it. Just a little, and it's like, oh, it's really quite tasty. Yeah.
It's like a mint chutney or the clear stuff.
You know the stuff that you would spoon into
your lamb.
Yeah. That you'd put on your lamb. So it's finely chopped in the oil, and it's you put a little bit of that. Yeah, vinaigrette. And you put a little bit of that into the baked beans, and it was like, wow, it's absolutely transforms them. It's fantastic. I wouldn't have it every day of the week, but it was certainly different. It was very nice. So it was better than that Kentucky Fried Chicken tonight, anyway.
That's scary stuff.
Right, chaps,
Yeah.
I'm going to go to bed.
Do you know what? I think I'm going to join in. I have, well,
Yeah.
if you've got room.
Yeah, come and join me. Yeah, there's room. There's,
Snuggle up.
Yeah.
We've got a king size bed. I'm sure Jim
Oh,
won't
turn on
mind.
your side. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
No, because
you have
I've
to go in the
had
middle.
I've had 3 or 4 really, really, really bad nights now. And
We've
it's
got a lovely
constant.
bed. We've got a lovely king size bed. You're all right, mate. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we got a mass. I don't
Just
know.
keep your hands to yourself. That's all.
The bed we got in the bedroom, right? You have to walk sideways down one wall to get down it, and walk sideways down the other wall to get down it. It's that big. It's huge. And the idea was, there's enough room for Fiona, who takes up a lot of room, because she's a bit like an octopus when she's asleep. It's got limbs everywhere, right? And then there's me on my side. I don't need so much room, obviously. And then Nelly, and Siri. And Siri likes to lay sort of like stretched out full length, and she's almost the length of the bed when she lays out.
It's like that picture you posted of the dog pile. It's like a dog.
Yeah. And then we thought maybe Charlie might be interested in joining us, but actually he doesn't like coming upstairs very much at all. But we ended up with this bed where you could, oh mate, it's ridiculous. You need a tuppenny bus ride just to get across it. You know, it is enormous, and it's too big for the room. But it's in there now. We never get the bastard out again. So what you do is you open the door and you just sort of like leap. Or where you land, that's where you sleep. Yeah. But I've been having really bad nights now. Get 2 hours and then I wake up and I can't get back to sleep again. It's like,
have you tried CBD?
Yeah, I have.
Didn't work, huh?
No. Fiona says, she goes, "Are you troubled?" Yeah, but that's probably not what's keeping me awake.
Yeah.
I
If I'm troubled,
where I sort of wake up like this morning. We woke up about 6, 5:30, 6 o'clock. Couldn't get back to sleep.
No,
just couldn't get back to sleep.
But it has got to the point now where sometimes I have to have a podcast or something running in the background.
Yeah,
So
if I'm lucky, I'll nod off then.
Talking of podcasts, listening on the way home today, Jonathan Pye's podcast on Radio 4. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just brilliant.
Yeah. I'll get them down through the Audible.
Yeah, do it.
And I get some of the comedy series on as well and have them running in the back. The trouble is some of the comedy series are really, really good and they keep you awake. So I have to find something else that's boring.
Right. Do you guys use podcast apps at all?
Yeah, I've got.
You know, Stitcher just died. They just killed Stitcher. I love Stitcher.
I just use the one that comes with Apple.
Yeah, I use that now because they killed Stitcher, but Stitcher was a great little tool.
Yeah.
No, I don't know Stitcher.
I started the other day. It was a blue screen said, "Yeah, sorry, we're gone. Here's an FAQ."
All right, guys. See you later.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Check this out. We've got your kind of weather here now. Let me get the camera unblocked here.
Real quick.
Yeah. Gloom and doom.
Oh, yeah. It's been like that here all week.
Yeah.
On and off.
No astronomy for a while, so yuck.
Yeah.
No pastrami.
So what?
Oh, what?
Yeah. So what's going on?
No pastrami either, yeah.
Some sort of piano fest that I wasn't aware of.
All right, well, let's let Kent go to bed.
Yeah.
Or at least attempt to. Yeah.
At least attempt. Or lay,
attempt.
And
That's half
lay
the
there
battle.
and wait for the sun to come up.
Lay down and count CS80s.
Oh, God, no. I don't want to think about them. Enough of them. Yeah. I've got another one booked to come in as well.
We can dream of electric sheep, the Blade Runner tie-in. There you go.
I cannot believe David Arnold's one is still working and still in tune. 6 years?
You did a good job.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Normally, it doesn't matter how good a job you do. There will be at least one of the 16 cards will drift slightly and start to beat a bit.
What if you hadn't turned it on for a couple years? Would it be any better or no?
No, it doesn't make any difference.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
On or off, it doesn't matter at all.
So heat over time isn't messing it up.
No, they just, I don't know, they just sort of like flex with the rotation of the Earth or something. I don't know what the hell goes on with it.
It's on the ley lines.
Yeah. I mean, like this one was perfectly okay for what, 2-3 years up here. I've moved it around as well, absolutely fine. And then last week, one voice went out by enough
for
to
drink?
be. Yeah, I wish. Didn't bring back anything either, but it went out enough to be, a problem. I had to open it up and put it straight. So that's, but no reason for it at all. So there you go.
Weird.
So, but you'll be pleased, Robbie. I managed to share a video successfully tonight on StreamYard. Put it into full screen and everything. Yeah.
Wow. Cool stuff.
Using Chrome now.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it lists tabs.
I was slightly shouting at the screen last night.
Which bit?
The bit when Andrew was playing like 5 minutes of demo video. I was like, no, don't you?
Oh yeah, it was a long video.
Yeah.
Just do a little bit.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when Kent tried to do that a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, and it was like you really didn't like the video. It was really boring. So why did I play this video again?
Yeah.
What I've started doing now is I rip the videos off of YouTube so that I can just play them directly from here, rather than as a within the browser. Because the thing is, you'll often get caught out by adverts. You'll queue the video up, and then all of a sudden YouTube says, "Oh fuck it, I'm going to throw an advert in here for you."
Yeah.
And you don't want that.
Yeah. So as soon as you hit play, and it just then leaves the video that you had ready and goes to an ad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
But the other thing you didn't see was there was one small detail that we all overlooked, which was that Andrew didn't have the rights.
I know, of course, he's
Yeah, and I'd completely forgotten about that. So he ran the credits. We get to the credits finish, and he says, "Oh, hello and welcome to PSN and everything like that." And he goes, "Hang on a minute, it's not live." I went, "Oh, I have to start it." So I hit start, and
I did notice at the end. I was sat on the sofa with Jackie. I said, "I just want to see if they managed to shut the show off." Right. And we sat there, and it gets to the sine wave, and then I could hear this kind of in the background.
We go, yep.
No.
Yeah.
And there it was. And then you all appeared on the screen.
Yeah.
And
it was like, so we played the opening credits twice. First time nobody heard, and the second time people did. So there was something anyway. So
it's all good. The
show
went on.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing was, at 2 minutes or 1 minute to 7, I was actually phoning David, and there was no answer. You couldn't get hold of him.
Bless him.
So
The good news is you already have your built-in audience at this point, so even if you totally screw up, no one's going away.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
we'll see next week.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you really do some.
Well, we had about
stuff
was
in
it?
there.
At one point it was like 105.
You got
100,
3 figures, yeah.
Yeah, which is always a good sign.
And Dave is always good value for money.
Oh yeah, he's a good laugh.
He is. I really like. I wish that we could get him on, sort of more often and for longer.
Yeah. Well, he knows about this now, and he said when he gets some time he'll come in. He was thinking about coming on tonight, but it was just a matter of whether work would allow him to. Because he's one of those. He's like Ty. They don't have work hours. It's like if your eyes are open, you're working.
Exactly.
Kind of scenarios. So, but he's one of those guys where, regardless of the fact that he's done all these huge movies and he's quite a figure in his neck of the woods, he's still a down to earth geezer.
He's not he's not one for the limelight.
No, he's not affected by it at all.
Not at all. That's why when I sent you that question, I said to Jack, I'm going to ask him about fucking Luton Tan. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like when I said to him about, I do this pub podcast and stuff, and he misunderstood. He thought I was actually inviting him out for a drink at a pub, and he says, I don't know. He says, I've got bad memories of pubs like that. I went, what do you mean? He says, pubs in Luton, mate. You went tooled up.
Yeah,
it wasn't a matter of will you get a drink. It was more like, will you get out alive?
Oh yeah, fucking Luton. I wouldn't ever go.
Got to carry a shank with you.
Yeah. It was literally that bad. I went, no. This is on. Imagine a pub scenario, but it's actually on YouTube. And
you can have a virtual shank on streams.
Yeah, I said you have to bring your own booze, so it's
bring your own knuckle duster.
Yeah, it's a bit like a Protestant pub. You got to bring your own, and and he was just sort of like He goes, oh right, I get you. He goes, he said, I thought you were inviting me out for a drink. I said, well, as an agoraphobic, we'll probably be drinking in the hall. Yeah. We might drink in the Mustang, maybe.
Have you guys heard about Utah has state-controlled liquor stores? You heard about that?
No.
So if you want to, dine out at a restaurant, getting alcohol is really tricky, and you can't just go to a regular store and buy alcohol. You have to go to a state-controlled liquor store. And then last time I drove through there, to go to a bar, they make you sign up for this membership. Just to get more money out of you and try to get you not to go to the bar. They want to make money from you, but they don't want to totally cut off alcohol flow. The Mormons just control everything there. It's crazy.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty nuts.
I said something we had today. Actually, it made me laugh. This new pizza place just opened. I'm not kidding you. It's about 1,000 yards up the road here, right?
Mm.
And, they're showing all their lovely pizzas and stuff like that. And so I'm looking at this leaflet and everything. And then right at the bottom, in very, very small red writing, it says, cannot deliver outside ULE zone. I go, oh, yeah, of course. So they're in the ULE zone. They're only 1,000 yards up the road here. But they're in the ULE zone. So if they were to deliver, they have to pay £12.50 to deliver the pizza to us.
Wow.
And we'd have to pay £12.50 to go to get the pizza.
It makes business sense for a company that's doing delivery to just invest in one vehicle that's ULEZ compliant.
Well, yes, but most pizza places will use, what's to hand. Sometimes it's the employees' cars.
Well, yeah, invariably it always is.
Yeah, but they're not going to get their because it's a restaurant. They're not going to get the incoming trade.
There's a thing in France
from the more affluent outside area.
You've got these things literally by the side of the road, and you order your pizza, and the pizza gets delivered to this thing that keeps it warm. And then you go and you put the passcode in, you just take your pizza out.
Wow.
And they do that with laundrettes. There's just literally at random by the side of the road. There's 3 fucking washing machines and a tumble dryer.
Let's see if I can do this.
Jeez.
You think that came from COVID?
They look like they've been around a lot longer.
Been around for a while,
maybe. Yeah, I don't know, but it's just genius.
Yeah, it's clever.
Right.
We used to have automats here a long time ago, little automats where you can put your coin in, the little door opens up, and there's fresh food in there, made by somebody behind the wall.
I mean, I'm assuming that's how the pizza thing worked, because we didn't actually stop, but we passed a few of them, and every time we passed, there was somebody taking out a pizza. So unless they've either got midgets working in there, it's got to be a pizza restaurant or pizza restaurants will deliver to this one location, and then I guess you just key in a code, and your pizzas are thrown out the front. I mean,
it's wild.
Genius.
Right, see if this works. Okay, so if I go in there.
Yeah, it's good one, Dr. Sim.
Now.
Yes, they're going to come out responsible. Yeah.
I don't know if this will work. Oh, it hasn't. Okay. Fair dues. No. Okay. That's a shit. That won't work. I'll have to figure out a different way to do it.
Trying to share something from your iPad?
Yeah. There's more people. I'll have to check and see if they're sitting on the fucking Mustang in a minute.
Oh, jeez. They're that loud?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Ah.
No, that's... Oh, God, I don't know how to do that. Oh, what's the matter with Claudia? Claudia Christensen. I'm friends with her on Facebook.
Oh, is she? Well, she has an alcoholism problem, so maybe she's
looking a little...
yeah.
Doing a...
She's written several books on addiction and alcoholism and
yeah.
I think family abuse, and she's been through the ringer. Jesus.
Yeah, she looks like she's had a couple. She's done a little video message.
And apparently on the set of B5, things were quite randy. So.
Oh, okay.
She was a naughty woman.
Nutty girl. Nutty. Can you transfer files from the iPad to the Mac simply?
Yes.
AirDrop.
AirDrop. Okay.
Do it to your TV too. You play stuff on your TV. AirDrop.
Okay. Right. Hang on. How do you do it? I do beg your pardon. How do you do that?
Find the file you want to share. Click on the share button, which is usually a box with an arrow pointing up out of it, and then choose the AirDrop option, and select your device that you want to send.
Unless you have it disabled on one of the devices, yeah.
Unless you have it disabled.
Oh, got AirDrop. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Kent's Mac Studio. That must be this. Yeah. Cool.
Uh-oh, you're gonna crash it now.
Oh, here we go. Right. So now all I have to do is find out what the fuck that is now. It was cancelled. If I can do it. Oh, okay. It says it was cancelled.
Is it inappropriate? Maybe the content was cancelled.
Oh, that seems to have worked. That has worked, and then promptly vanished. So it's like
in your downloads folder.
Downloads folder. God. Do you know what? It's not that different from a PC. Why do I struggle with this thing?
Yeah, over time they converge to a certain extent. So just different names and different icons and stuff.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm just looking for the drive icon. Oh, hang on. What's this? Okay. Right, now let's see if this works then. Boom. Better be fucking worth it when I get it. Window. Preview window. Is that it? No, can't be it. No. Chrome tabs. No. Oh, this just gets better and better. Right, so let's put this window over here. Let's click on present. Slides. Let's look. Your computer. Yeah. Downloads. Yes. And everything is grayed out.
What is it you're trying to share?
I'm trying to share this bloody map that I got yesterday.
What sort of file is it?
It's just a JPEG image.
So go to, in StreamYard, go to brand on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And then go to overlay and add overlay.
Overlay. Right, okay, found that.
And then add overlay.
Add overlay.
And then point that at the file that you've just...
Right, so that should be in downloads. Which would be That one.
Oh, got another one of those again. Subliminal, I saw it.
Come on, David. There you go.
Oi! Oh, oi! Right now.
There it
there
is.
You go. There you go. Oh, okay, did it. Right. This is a map that I received yesterday. Or, no, it would be the day before. Beg pardon. Of Greater London. And all these markers are where all the ultra low zone cameras are.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's now this thing called the Blade Runners.
Mm-hmm.
And all the ones that are in black are where the Blade Runners have taken their petrol grinders and cut the cameras down.
There's about 178, isn't there? That have been taken down.
Yeah.
So far.
And the ones that are red with little white dots are the ones that have been sprayed.
Are they wearing special masks so they don't get seen on the way to the camera? How do they do that?
And probably just back up because it points in one direction because it's only to take the number plates.
Okay, wait. So what are the red dots?
The red, they're all
cameras?
where all the Uly's cameras are. Yeah.
Okay.
So
And
if
these
you
little-
enter into that zone, your car enters into that zone. It's picked up by one of those cameras, and then you receive a bill for £12.50.
Only if your vehicle
isn't
compliant with
compliant.
ultra low emissions conditions.
Yeah.
So basically, any
I
car
see.
that's like 10 years old or more,
yeah,
there or thereabouts. Like my car goes in and out of it. I don't get charged. My wife's car is about 11, 12 years old. That will get charged because of the emissions.
Every time you pass it, or just
a day?
A day?
Yeah, a day.
Wow.
So what are these little?
And they don't know if people can afford to upgrade their cars. That's ridiculous. Right?
All right, so the black dot,
But
the black thing. Oh, God.
The Transport for London are offering a scrappage scheme. So you have a vehicle that doesn't comply, you can get cash for it based on its age, its value, blah blah blah, to put towards another vehicle that is. And it doesn't have to be a new vehicle. It just be you can just use it to put towards a vehicle that is ULEZ compliant.
So these little black dots are attacking the red dots. And
no, the black dots are cameras.
The cameras have been cut
all of
down.
these dots. All of these represent all of the cameras.
The black ones have been cut.
The black ones have been, physically damaged. The red ones with the white dots have been sprayed.
Oh, so
So they
that
can't,
makes more sense. So we got little rogue people destroying them. Maybe.
But there's about
The
170,
survey,
I think, at the moment.
the survey was done, and it showed that increasing the Uly zone doesn't do anything. The air quality was fine outside of the original Uly zone anyway. They said the most polluting part was the M25, and the Uly zone stops anywhere before the M25 anyway. And the survey
Not anymore, though.
No, but when the survey was done, they found that it wouldn't make any difference. So what the mayor's office did was kept getting different places to do a survey until they got the results that they wanted, and then ran with
Weird
that.
way to solve a problem, but
Yeah. But the trouble with the scrappage scene was that nearly 60% of the people with cars, their car is not eligible for the scrappage scene, and it always seems to fall on people who can't afford to get a good car, or
They're not buying Teslas,
so they couldn't afford to have a good car to start with. And to be honest with you, I mean, if it's good to do things about air quality and all the rest of it. But if you are going to do something about air quality, skip electric and go straight to fucking hydrogen and be done
plus
with
Teslas are a sneaky thing because you're still charging off a fossil fuel grid.
Yeah.
So they're not clean.
Yeah. So nobody seems to be thinking about where the electricity is coming from. But Hans
and the lithium stuff is nasty to make and dispose of. So
yeah, because I sent this to Hans, and Hans sent me a similar kind of map. It was quite interesting, and I haven't seen whether it's actually true or not, but it'd be interesting to find out. and it showed where all the cargo ships and tankers were in the world. And it said that every day, the pollution that the tankers kick out a day is the equivalent of all the cars on the planet for a year.
Yeah, it's those the industry in general and big giant vehicles is doing a lot of the stuff. Yeah.
So this is just a stealth tax, essentially.
Yeah.
And then it's laughable because, you know, Robbie's car, which cost an awful lot of money and it's recently purchased, can go in and out of London essentially without being getting the charge. My Chrysler, no way. That's £12.50 a day. My gas guzzling, shit kicking out Mustang is exempt. There you go.
Yeah.
So are they passing the savings of this vandalism onto the locals because it costs a lot of money to fix all this shit? Or are they?
Yeah, I think the country as a whole will actually officially be paying for this, but they're chasing this, and then they've had to close 156 schools that are falling apart.
But it is worth pointing out, right? It is worth pointing out that this scheme been forced in part, in a significant part, onto TfL, Transport for London, and the Mayor of London's office by the government, who said you must raise more cash. A lot of the ire is being directed at Sadiq Khan, and undeniably some of it is completely racist. But a lot of ire has been directed at Sadiq Khan, and maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong. But like with Manchester and Birmingham and other cities that have enforced ULEZ zones, they've done so because the government told them to do it, and if they didn't do it, they would withhold funding for their boroughs and the areas that they're responsible for. So it's clearly hurting the wrong people a lot of the time.
Yeah, it just seems like a very backwards way to solve the fossil fuel and pollution problem, which is real. I mean, it just limiting where people are driving is not the point. You know what I mean?
The point that's being made by a lot of people is the fact that this is not so much to do with climate change as it is to do with people dying because of air pollution. You know, there was a very prominent case here in the UK, particularly in London, where a young girl of about 8 or 9 years old died, and it was proven beyond all doubt that she died because of the fact that she was breathing polluted air, because from her home to her school and back again was way over the limit in terms of pollutants and everything. So
Denver has the same problem. I mean, a lot of times it's geographic. I get that. I do get that, but it sounds like it's still a really odd way to solve the problem. If you really want to do that, just put in the transit and say no more cars, man.
Well, you see,
get them out of there.
On the air meet, is it the guy put up a video on YouTube about it, and he took a train from down here in Crawley and worked his way into town, and outside of that zone, the air quality was approximately between 1.7 and 2.4. And then he goes into this newly zone before it was a zone, and the air quality didn't change. Then when but when he got into the centre of town, it did go up a little bit, and he went to about 3.2. But then he went on the underground, and when you go on the underground, which most people, that's how you get around central London. It's one of the best ways to do it because the roads, it's just not good, right?
Yeah.
And the air pollution in the underground was 104. And at 104, it's designated unfit for humans.
Yeah, we're having the same.
All that ULEZ zone and the underground is still poisonous and full of asbestos dust from the train's brakes. And nothing is being done about that. Instead, they're taxing cars on the surface.
Well, I mean, then you got the particulates. So it's a multifaceted problem. And then any urban area is going to compound it, and that's another problem with it. I mean, it's not that it's just my point is it's a weird way to solve the problem. I mean, I assume are your cars every year inspected like for emissions and and you're saying some are exempt. The problem is and then you get to
the shit kicking out ones.
I mean, if the governments really want to solve it, they should just.
They don't want to solve it. That's the problem.
If they really wanted to solve it, they just pump the money, get people off the fossil fuel, and but because they can never, the society will never fix the inequity, which is your point. Poor people cannot afford, they can't afford the cars. They can't afford, and
people on low income are the people that are getting thrown under the bus. Again.
I was going to say, is this a Tory thing? Are they supporting all this stuff?
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
So I mean, it's all about the money. It's not about the problem.
I mean, I actually believe in the electric. I think the electric cars are way step up from the
as long as you charge the car without fossil fuels as well.
But even if you do, because anytime you can control a point source, you're way better off. That's my point. Cars are
the thing is to buy an
there are studies coming out now, and they're worried now about people who who are in close proximity to cars charging.
Yeah.
From the EF radiation from them.
Yeah, but we got so much radiation pumping right now with the wireless.
Yeah, but it's really concentrated. Like, yeah, but this is concentrated and it's in one tiny little spot.
Well, they can solve that. It's like the wireless antennas, they're. But I hear what you're saying, but I do think that fossil fuels is ultimately.
Well, it's finite. I mean, we can't do it forever.
It's the big part of the problem.
Unless we want to drill everywhere and pollute everything.
But yeah,
it is finite.
I do get the issue with the that's still coming from a power source. But my point is, first thing, you got to get rid of coal. It's a complete
but the lobby is so goddamn strong.
Right, but that's the problem. We're not really coming at. We're never cutting. We're never really dealing with the.
We've got our government in the UK that is forcing other regional administrations, such as London, Manchester, Birmingham,
and this pollution
to do these things, and yet our Prime Minister just last month signed 100 new licenses for oil and gas drilling.
Yeah, and those things are pumping out so much, different. Benzenes and related stuff, and that's the problem. They've got all these. We've got one area that's still fracking, and then you try not to frack in another area. We have horrible air quality all through Front Range. It's to your point. Almost every day is you really shouldn't be outside, and then you throw in a wildfire or something else, and then you've got what you're saying, Ken. You've got all these particulates in the air, and everything is kind of just. Is hanging around.
Well, they haven't taken the technology into account here because over the last 40, 50 years,
it's got an opinion.
Your average car, whether it be diesel, whether it be petrol, the amount of pollution that it was kicking out compared to what it was all the time in the 70s is huge. I can remember as a kid being in Kingston here. And the diesel fumes from the buses and stuff like that. I mean, I used to be on the buses with my mum during the summer holidays while she was at work. I'm sitting on the bus with her because she was a clippy. My dad was a bus inspector, and the stink of the air in Kingston it was unbelievable. It was choking. But 20 years later, you go into Kingston. There's still buses going around, but they're not kicking out the same amount of pollutants. The cars aren't kicking out the same amount of pollutants, and the cars are getting more and more efficient and everything else.
Yeah, it's just more people though.
It's more people, agreed.
And we're cutting down all the trees, and we're paving.
Even if somebody's using hybrid buses for all their shuttles, it's great.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
they'll figure it out.
This Yuli zone thing is when you look at it from one direction, it's a very good idea because if you can improve air quality.
I'm not discounting that.
You can't be against that, can you? No. But then you look at how and why they are doing it. They're not doing it for the reasons. They're not doing it for good reasons.
But here's the way. Yeah, here we want to send everybody back to work, right? We want to get them out of their houses, and we're just putting them right back on the roads.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's there's something to
if
be
you're
said
not compliant, you have to be charged for that privilege to go to work.
Yeah, and it's but
people here are so militant they won't let that happen, but it could happen in some states.
I mean, I can look out at the mountains every day and I can see the deal. I'm like, look at it. Look at the pollution. It's just, and some people still think it's fog. I'm like, that's not fog, man. Just because you're standing where you are and you like, well, I can see. You know, it's like,
yeah, it's bad.
And they've never actually tested anything. You know what I mean? Like,
you can just tell by the color and the way it hangs and everything. It's just clearly not not fog. Yeah, it's not even a normal haze.
Convinced we don't have clean anything, air, soil, or water. What we have is permissible levels of everything. There is no such thing as every piece of soil almost everywhere around here has some levels of lead. When they test it and say non-detect, the detection limits are not zero.
Yeah.
They could be magnitudes up based on the technology. And shocker, it's a lot cheaper as you raise the detection level. So it is unreasonable to test it to zero from a cost perspective. But from a information perspective and how they're presenting it to people, you know what I mean? But
I mean, as a species, we are living in our own filth and what we haven't.
Oh, sure.
Destroyed and shattered.
Well, make fun of other animals, yet we're worse than a lot of the wild animals out there.
Yeah,
so.
well, you know, we've either destroyed things through radioactivity or whatever.
We can handle a lot. That's the good news. You know,
What's also bad means we will tolerate a lot we shouldn't have to tolerate, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fine. Like, not really. Yeah.
No, you're fine until you get into a slightly weakened state, right?
Yeah.
And then you can't.
Everyone has a tolerance.
Yeah. So.
I had a general question about the camera thing. So, unrelated to the pollution thing, but because you guys are under surveillance for so much of the time now, for the police and stuff, are people also breaking cameras because of that before all this stuff happened, or is just has nothing to do with it? It's just about the environmental thing.
There used to be a little bit of that, but I think the general population realised that was a pointless thing to do, considering everybody was walking around with phones. They were literally allowing themselves to be monitored anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And so cameras on the street didn't make a lot of difference.
Because we had speed trap cameras here for a long time, and they finally basically outlawed them. They're still installed, but they don't use them anymore because there's so much hubbub about, hey, you can't do this is illegal, and all this kind of stuff. And they stopped doing tickets with cameras. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, you know, with the deepest of respect, though, I mean, here, most people, I think, just go, oh, fuck it, and leave it. Whereas in America, there's this very strong sort of like, I don't give a shit, freedom.
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
aspect to it, you know?
It's America.
Yeah.
I just had to buy some freedom stamps. They said freedom on them with the flag.
Yeah, freedom fries. I got my freedom fries.
Yeah.
Awful.
Whereas here, it's not quite like that. I don't think. I think we're a much more downtrodden. We're a serf society. Essentially, we nothing's really changed since the Middle Ages. You know.
I think. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting because this our society here is only basically 300 years old, roughly. So it's like
I mean, all we hear with if somebody gets caught speeding by a camera over here, which is obviously a frequent thing, the stock response from those people is, "Oh, why aren't you catching real criminals?" Well, no, I'm sorry, mate. You know, the law's the law. You've broken it. You got caught on a camera. You know, the cameras are there,
which officially makes you a real criminal.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So but I think over here, I mean, I never think about the fact that we are supposed to be the most surveilled society in the world, or in
China's up there too in a lot of ways. Yeah.
But I mean, like let's say in the last 6 months, I've installed 3 cameras on my house.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a front door camera, and I've got a camera overlooking where my cars are. I've got a camera in the backyard.
I've got one with night vision.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sat there in France with my thing, and just before I go to bed, what's been picked up by the camera today? And I'll go through and I'll have a look, and it's because I've set it to be armed like all the time while I'm away.
Yeah.
I'm just getting all the fucking neighbours going in and out and in and out. There was one or two things. I thought, who the fuck are you? What are you standing outside my front door for? Why did you? What did you just put through my letterbox? Turns out he wants to fucking redecorate my house. We can fuck
I
off.
know, it's so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's like our rear camera. You say, "Oh, we can see where the dogs had a crap on the lawn, or where the foxes have had a crap on the lawn." And it's
the foxes are
recorded
mating or whatever.
You can now save that to USB stick if you need to. You know.
Yeah.
And we do
if you need to.
Yeah.
I mean,
but we sort of like self-watch ourselves as a society anyway.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, I like cameras. So people get those video doorbells now. They're very common. It's kind of nice to see what the packages are doing, and creeps, like you said, hanging out front. Who the hell's out front of my place? And
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sat here. I've got a room here that's I dread to think how much stuff is in here. I want to make sure that that's
don't get me started on that.
Yeah, for an insurance thing. I mean, I've got cameras outside the house. The only camera I have inside the house is in here. And that's a permanent camera over in that corner there that is watching 24/7.
Yeah.
And will record anything that goes on in this room. So, just purely for the fact that if anything does happen, my insurance company, here you go, here's the fucking footage. That's really what it is. I have no interest in watching any of the stuff that these cameras pick up, other than, I must admit, I say, on my driveway, which on my old house I could just look out my window and see where my cars were, and that was fine. Here, there's literally no window whatsoever on where my cars are.
Yeah.
And you've got kids, messing around in the scooters, and they don't care. And I'm just thinking, no, fucking catch you shit, scratching my fucking car.
Even my Roomba reports how much dirt it's collected back to the main server.
We love data too, man.
Well, this is it. I mean, if somebody wants to troll through that data,
you want to play?
They go, God, Spong household is really hairy, isn't it? Wonder why that is. We should make a note of that and put that on the watch list.
I said, good. This is not a black light on the Roomba, right? So.
Yeah, thank God for that.
The thing is, my daughter hates it. She's, you've got cameras here. She puts a little bit of tape across the camera in her laptop.
Yes, but
really?
you hear about, she's been on YouTube and she's seen the same kind of videos where they're going, they can turn your camera on and they can see you getting undressed and everything like that. And in a way, it's a kind of paranoia that is based in possibly fact, actually.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Your computers and too.
Yeah.
And if you shut the lid on your laptop, nobody's going to fucking see you.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I know. It is kind of, that sucks.
But,
I mean,
but if you're going to have things that make supposedly, inverted commas, make life easier, like face recognition and all this sort of thing, I mean, that's just part and parcel of the whole, mass surveillance world.
Sure. Well, this is why they put the little trackers in all the vaccines. So we all have little things following us around.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the day when they can make ICs that fucking small.
Yeah, right.
I've just got an email from a camera-based system. Literally just now, at 1:21 this morning.
Yep.
The Dartford
listening to you.
No, the Dartford crossing system has just told me that I've been charged £2.50 for crossing the Dartford tunnel this evening on my way home, and that was all done through AMPR. And boom, there you go, £2.50.
£2.50. Yeah.
And that, my friend, is a fucking benefit, because do you remember the fucking Dartford crossing when you had to stop and pay a human being some fucking money, and the amount of tailbacks? Now you just fucking drive.
There was a famous.
That's cool. Yeah, I like.
Yeah, we have the fast pass thing.
Like the tolls.
You don't even need a pass.
Yeah.
You don't even need a pass.
There was a famous incident down here, right, where there was a truck was to go through the Dartford Tunnel, and it was what the hell was it? It was something like a wind farm blade on it, and somebody had fucked up back at the depot or something like that because it couldn't go through the Dartford Tunnel, so it had to back up. and it took 2 hours for this truck to back up far enough to be able to get off the road and then get onto another road and go. And in that 2 hours, this toll point was still where you had to, you pay your quid or whatever it was to go through the tunnel. The tailback went all the way to junction 9.
Yeah.
And that's
which is what?
That's a quarter of the way around London. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's what I'm trying to work out. What would that be? That must be something in the region of about 120 miles or something.
No, not that much.
No,
not from there to 9. No,
70, 75 miles.
80, yeah, maybe 60 to 80.
Yeah,
something like
solid
that,
4 lanes of traffic. Solid standstill.
Yeah.
And then when the traffic did start moving, the tailback was still building up, and then it went round to about the 9 o'clock position around London.
Yeah,
and there was something stupid like 200,000 cars stationary on the motorway.
It's like
yeah, and it took. They said it took a week to clear the backlog. There was no block. It just took a week to get everything going.
In one of the longest traffic jams in the UK ever at the time, which was early 2000s, when we had a massive snowstorm, and it literally just everything.
Yeah.
They were sending recovery vehicles to recover the recovery vehicle.
Recover the recovery vehicle. Yeah, I remember this.
I ended up sleeping in a Ford Focus with my missus and my mate and his missus, and we were there from 6 in the evening till 10 o'clock the following morning.
Yeah.
And during that time, we had me and James had walked, I don't know how many miles to the nearest service station to get some breakfast.
Yeah.
And then bring something back for the girls who'd stayed with the car, because we also had a puncture as well. We had this bloody puncture. The AA was saying, no, we can't get to you because we're busy picking up our own people.
Yeah, their own cars were stuck, weren't they?
It was just crazy.
Because there was that bloke, wasn't there? Because it was on the 6 o'clock news, and they're talking to this guy, and he goes, oh, I went to B&Q to get a hedge trimmer or something, and he said, and it took 2 days before I got back again.
Me and my mate James, we were walking back to this petrol station because we knew there was this petrol station about 5-10 miles backwards, and as we were walking along with a whole bunch, it was like a scene from fucking Last of Us or something. We're all sort of huddled because it was snowing. We're all huddled up, and this guy pulls up next to us, and he's got a fucking airline pilot suit on. And he said, "Where are you guys heading? Because you're all going." And we said, "Well, there's this 5-way garage at the where there."
Yeah.
He says, "Oh right, yes, is that where there's this big cafe?" I said, "Yeah, they do fantastic breakfast." He's right, fucking lads, you jump in, and we drove the wrong way up the dual carriageway because there was nothing coming anyway.
Yeah.
With this airline pilot who was flying a BA, he was supposed to be going to Berlin or Munich or something that day. He said, "Oh, I've just been phoned. My flight's not going anywhere, so I'm off to get some fucking breakfast. You come in." So off we go. But yeah, it was crazy. It was bonkers. But yeah, I mean, the Dartford crossing. I mean, for anybody that doesn't know, the Dartford, before they built the QE bridge, it was just 2 tunnels of two lanes, 2 lanes each way. Now they built the bridge. You've got like 8 lanes, is it, across the bridge, or 8 lanes going one way, and then the tunnel, and then the 4 lanes coming back.
Come back.
And it literally now you just drive up. You just drive, and there's a 50-mile-an-hour limit over, in each direction. You don't stop. It's all AMPR. And if you've got an account and it's free to set up, you just go onto the thing, you just set up your account, put your debit card details in, and every time you go across, they just automatically charge you £2.50.
Yeah.
And that's that, and it's all done, and it's that's, for me, that's that's technology working.
Yeah. Yeah, because the other side of that is that if it's when you have those systems where they don't have this, they find you and charge you via email or something like that, and they do this thing where they just chase you using paperwork and a firm to track you down, to give you the bill, and you get the bill plus the tracking you down bill plus the late payment bill on top of that, and you end up your £2.50 bill is now £95.
I made a really stupid mistake when I sold my missus's car the last time, because I always put both our cars just in case one of them breaks down, and I put both of them on the dart charge account, and I sold the missus's car, and a week later I get a text, because they always tell you when they've charged you, thank you for your payment, going the Dartford crossing. I haven't been. And I checked the registration. Oh, fuck, I haven't taken it off. He's just got a free ride across the fucking bridge. So I quickly cancelled it, because I think it was my own fault. I didn't take it off. So he probably got done coming back because he hadn't set himself up. So fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've just got to do the... Where is she? Look
it's that coat, man.
That magnificent,
beautiful coat.
My cats are still in the cattery. We're going to pick them up tomorrow.
Yeah, look at your camera. Look at that. Oh.
They're probably wondering what the hell is going on, man.
When we went to that forge place in France this week, we were going around and we got to the houses where apparently the management of the place lived, and they're all pretty, they're like 3-story old buildings. And we noticed there was a Siamese cat curled up under a table, and then all of a sudden we sort of approached. If you're a cat lover, the first thing you see a cat, I'm going to go and stroke that cat, whether they like it or not. I'm going to go and stroke that cat. So we sort of gently approached this Siamese, and all of a sudden there was this big rustle in the bushes, and about 10 cats emerged from this bush, and they all sort of went over the other, and they all just sat there looking at us, and some were some were kittens, some were grown, and there was a lot of inbreeding going on. There was definitely lots of bits of this, bits of that, but they just sat there, and I wonder whether they just kept them there for mousing, that sort of thing. They seem to be looking after themselves. But yeah.
Bloody hell.
Love kitties.
Oh, right. I'm going to have to...
You're going.
I'm going to have to... Chatard.
All right.
Yeah, I think I should.
Cleo, any last word?
So, Ken, how many times did you re-stick the towel behind your head there?
Oh, I haven't. I must put that one back, actually.
That's an original? It just fell off, or have you restuck it?
That is an original, yeah.
Okay. It's an OG tile.
It weighted away. It's probably resting on the other 3. Down it went.
Oh, I better go eat dinner anyways. All right, everybody, I'm taking off with Cleo.
All right, dude.
Bye-bye. See
ya. See you later, Cleo.
Bye.
That thing that I sent you, I've managed to download.
Yeah.
All of it.
Good man. I'll give it another crack in the morning. Get it down. Yeah. I want to practice me playing to a metronome still. I want to see if I can hone that down. Definitely a skill I've lost.
The part I always have trouble with is I'm using it for a rhythm, and I want to lock it in. And then it becomes part of the rhythm, and oh shit, I got to take that out. It's missing.
Yeah. Yeah. I tried to make my metronome as loud, piercing, and annoying as possible.
Yeah.
And that seems to work. You don't leave that in it.
There's a nice little plinky one on the Machina Plus. So it goes there nicely, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh wait, I got to take that out because it sounds like I'm using that for rhythms.
But like I said, I need to practice that playing and listening to metronome at the same time, keeping time. It's a skill I seem to have let slip. I fear
it's good. I turn it on as a guide for a bit, and then I turn it off because I want to get myself in that spot without having to use it as a crutch all the time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's nice to play without it so that you can get that natural feel.
Yeah.
You know.
It's the same reason I also occasionally flick Quantize on just to see how it messes things up. Oh yeah, I'm going back to the other one. That's too robotic.
Yeah. See, if the timing's a bit out, it can push notes. Some of the notes, like if you hit a chord, and it pushes some of the notes back, some of the notes forward.
Oh, it can really mess it up sometimes.
Sometimes it's nice, but it depends on how percussive the sound is.
Yeah.
It sounds more like somebody just headbutted the keyboard, you know,
it's
rather
funny,
than actually played it, you know. So it's got that.
Yeah.
By the way, who's getting a Luma 1? Anyone?
Not at that price.
They might be doing. They're supposed to be doing a form version of it.
Yeah, but it's like I said yesterday. You know, once you get over the romance of it, it's quite expensive.
Yeah, but seriously.
And as Andy pointed out, it's a big old lump, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it didn't. But it without having to need to be.
Yeah.
They just made it the same size as the original, but it seems to be mostly air inside.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's running on a Tinsy, I mean, Tinsies aren't big, are they? By any stretch of the imagination.
No.
I mean, I get it, but maybe reduce the depth of it, make it more LM2 size, perhaps.
I've been speaking to Joe this week. I'm hopefully he's not the most, you know, he's, I wouldn't say shy, but you know, he doesn't. You know, but I'm trying to persuade him to come on the show and just, you know, demonstrate it or talk about it, because he told me about this last year or maybe the year before, that he got he basically someone was having a clear out. He got this old LM1 that wasn't working and needed lots of stuff doing. And then he got to thinking, well, if I'm going to be replacing these bits and fabricating parts to go in, you know, like new buttons and stuff, maybe I can make it a bit better. Maybe I can make it work better and do better things, and, you know, have USB and MIDI and all this kind of stuff. So that's when he sort of started getting the idea, and he sent me some videos back then, and it was just like, that's another one all day long. You know, you've nailed it, really. And he sort of mentioned that he might sort of do something, but it seemed to be more like a hobby project, just, you know, for him, for this one machine. And now it seems he's got Andre involved doing a lot of the coding, and with Devin as well. I'm dead keen on it, but yeah, it's $5,000 in it. It's,
Yeah. And when it's about, if you want to be a bit heretic about it, you know, a simple sample pack could just as easily replace it, couldn't it?
Well, yes and no, because it wasn't just the sounds; it was the way that the LM1 and the Lindrum as well. It's the way it handled those sounds that gave it the feel, the groove.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you know, if you just wanted to be quite dismissive about it, you could say, but you know what?
You can go
sample
out and buy
pack's
Ali
no
James
different.
Labs. Yeah. Ali James Labs one, which is €50, and it emulates the circuitry and the EPROMs, and it has the well, not the fault, you call them faults, but it has those quirks that make the give you that groove, that feel.
Yeah. What I mean by that is, and it makes the $5,000 a hard sell.
Yeah, this is a very limited market.
I mean, this is for the collector, isn't it? Really? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You know, the collectors pay the big bucks, don't they? So.
Yeah, I know someone who will definitely buy one. Thing is, you know, when you start, it's like Andy was saying, you know, you've got an amount of money, and you think, shall I spend it on that? Oh no, that's a terrible amount of money to spend on that. But then you look over here and there's something else, and you think, oh, absolutely, I wouldn't think twice about spending that money on one of those things. You know?
Yeah.
And I think,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
you know, if I had $5,000, which I don't, but if I had $5,000, should I buy a Luma 1 or should I buy I don't know, a third wave or a Profit 10 or
OBX8.
OBX8, you know, and you start thinking, well, if I've got this amount of money, where is it best spent? Do you spend it on just a drum machine? Because it is essentially just, even though it can load all of these new things, you know, it's just a drum machine.
Yeah, that was it. I think that's. I mean, you know, it's not that there's anything wrong with the pricing. It's just that it is a limited niche market for a limited niche drum machine.
I mean,
it is awfully big for what it is too. It doesn't need to be so big.
Well, yeah, and it's someone who wants somebody who wants an LM1 that knows it's going to work and knows that it's supported and knows that they can do more things with it than they could do with an original LM1 without all of the hassle.
Yeah, because I'm sure there are LM1s falling by the wayside every day of the week. You know, where they're just like, well, that's done now.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, that is not coming back from the brink of death. It is fallen off. And it's twigged.
And the thing is, they are using original parts, which is why there's only a limited run, because they said, look, you know, we're not going to use anything else other than original parts. So we're going to people who've got old new stock.
Yeah.
And that'll run out, you know, eventually. You know, whether it's so, you know, it's going to be a limited thing.
Yeah.
So I guess you just have to weigh up, you know, how much do you want that sound? How much do you want that, not just that sound, but that feel, and also that hands-on experience? It is, you know, a wonderful thing.
So what are they doing? 500 in it?
I don't know. I've not seen quantity. I've just seen prices, and the fact that it's limited because, you know, there's only so many chips that you can get. To do what you want it to do, and it's using the original Z80 processor along with this Teensy or this ARM processor. So
well, there's a limited amount of Z80s knocking about.
Exactly.
Although DMX is considered a classic as well, and playing with those at Synthplex, they're very clicky clacky and.
Oh gosh, I mean, you listen. Well, you watched that demo that you played last night, you know, and I saw people commenting in the chat, you know, oh, I'm hearing the buttons more. I can hear that. Well, yeah, because I mean, I can stand here and play the RX5 or the RX11 or whatever, and if I'm just miking the room, all you're going to hear is me hitting buttons.
Yeah.
And then when you're programming the thing, that's all you hear is you hitting clicky clacky buttons. But that's what drum machines were back in the day.
Oh God, yeah.
You know, so
even the SP 1200, yeah.
Well, I mean, anybody who's tried to enter a rhythm into a CR78 with the SW1 will attest to just how fucking archaic the whole bloody thing was. So something like an LM1, which was like an absolute joy, you know, the thing practically, quantized everything for you. And it was like, wow.
Is this? I've only seen pictures, not videos. Is this a new one clacky as well, or it just has that look?
Oh yeah. No, it's as good as an original LM1.
Yeah. Okay.
So yes, it will have, you know,
Joe
is very very faithful to. I've got some of his work here. I've got some. I've got, you know, a box for the fair that he did. I mean,
and that's definitely where the collector's label comes from, because we've got that faithful reproduction.
I have to say the S2400 is refreshing because it has nice pads on it, not the clacky buttons of the 1200. So
and that's because that's another thing. You know what Brad's done with the 2400.
Yeah, he took it further.
Yeah, he's taken it and said, right,
because it's a looper, it does all this other shit now. It's
how can we take that and make it better, but keep all of the cool stuff that made it cool? And I'm sure that Joe could, you know, maybe this is something that Joe and guys can do beyond this, to say, right, okay, now we know how to do this. Let's see if we can make, you know, a $2,000 system that is smaller, more compact, uses modern components, but still gives you the essence of, you know, of a Lin, because that's what people want. You know, they want. I mean, I love the Lin sound, but it's like the Fairlight. it's not just the sound; it's what it does with those sounds.
The hardware and the experience, yeah.
Both sonically and also when you program something through Page R.
And that light pen. You got to have that light pen.
The light pen can go fuck itself. It's a horrible pain.
You never liked the light pen?
I love the light pen, but it's getting one that works.
Yeah.
And they're so difficult to repair, you know. But
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But it's definitely on my radar. But
oh, they're still making Z80s, aren't they? Oh, that's cool.
Allegedly, yeah. So it's not massive in that regard, but it's the other.
Yeah, mate, the Z80's a processor made in cement. I mean, they're lovely. I love them to death. Right.
They're destroying to some extent with some of those video games, right? Vintage video games.
Yeah, absolute. Oh.
Anyway, mate, you go to bed.
Yeah.
I think I need to as well. So. Hang on, you like a low one, don't you?
I beg your pardon, madam.
Piano one.
Which piano is that, Robbie?
I'm afraid I can't say.
More secrets. You and your secrets. When can you say? How's that?
In about a week or so.
Oh, okay. So it's not. Right.
Well, that's quite nice, that one.
Less than a week, yeah. Less than a week. Yeah. But I've only literally just downloaded it, got home.
So it'll be a show topic.
Nowhere near right. Nowhere near it. I'm just doing it for just getting practice, getting and recording and using Cubase again and going, oh, where's that page now? And oh, what was the function that you have to do that? Well, I used to remember all this, and I'm going through it all and trying to figure out where everything was again. And it's coming back nice and quick, but I have to go through the process to find it. And then I'm going to do some proper writing.
Have you ever just used GarageBand to just bang some stuff out real quick, or no?
No, I've got to do it all. You know, Bugatti Veyron or nothing. You know.
Yeah.
It's all got to be.
I mean, it won't host your plugins, but you know.
Yeah, got to do a lot of cork sniffing when I'm going through libraries. I have to get the right sound. It's got to be and in the right place and played the right way. And
your massive list of contact libraries, although it's no fun.
Yeah, mate. I mean, when I'm scrolling through the instruments, I mean, just the actual instruments on the drive, and then it's like, oh, fucking hell. And then you call up something like Contact, and then there's another 700 libraries in that you scroll through and go, what was I looking for again? No, never mind. So, yeah, so I want to be able to do some streamlining. I want to actually arrange libraries into more sort of like sensible groupings that would make sense. So stuff comes up in lumps that where certain instruments are grouped together in the right kind of way.
I never tried this, but there's got to be some way to make some kind of a meta list, right? Like presets from all of your libraries kind of deal.
There's something in that Blue Cat, isn't there?
Is there?
So it's a third-party thing. You can't do it with native stuff. The Contact won't do it.
No.
That's too bad.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I suppose you can go in and change all of your instrument names and presets into a numerical system.
Oh boy.
Yeah, do it that way. So I'm now going to play 9,744.
I do that to an extent with my one-shot samples on the Machina Plus, just so I can find them in a sort easily. But yeah. I think I'm trying to remember.
can't remember who used to do it, but if they were doing a track, when they were happy with the basic setup that they had within their door, they made a note of what instrument they're using and what the sample was they're using, etc., etc., and then make copies of all them and put everything into one work folder. And then point the door at just the work folder and stuff like that. I'm going, no, it's just too much fucking work. I can't be bothered with that.
I mean, if that's all you do, that would be fine, right? But there's other things to do. So
Yeah, exactly. And there's all the other aspects. You go, oh yeah, but also there was all the effects that I use on different tracks and stuff like that. That has to be loaded into. I mean, yeah, you can save the project, but you know everything is still all over the drive anyway. So I don't know. I don't think there's a happy medium way of doing it anyway. So I won't focus on that part of it at all. Just look the other way because it's easier.
Much.
Yeah. Yes. All right, darlings.
Dougie.
So I suppose if Jamie's doing one tomorrow, I never really know if Jamie's doing one until about 45
I think it's
seconds
on
before
Facebook. He's not. Somebody said. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. It
hard to tell, right?
Yeah, either doesn't. You sort of like just.
I'm always
keep an
asleep
eye
when he's
out.
on there. I get up late, so.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, if Jamie does one, it's probably see it tomorrow then in the chats and stuff. But that's if I get any sleep tonight.
I'm getting my pussy tomorrow.
Good man.
2 of them.
You're just greedy.
I know.
The cat house, eh?
Yeah. Cat Baloo.
Yeah.
Living it up for the last 8 days. At considerable expense.
Or they're probably wondering where the hell you are.
They probably don't care.
No.
I say, have you done this before? Do they come back happy, or are they kind of freaked out?
Yeah. Nah, they're always fine. They're like, what the fuck? Where have you been? What are you doing? And then
My dad boards his dogs on trips, but he doesn't have any cats, so.
Where are the treats? And that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, well. Okay.
All right, gents. Lovely seeing you all.
Yes, it was good to see you.
Good times.
And good, you had a good holiday as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I must have one day.
Your backyard. You got your holiday right there.
Yeah, Busman's holiday, mate. Fuck me, yeah. All right, darlings. Take care.
Bye.
We squeezed another 2 hours out of it. Just saying goodbye.
Yes.
See you later.
All right, take care, everyone. Look after yourselves.
Bye.